course I am, because God damn it. All right, so that is now 3 minutes going on the clock for you, Z. This is going to be your time to cross-examine or to rebut as you see fit, set up arguments, knock down arguments, whatever you'd like to do. I'll start the clock whenever you start to talk.
So you say you're bringing more guns into school, but in reality, we're eliminating the SROs and putting people who actually probably know how to use the trigger more than cops because they've gotten trained more with cops. So because this isn't in the realm, what more training needs to happen for SROs? Because obviously they do not get enough training.
I'm saying we should be hitting the root of the problem because SROs or even school personnel shouldn't be having to deal with school shootings. It is something that we're having to deal with now, but that's because we've ignored the actual societal problem at large, which is guns.
So what you're saying is guns are the bigger issue when it's not the gun itself, it's the person pulling the trigger.
Yes, the fact that somebody has a trigger to pull is the predominant problem. We need to make sure there are fewer guns for students or other individuals with mental health issues to get a hold of and bring into a school. So the best way to do that would be better regulations and reforms.
So I'll just put this here. So Texas State University puts out a district audit report where they go and audit school district. Last district audit report, they did 1,022 schools. Only 6.5 had a viable operations emergency plan, and only less than 20% of those had a viable active shooter plan. What is your goal? What is your plan to up those numbers drastically?
I'm not understanding the question.
Do you have a plan to if you decide to keep school resource officers for the schools to get help so they can have a viable operations plan and a viable active shooter plan if it comes?
Well, the viable active shooter plan is usually the sheltering and basically the drills that they do to make sure like kids are in a safe place when a shooter is on campus. We need better early warning. We need better camera systems, people surveilling the areas, good active warning systems, and then nearby police just in case. And usually there tend to be police nearby a school like all throughout the day. So that's not even a huge issue, but all the same, like they should have active early warnings. And honestly, we should be stopping these things before they start in the first place because they don't just come out of nowhere.
All right, we have 10 seconds left, and I'm just going to go into the main.
Well, in that case, that's perfectly fine.
Well, real quick, the idea that SROs dealing with children and disciplinary actions have ended up with kids getting jailed and brutally beaten by these SROs. So they're another problem.
And I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock. This is now just open forum. Continue the discussion as you see fit.
So then if you don't like that, what security are you going to implement in schools? Because obviously we need it.
Yeah, you can have base security. You can have metal detectors, which is also good. Definitely surveillance. Like there should be plenty of cameras. There should be a surveillance room within the school, just watching the front doors, gates, everything else, and making sure active threats are addressed when they are and not taking things lightly. That's the best way to get it done.
So what you're saying is completely get rid of SROs?
I never said get rid of SROs. I'm saying we don't need armed SROs, and especially not military veterans that may have PTSD issues and end up snapping if they hear a loud sound or a kid screaming.
So then let's say there's a shooting in the school, and we use your plan, and we get rid of the guns, and we have to wait 15 minutes while 56 shots are fired, 50 to 70% of those shots being accurate and actually hitting someone, 14 wounded, 14 dead approximately. Well, then why should we not have people who can actually use the trigger to the full extent so we can eliminate the threat?
So in the instance that an active shooter ends up on campus, and like how many military personnel are you planning to have at a school?
It depends on how many students there are.
So, like, can you give me a ballpark?
400 to 600 students, one to two, 1,000 to 1,200, 2 to 3.
Okay, so in the case that this happens and somebody's actively shooting and there's bedlam, everything going on, what's to say that the veteran doesn't have a mental break and do absolutely nothing, just like the Uvalde police did when there was a school shooting and they were actively there to handle it? Or what if they end up harming a student?
Because when Uvalde happened, there were parents trying to run in and save their kids. Their communication was god awful terrible, and one of the things under stress that military veterans do well is communication. That is one of the things that they do very well in, because they have to communicate as a team when breaching on a site.
I mean, can we be honest here? Any veteran that is looking to take up SRO work probably is hard up for cash, not doing the best. They could be in InfoSec, they could be in HVAC systems, like anything they were trained to do while they were in military. So there must be some reason why they're picking up being an SRO. What do we do in that instance?
I don't believe that for a second. That they're there for cash. The reason why they would be there is because to protect the kids in the schools, because they already protected the country. They are just doing their better step so they can protect the kids.
So you're saying they're doing this without getting paid?
No, they are getting paid.
How much should they be getting paid?
I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know those numbers. It would be pretty significant, pretty much around where the SRO, maybe more.
Because more than likely, when it comes down to who's going to be paying them and who's going to be dealing with the background checks, evaluations, and everything else, which I can't even say could be done comprehensively or would even be made available to the school system, is going to come out of the money of the school system. And school systems are already hard up for cash. How do we deal with this?
The thing is that they wouldn't be come through the they want to be going through the what's it called? Going through the school system. We would actually, the school's funding, it would actually go through the local communities and fundraisers and local businesses that are contributing to help do that, so they can help aid off the government and off of the schools itself, so they can have more funding.
So you're expecting the general population to be willing to pay for more armed people in schools?
Correct. For the future of society, who are there to learn, not to worry about is a school shooter going to show up in my school, and if so, what's going to happen? Am I going to lose a friend? Am I going to lose my life?
And so in the instance that there's a young kid that ends up being a shooter, how is the visual going to be if a trained military individual ends up taking out the student?
Is the student the shooter?
Yes, I'm saying in this case, it would be a student that's the shooter.
Then job well done. He did his job protecting the threat, because that was what they were there for.
So what happens in the case that the individual is not a shooter, they're perceived to be, and this individual takes them out?
Then obviously the police has to get involved. They already are involved. The veterans in place is just the middleman, so they can wait during those 15 minutes while the cops are getting there. When the cops are there, they will take over because they take precedence.
Thank you for admitting that this is basically an extra step when we already have police, and we should just make police more available in the case that there's anything going on at a school.
No, what I'm saying is that the fact that what we're doing is we're adding a sense of security so people don't get shot and killed in a school shooting when and he can continue to evacuate safely and make decisions upon when he has the authority to do so.
What I'm saying is, we as the populace already pay for a police system that we are funding, and you're asking that we pay for another system on top of the police system to be a third layer in schools where they can cause more damage than any SRO could have ever caused.
But what if they're not creating damage? What if they're protecting the kids?
I'm saying, what if this individual has an episode and starts basically holding up in the place and creates a live shooter situation on their own? Who's going to stop them?
The thing is that they would get 6 month evaluations, monthly trainings, and that's why I paired them with 2 people, not just one by itself in the school, because they would be tagged together.
I'm saying that the ability for this to turn into a war zone where you have an ex-military vet holed up in a place, firing at the student body, and then other military veterans trying to stop this military veteran, this is a situation that should never even be allowed to happen. We're creating horrible conditions.
But the conditions of this, I don't see happening. They could, but the conditions of this is just asinine that you are saying stuff like this. Because in reality, they know they're there to protect the kids. I understand where you're coming from, which is why we have 6 months mental evaluations, because their PTSD could pop up. But the thing is that they're there to do their job. They know their job. They're there to protect the kids, and they're there to do a mission. And their mission is, in that standpoint in time, when the shooter arrives, is eliminate the threat or make the decision to evacuate while moving forward and eliminating the threat.
Yes, I understand that ideally we would want them just to be there in case there's an active shooter. Whereas in most cases, you're not going to end up with an active shooter. This is not an everyday occurrence or a weekly occurrence or even a yearly occurrence. But in the case that they do, we have personnel there that we are paying for that aren't really doing what we need them to do. And they're going to find something else to do. And that's going to be influencing children, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing to have military veterans influencing children. We already have a school to prison pipeline, and we definitely don't need more people advocating that children be going to the military immediately. So,
Okay,
with that
so
being the case, go ahead.
Okay, so what I'll say to this is, then where are you going to get the funding to train more often police departments so they can have better training? Are you going to eliminate a couple? Are you going to eliminate a couple social programs? Are you going to Are you going to take it out of taxpayers' dollars? Where is that going to come from?
We already have plenty of active police. The police aren't hurting for members. So like literally you can just set up a patrol to go by the school every 30 minutes to an hour. It's not too difficult. And if there's something going on, they should be within reach to start to de-escalate or alleviate the situation.
You're
just
not
change their
answering.
patrols.
You're not answering my question. What is? How do you? The smaller the town, the smaller the budget. How do you? Obviously, as we saw in Uvalde, people do not have the amount of training. We'll take this into consideration. We'll take this as an example. Breach training. You want to know how breach training happens, or where? There's very few facilities out there. You want to know what those facilities are? Hospitals aren't going to shut down abandoned apartment complexes and old buildings. You want to know who gets that training? SWAT, not the cops who are going to be there first thing while we wait 15 minutes for SWAT to arrive.
Yeah, I'm going to say some of those officers that were too cowardly to go in when Uvalde was going on, to which Border Patrol had to end up getting involved. And apparently Border Patrol can get there within a reasonable amount of time. But I'm going to say some of these officers were ex-military and they were too scared to go in. They weren't mentally prepared for this. And you're looking for more money to add another layer to this. I need that justified.
So I need you to answer my question first before I answer yours. Where is the money to continue training officers on a more regular basis of the training that they need and the equipment that they need to do this? Where are you getting that money from? And then I will answer your question.
The same, I mean, you could do it the same way you're advocating for getting these officers into schools. But all the same, if they're not putting money into the police department, that is the fault of the police department because that comes from the taxpayer dollar.
So you're going to take it more out of taxpayers' dollars, is what you're saying?
That's what's going to happen in your case if you're getting the community to pay for these veteran school resource officers. Just take that money and put it into police training because apparently they need it.
And what was your question so I can answer it?
Basically, my question. If the police force, which has military veterans already in it, aren't capable of doing the work, what makes you think putting them in schools is going to get them to do the work more readily? What's to say they don't just go run and hide along with the rest of the students when something happens?
Veterans have a sense of urgency and a sense of when something needs to get done, they get it done. And in the scenario of a shooting, I know that they can get the job done.
It's an assumption. I'm telling you that there had to have been veterans in the Uvalde police force that showed up for that active shooter, and none of them went in.
Do you think anybody is ready for a school shooting to happen?
No, and I don't think we should have to be. I think we should have reasonable gun reforms to tamp down on these instances happening. We need to better take care of our society, the mental health of our society, and make sure people don't have access to guns that shouldn't have access to guns.
So you're eliminating our Second Amendment right? Or limiting our Second Amendment right that we have then? Because that's constitutional for us to have a gun.
Does it not say well regulated?
Yes, but
so let's get these regulations rolling, baby.
With the people that are going to be carrying these guns in the schools, they are already trained, already certified, and have an abrupt amount of knowledge on how to operate it, unlike the shooter who probably doesn't.
You are advocating that we militarize school campuses, and I'm advocating that we get gun reform to make sure that people that shouldn't have guns shouldn't have them in their hands, which seems more reasonable.
Because protecting the kids who are protecting the kids who are going to be one day the futures of our country.
By making sure they don't end up, somebody doesn't end up with a gun that shouldn't have it and ends up taking them out, right? Prevention is the better answer, would you think?
This is prevention. That's the thing.
It's absolutely not prevention. It's a response.
So we have a middleman so we can not lose lives during the conflict.
Speaking of middlemen, if you gentlemen don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and jump in there and be a middleman now. So great job. 15 minutes is up, though, so we're going to go ahead and get through our 3-minute closings. After that, we're going to ask some questions. Like I said, one from each of myself and the two judges, as well as any that the audience has for you guys. Although I think they're actually talking about something else right now, so I don't know. Hopefully they're at least listening enough to have a vote. So at least listen to their fucking closes, people. All right? All right. So putting 3 minutes on the clock now for you, Z. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
Military veterans, particularly those with combat experience, receive training that is longer, more rigorous, and far more relevant to high-threat environments than standard police academy programs. Police recruits typically undergo 6 months or less of basic training before hitting the streets. In contrast, even the basic Army or Marine infantry training lasts several months, followed by years of specialized schooling, live fire exercises, small unit tactics, and often real-world deployments where split-second decisions under fire are routine. Veterans master advanced tactical movements and room-clearing techniques tailored to confined spaces like classrooms and hallways, and threat assessment under extreme stress. Marksmanship and weapon handling far beyond the minimal qualifications most officers maintain, emergency medical response, which has saved countless lives on battlefields and translates directly to stopping the bleed in an active shooter scenario. Police officers are generalists, handling traffic stops, domestic calls, investigations, and community policing. Their training is broad but often shallow on the sustained, highly intensity violence that defines school shootings. Veterans, by design, are specialists in kinetic operations. Their default mindset is to complete the mission and protect the innocent, not contain and wait for backup. That is the difference in orientation and preparation, which is why veterans consistently demonstrate faster, more decisive action in an active shooter simulation. I rest my time. You're muted.
Fuck me. Of course I am. All right. Thank you very much, Lethe. 3 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready.
All right. We're being told that having armed military personnel in schools is the best way to make sure that our children have the best experience growing up and being in the student body. I find this to be laughable. I don't want my child to be around a bunch of military veterans carrying guns and being in a hostile environment. This is just not the way most people grew up, and I don't think kids should have to grow up that way. I think children should feel safe and be safe. And I think with over 50% of these incidents being caused by people not locking up their guns, people leaving loaded weapons around kids, and not checking on their kids' mental health seems to be the predominant issue here. Adding more fuel to the fire is definitely not the answer. So I would say bringing in armed military personnel is a band-aid and a third layer to where we already have police and we already pay for police. So why not just make sure the police are more available in the school area? And if we're talking about funding, like adding military personnel is just more added funding that we could be putting into training the police. And I definitely think police need more training, as we have so many issues with officers as it is not getting the training they deserve. You already have issues of school resource officers taking kids with disabilities and treating them as if they're perpetrators. I don't see this being any better with military personnel. That's not what they're trained to do. They're not trained to be around children. Unless we want to start having military veterans do child development training and understanding how children operate. And then the worst case scenario, and this is what terrifies me the most, if a veteran had an episode while trying to watch these kids and ended up doing way more damage than any SRO or police officer could possibly begin to do, then who's going to handle it? We got to send more military personnel to deal with the military personnel. This seems like an infinite regress of problems that I don't think we should be having to deal with. So I'm just going to say, this is a terrible idea. I don't think you want your kids coming home with war stories or hearing about any of the dark humor that military veterans would be like fraternizing with kids about, because that's definitely not the order of the day. So let's just try to fix the issue to begin with. Get the guns out of the kids' hands, make sure they don't have access to them, make sure that they're getting adequate mental health. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. Thank you very much, both of you gentlemen. Okay, so yes, first of all, chat, you can tip, or yes, you can also do the, you can also do bits, either one. We will get your question out onto the floor. But first, we get to ask our questions. Now, normally, I am the one who gets to go first, but this time I figure I'm going to be nice to the judges, since both of them came in last minute and did me a favor, and I don't want to steal their questions tonight, which usually is what happens. So I'm going to go through y'all first, and then I'll ask mine. Ancom, are you ready with a question for who? Z? And by the way, I'm sorry, yes. I'm also going to go ahead and drop the vote in the link. You guys can kind of start voting during this portion. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Anyways, yes, I do have a question. Z, I would like you to tell me whether you believe former military, specifically veterans, would be better at protecting students in schools than police would be? And if so, why specifically?
Because the extent of the training that they have to go to is more rigorous, and they have more experience doing it because they've done so much training over the years of them doing it versus police who only gets to do it maybe once a year, if that, because of budgeting.
Right. And Maida, do you have a question for Z Ready?
Yes, I do. So my question would be, couldn't we just use police forces to patrol inside of schools, which already include military veterans or previous military contractors, or alternatively, make a section of the police force specifically trained to work within schools?
I mean, aren't we already doing that? And if so, then why do we have to? Why are, if we're doing that already? Why are 218 children educators are dead, not including the shooter, and 512 people have been hurt because of this, not including the shooters?
Okay. For what it's worth, Z, the judges aren't going to debate you. They're asking you a question. So responding with a question, you're not going to get the answer, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We'll take it. And exactly as predicted, Maida did indeed take my fucking question. So I'm going to try to rephrase it a little bit.
I want to point out that Maida and I, of probably all the judges in the DMZ, would be the most likely to try and debate you on your answer to the question.
True story. Not wrong at all. Well, I don't know. Tyler's on that list too, bud. All right, so
fair point.
So I will kind of rephrase that question, I think, and hopefully I'll get a different answer from you. Would it not be more effective to use the existing infrastructure to better train police as they are at the skills you're saying they're lacking in, and having those police assigned specifically to the area of schools? Rather than trying a whole new system, basically, would it not make sense to just increase the training for the system as it exists and increase the protections of the schools?
Well, obviously, we can look at smaller towns and smaller cities and bigger cities, and we can obviously, regardless, it's not working, so it's time to implement a new plan so we can protect the future leaders of society.
All right, cheers. I think we can all agree implementing a new plan is great. All right, Ancom, now we got a question for Lethe from you, sir. Chatters, go ahead and remember, click that link, give us your vote. It costs you nothing, and you guys, if the judges disagree, it comes down to y'all's hands.
I would agree with that. I think it's kind of risky putting
Lethe, so
military veterans
main argument
in schools
here is
to
that
protect them.
needs to
Like, nothing against
change,
military veterans, but
to deal with
they
the
are definitely
current
not known for
issue of
having
school
the most
shootings.
stable
What would
mental
your
health.
particular suggestion be to combat
like,
his recommendations?
If they do have PTSD, any noise,
Well, as I
like a
stated
locker
throughout most of the
shutting too
debate,
close to
it's
them
getting to the
might
core of the problem to begin with, because we didn't always
trigger
have
an
school
episode
shooters, we
for
didn't
them or
have the numbers of
something. So,
guns
yeah, I don't know
in
if that's,
society
like, the
that we
best
do, and
solution.
kids didn't always have access to guns in the way that they do, as well as multiple mental health issues that have gone unchecked. So I would say treating those things to begin with would be the first thing you would want to do to curb this kind of gun violence. The next thing I would say would be train the police and make sure the police are readily available when these things happen, because that seems to be another issue that goes on with it. If they're not able to respond within a timely fashion, they need to have patrols, or they need to have a police officer in station at that school. I don't think the officer needs to be patrolling the school, because there's only one thing that they're there to do, which is stop an active shooter. So with that being the case, just leave it at that and keep the military out of schools.
20 minutes of prep for this debate. I'm very
Maida,
nervous.
question for Lethe, please.
Yeah, sure. So my question would be, why not put a police patrol inside the school itself instead of using patrols, which will have slower response times by default on the off chance that something does happen?
Yeah, that would be perfectly fine. Like have a mobile police station within the school and just have like shift changes periodically where there's a couple officers on hand. I think that's a pretty good idea. It's not terrible, and they wouldn't be armed officers just walking around the school because, as I said, they'd just be there for one purpose: monitor in case like there's an active shooter or some violent situation.
All right. So first of all, I have to say that the first one, might have stole my question. Second one, ANCOM stole my question. So
I saw your
now
Genius.
understand. Yeah, I now understand why the judges fucking bitch about me going first every time. All right. So, but I do have a question. I can take it a different direction. So Lethe, or I had a backup, a second string question. Lethe, Uvalde. We all know that that was the most egregious case of the system falling apart, right? So one of the things that was suggested often at that time was arm the teachers. Do you personally believe that teachers should be allowed, if they choose to take the appropriate CCW, etc., training and whatnot, to be a final line of defense in a case like Uvalde? Why or why not?
Kind of for the same reason. Like, teachers are there to teach. So yeah, even if they want to get gun training, that's fine. But the issue would be, if they had a firearm in a classroom, are they taking the proper steps to make sure that that firearm is secured to where no student could get a hold of it? Because I've seen many instances in a school where the teacher leaves for a moment, the kids are going through their desk, all of a sudden now the kid's got a firearm, and we've just basically given them the thing we're trying to keep out of the schools. So I think that's not the best answer.
All right.
That's gonna be
Fair
delayed.
enough. All right, so we do have a few questions coming in from the chat. Super duper cool. So the first one looks like it says, the Second Amendment says shall not be infringed. To this end, would it not be more efficient to arm the children themselves so they can protect the peers? Thoughts? I'll give it to each of y'all for about a minute. Should the kids be trained in how to sweep and clear as well, Z?
No! You're asking for a literal war zone to happen.
Okay, all right, fair.
If one person has one judgment against somebody, as soon as the first shot fired, all hell breaks loose.
Fair
You're
enough.
literally asking for daily occurrences of people being dumbasses. Because when a group of people are together, they generally act like a bunch of retards.
Yeah.
Just how it is.
All right. Lethe, I'm sure that you're a big fan of this plan. Do you think that we should just arm the kids while they're going down into the mines?
I mean, natural selection is a very important thing in evolution. So getting a battle royale going and making sure only the cream of the crop make it to graduation might be the best way to deal with our strain system. No, I'm joking. No, obviously, don't give kids guns. Let's try to make school and the learning process as safe and peaceful as possible.
Cheers. All right. Sorry there, Testy. That's not going to happen. All right. We got another one here from Razor. If there is resources to hire these armed guards, why is there nothing to hire competent therapist counselors to help prevent those future school shooters from happening? So,
Yes,
to
this is my
UZ,
thing.
using that same amount of resource that we were using to hire these school resource officers, what if those resource officers were instead counselors who were trained psychologists and therapists?
Number one, it's not their job. Number two, by initializing veterans in school, we would eliminate a big sense of funding, so we could implement
So
more
I
mental
have
health
had this idea
counseling
for a
into the
very
school.
long time, and yes, it would be very costly, but you know,
Okay.
I think it would be worth it.
Lethe,
rather than,
how do you feel about more
cutting our
counselors
money
instead
to
of
our
officers?
education department? Maybe
Yeah, I think
putting
counselors
something
would be
in like this
amazing.
would be a little
Like,
helpful.
definitely not
Um,
armed counselors, but counselors
Anyway,
in
so
general
I had this idea
to
where
try to
like
suss out any kids that are having
counseling
issues that may
is
lead to a situation like this.
basically a
Because
mandatory
prevention is the
thing
best
for
answer, in
kids
my opinion,
K
rather
through
than
12th grade.
proactively
And it could
putting
be like,
military
you know,
and
maybe a
creating a
30-minute
possible war zone within
session
a school.
once a month or a 45-minute
right,
session once a month.
Great
but
stuff.
It's mandatory
I think that was all the
because
questions
a lot
from
of
the
kids
chat. That was all the questions from the
don't ask
judges.
for help
So
when they need it.
I've already
or
put
they
the
don't
link
even
in the
know
chat
how
once.
to,
I will
or
put
they're
it
too
into the chat one more
embarrassed by
time.
their
If you
peers,
can
right?
see this, please
So
click it to vote
it's a
it.
mandatory session.
You know what?
The kids are
Z,
not
since you are
required to even
streaming
speak.
over there
If they
on
don't want to
your
talk, they
stream
can
and you're
literally
not
just like sit there and
playing
draw
with
or
us over
color or
here, I will
something.
message
But I
you
think
the
this would be
link
a
so
really
your
great
chat
way to,
can
first
actually
of
go
all,
ahead
like,
and click on that
weed
link
out,
and vote. And
maybe not weed out is a
with
good
that,
word, but like
we're going to kick
find
this over to the
out
judges. While the chatters
or
are
like
doing their
early
voting, the judges are going to
detection
make
of,
their
first of all,
decisions. Ancom, the
disabilities,
giant furry cat, is going to go
also,
first.
if there's
Ancom, are
child
you ready
abuse
to
going
render
on
judgment,
at the
my
home,
dude?
I
How
think
did
that would be a
you
really
like
good
it?
way
Yes, my
to
cat, Queens in a Durban
detect
Nerve
that
between
early
meows
on
will
if
be
you're
giving my
if you
verdict
have a
for me.
session with
All
a
right.
I love it.
a little
I
kid.
love that that's the
And
cat's
also,
name. I
I
love the
would
cat
love
that
it if
the
the
cat
kid
doesn't even
could
give a
have
fuck
the
enough to
same
look at us.
counselor
All right, let
throughout
us
their
hear it.
entire year at school.
Yes,
So, like
well,
for me,
in-
I went to
in
an
this
elementary
particular
school, middle school, and
case, I
high
do
school.
believe
So
the
maybe it would be like the same
Lord
counselor throughout
Document,
elementary school, the same
gave the
counselor throughout middle school, and the same counselor throughout high school. So you're with the same
idea
person.
of
You're building a
putting
repertoire
military
with
people in
them.
schools
You're
is
building
quite
trust with that
absurd.
person, and the kids feel
They-
comfortable
okay,
speaking to
I
them.
can't keep on that. I'm
Um,
sorry. I
Maybe if
tried.
you don't like your counselor, you
Nobody
would be
will
able
be a
to
clip.
request
Thank you for
like a
that. Go
different
on.
one or something
Alright.
like that. But
Anyways,
and these counselors would be
Yeah, so I gave it to
trained
Lethe in this one, 7-3.
therapists. They are
I
not allowed
believe he
to
gave
medicate any of the
the,
kids,
the
right?
most
All they're not
persuasive arguments
psychiatrists.
for
All they can
why
do is
this particular
have a discussion
proposition
with the
doesn't
parents and be
make
like, "Hey,
sense.
I've been noticing
Unfortunately,
signs
there was
that
also
your
some
child
points
might
taken
have."
off from Minded
I've been
Z.
noticing
He
signs
just
of your child
wasn't
having
a
some kind of
particularly
learning disability.
confident or fluid
And then it would
speaker,
be
whereas Lethe
on
was.
the parents at that point to
Lethe
go
was,
get the child checked out.
doing a fairly
right?
good
But it's
job
not like
at
these
keeping
counselors
control
are
of the
medicating the kids
conversation,
or
putting his
diagnosing them.
opponent on the back
They're
foot
just
a number of
somebody
times.
to talk to
So overall,
that the
the
kids are
performance,
mandated to
the
see
arguments,
once a month
everything,
for a
I
short
give this
period
one
of
to
time.
Lethe. Again, so 3-7 by your.
And like this could help with like
scoring
so many things, like
Cheers,
even just
3-7.
like
A reminder to
you know,
everybody
these
out there
kids
in
are going
chat while you're
through so
voting, this
much
is
with
not
their
about who you
hormones
like
and
the
their
most. This
social
is not about who
life,
you
and even
agree
just
with.
like
This is about who
balancing
you think made the best case and presented the best
school
arguments.
with their social life
Mida,
and their
sir,
family
I'm
life
sure
and
you are ready.
sports and
Yes,
stuff like that.
yes,
Like
Ancom.
Oh,
the
I was just saying to
counselors
the
are
chat,
just
yes,
there to
cats
give
are
the kids
absolutely
tools,
racist.
like life tools, and teach them
All
how
right,
to deal with
Mida.
the social side of life
Are you ready with
and the
your
mental
judgment,
side
sir?
of life
Yep.
and school.
Are you
and
gonna be
all-
saying
and
it or is your
friends
pet?
and relationships, all that shit.
I don't
So
have
I
any pets
personally
in
think
my
that would be a
room,
really,
and
really,
Okay.
really great
they're significantly
investment,
more
and I
racist
think it
than
would really
Ancom,
help
so I don't
with
think it's best to let them speak.
early detection of
Jesus
abuse,
Christ.
child abuse
Please,
in
man,
homes,
just go.
especially like if you're
All right,
sitting
so
down with 1st
I'll start off with
graders and
the affirmative
kindergartners,
position.
second graders, and
I
they're
thought
like
that
saying
the
weird
argument
shit.
for the quick response
like,
time compared
huh,
to the average police
maybe
was a
this
good
needs to be looked
argument. Proper
into,
training and
right?
threat
So-
assessment and strong
But
military
also just with
background and
normal
training under
cases,
some
like,
MOSs
oh, I had an
was a
argument
very
with my
strong line
friend
of
and
argumentation
I
as
don't really
well.
know how to handle
Training
it.
for
And the teacher
standardization
could
of
give them
or
advice. I
an
just think it would
argument
be
for
really helpful.
standardization of training was another strong argument. However, I think you acknowledging security alternatives without relying on armed SROs or military backgrounds was a detraction from the prompt. Another strong argument you gave was people interfering with poor communication that would be better for military vets who have experienced high intensive situations in the past and may know how to navigate them better. You also gave good arguments for evaluations of training, but it didn't necessarily back up the prompt, so I kept that at a neutral. As for Lethe's argument on the negative side, I thought you had a strong line of questioning with funding, especially exceptions as to how they're handled with creating a middleman. Talks about de-escalation tactics failures that happen throughout escalated military situations and their background. Mental health checks and PTSD make a hard sell for the case, which I thought was another line of argumentation. However, I did think you had a bad line of argumentation conflating guns being the problem, whereas in this case, it's just an extension of violence. They're being used as a tool to enact it, not necessarily the overall issue. Because we see all throughout other societies, there is lots of issues regarding knife violence in schools where guns are banned. You did a good line of argumentation with the histories of SROs having resulted in negative consequences outside of their MOS or work experiences. I thought you had a really good argument for policing should be the standard for security.
Sorry, guys,
However,
I didn't know
did
that the
detract
video in the
point for
background
saying
was
that
unmuted
police
while
should
I
be
was
the standard
talking.
on patrols and not
I thought it
necessarily in the
was.
schools. But you later corrected that in your final statement, and as a result, I gave it 7-3 in favor of Lethe.
Fair.
So then, yep, two 3-7s back to back means that this is already going to be in Lethe's hands. We already know our winner, but I am still going to go ahead and look to the the votes of the jury, so that we can see if this is a unanimous decision or not. Former military should be employed as school security. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 lock it in, and boom. Let's see. We are landing with an overwhelming 9-3 for Lethe. So that is a fuck me. That is 7-3 on all three, or 3-7, I guess. Audience as well. This is unanimous 3-7. I don't think we've ever had that before. Somebody go play the lotto. All right. So, gentlemen, thank you both very much for showing up. Lethe, as always, and Z, I'm glad you joined us. Hopefully we'll get to see you again soon. And just keep answering those prompts. We'll keep getting you in there. But if you have the ability, I know you said you got a plan, you're going fishing or something. So if you're not able to stick around, that's cool. But just so you know, in the future, after all of the debates are done, we always stick around in the hot box for about 30 minutes for each debate, for each prompt, so that everybody who's not currently able to speak can give you a piece of their mind, right? Because I guarantee you that that some of them are chomping at the bit right now. And Vigi, I can sense Vigi vibrating with fury at your words. So anyways, if you can, stay around. But if you can't, come back next time. Sound good? All right, cheers.
I definitely want to thank Minda Z for putting up this debate and challenging me. Like, it's great to see you. It's been a minute, and looking well, my dude.
Thank you.
Yeah, this was a grudge match, by the way. So
I could tell I was a little bit rusty, and that's partially why I had a knot in my stomach the whole day. No matter how much prepared I did, to be honest, I wasn't. I didn't even entertain thoughts that you had, and I should have.
That's all right, man. That's what we're here to do. We're here to get better, Z. And that's both of these judges are here trying to give you good feedback. They're not trying to be dicks. They're not trying to dunk on you. They're trying to say, hey, these are some things you can work on. And the more you do it, the better you get. So keep
and I'll just say this. I'm used to Bloodsport, so this is a total due airing, which is why I didn't want to interrupt Lethe while he was talking.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
Otherwise,
wasn't it more pleasant? Wasn't it more pleasant? Wasn't it more productive?
A little bit more, but it's like therapy yelling at stupid idiots sometimes. Like,
yeah, I know. But you can do that in a mirror, man. True. All right, brother. I appreciate you. We're going to go ahead and move on to our second debate for the night.
Oh, God. Here it goes.
This one. America is safer now than it ever has been. Full disclosure, we actually had a late cancellation on this debate. This was actually supposed to be Pocahontas and Ghosty, but Zach stood up and said he would jump in for us when she couldn't make it. So Ghosty is going to be on the affirmative and Zach is going to be on the negative. I'm going to throw it to each of you guys real quick one time, let y'all introduce yourselves. I'll drop your links in the chat. Ghosty, tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Ghosty. The G is spelled with the number 6. And I'm on YouTube. I mostly do like debates. I jump on panels, talk about politics, philosophy, feminism, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for showing. All right. And now Zach, becoming a regular here, and we're glad for it. Please tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you, sir. As soon as you unmute, tell yourself those things. It's all right. I set the precedent. You're just following along. I appreciate you. Making me feel better. I appreciate it.
Best streamer ever, I'm telling you. Anyways, hi, I'm Zach. If you're feeling adventurous, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, X, good chunk of the places. I am a Christian, father, husband, writer, business owner, and madman of some renown. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, cheers. All right, so one more time. America is safer now than it ever has been. I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock, I hope, if I can get the thing to work again. For some reason, it's malfunctioning. Please fucking function. Oh, Lord have mercy. Sorry, give me one split second. For some reason, the clock decided to shit the bed. Boom. There we go. There we go. All right. So, Ghosty, we're putting 3 minutes on the clock. You've been here before. You saw how it happened. You know how it works. This is uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, so the United States is definitely safer today than it ever has been. Reasons for this include technological advances for police departments and specifically in forensics. So, making crime, specifically violent crime, nearly impossible to get away with as long as even the smallest speck of DNA is left behind. Like, seriously, the technology that these forensic departments have today is incredible. We also have more life-saving technology today than ever before. So even in the small chance you are a victim of a crime, you are more likely to survive it than any other time in human history, therefore making us safer. Also, the use of cameras and cell phones is another contributor. When people feel they are being watched or recorded, they are less likely to commit crime. With all of the uses of doorbell cameras, home security cameras, business security cameras, dash cams, traffic cams, cameras on public transportation, and the fact that almost everybody is holding a cell phone at all times on them, this makes doing crime a lot more difficult today than ever before. And the statistics back this up. The Great Crime Decline, is what they call it, was the historic crime drop starting in 1991. Violent crimes plummeted by over 34%, and homicides fell by 43%. This reversed 2 decades of high crime rates not seen since the 1960s. Since then, there's only been a small spike of crime rates seen, most notably during the 2020 pandemic, and even that spike did not come close to the high crime rates of the past. Even when we look further back in history, during the mid-1800s, was a huge spike in crime due to the unstableness of our fairly new country. This is including the Civil War, slavery, and all that. Definitely not a safe time to live through. Not long after that, we had Prohibition, which is introducing the mobs and high rates of organized crime. Next, am I out of time? Oh, sorry. That was
No.
Okay. I thought I heard something. Sorry. Okay. Next, during the 1960s and 1970s, the country experienced a massive escalation of homicide rates. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, several complex societal, economic, and demographic factors were the cause of this spike. But it was like 10 in every 100,000 people, I think it was. I have to double check, but it was like it doubled basically homicide rates during the 1960s and 70s. So today there are less reasons to commit crime relative to any other time in America, as well as it is much harder to get away with compared to any other time in history, therefore making America safer today than ever before.
All right. So, Zach, 3 minutes is going on the clock for cross-examination or rebuttal. Go ahead and use the time as you see fit. I'll start it when you talk.
So my opponent made a couple of points that are a little bit non sequitur in nature. Technology does not equal safety. An improved ability to solve a murder does not make us safer. We must also then arrest the murderer and actually keep him in prison. And with the advent of the politicization of our justice system, activist judges, and all that, that is getting harder and harder to do. Furthermore, this one was really kind of funny in the fact that it reflects our dystopian hell that we live in. Cameras on cell phones do not make us safer. We just have a new phenomenon of massive groups of people standing there and filming people getting beaten to death instead of doing something or calling 911. Because they've been brainwashed by the internet into thinking that standing there with a cell phone camera recording someone being beaten to death is doing something. So I reject that technology is making us safer 100%. And if my opponent wants to respond to that, I'm happy to hear a response and then do a quick rebut before my opening.
Did you have any thoughts on that, Ghosty? There wasn't a direct question. It was more of a rebuttal. So, but he's giving you the opportunity to respond if you'd like.
So yeah, my argument obviously isn't that cell phones themselves make people safer, but the fact that you are less likely to get away with a crime, or you are less likely to do crime if you are being recorded. That does make you safer. And you can see this in the statistics with robberies, violent crime, blah, 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 etc.
So you think that the drop in crime is directly correlated to technology?
I think there's a major correlation, yeah.
Okay.
Not the only factor, but yeah, like the fact that it's much harder to get away. Like, you can't just throw a body in the woods anymore and nobody will ever be able to tell who did it unless there's a witness. That's going to cause less people to kill people and just throw them in the woods.
It's not supposed to work in theory. I'll give you that. If you want to go ahead and start my opening timer, that's fine with me.
All right, cheers. 3 minutes going on that clock. Start it up when you're ready, sir.
Many people, especially on the left, think for various reasons that the USA has become safer. Many think it's because their favorite politicians told them so. Others are slightly more brainwashed because they watch CNN and ABC, and if the talking box says it, it must be true. However, the claim that the USA is safer now than ever simply doesn't hold up to basic logic. My opponent mentioned this first part of this at least. During the COVID era, we saw a massive spike in basically every crime category. How can you say we are safer than ever when we live under a tyrannical government that unilaterally stole our rights from us at a moment's notice under pretenses they knew were false, and simultaneously, while taking our rights away from us, failed to protect us from our fellow citizens? 2. Many local governments have simply stopped cooperating with national crime data reporting. The assertion that we are safer because fewer crimes are being reported is a non sequitur, as many things can cause a drop in reporting. In the UK, the rape gangs went vastly underreported for decades because the institutions turned a blind eye. If you think a similar phenomenon can't happen here, that's just wishful thinking, wholly divorced from reality. In fact, we know institutions are already both underreporting crime data and warping it by labeling Black and Mexican offenders as white in their local databases. 3. Illegal immigration under Biden saw a flood of people from every corner of the globe into our country. If you think we are safer after an unprecedented flood of untracked, unvetted illegals from countries that largely hate us, then you are out of your mind. My opponent, and called it, my opponent will likely rely on crime data to support her position. But as I have already stated, it's going underreported. I'd argue deliberately, and what is getting reported wrong. And that is, in my opinion, undeniably being done in service to a political ideology, which is making us less safe because bad data warps our sense of reality. If we live in a false reality, how can we possibly accurately assess things like safety? Time.
All right. Now this time, Ghosty, it's your turn. 3 minutes is on the clock. You control this time. Use it as you see fit. You can use it to rebut. You can use it to cross-examine. Use it as you see fit.
Okay. So first of all, with the crime data, like, yes, I used FBI statistics, but I also used, and forgive me, I do forget the name. I'm trying to look it up right now because I did this on my other computer. But I also used statistics of from somewhere where they actually went to cities and talked to people and asked them directly if they were a victim of crime. So that's not going to, so not only relying on reported crimes to the police. So there's that. Second of all, the COVID thing, it wasn't a massive spike. There was a spike, but again, it went down shortly after, like literally within a year, and the spike was nowhere near as close to the previous spikes in the past, during the 80s, 60s, 70s, and earlier on in our country. So, is there any data that you have that backs up your statement that America is less safe today?
Well, again, I have data that backs up the underreporting. I'll drop the links in chat so that anyone that wants to look at these can. But my entire argument is this: you can't assert we are safer than ever when we simply don't have data to actually make that statement. We don't know how safe we are or aren't because the government is not reporting it.
Do you think crime is wait, the government's not reporting it or the people aren't reporting it?
Well, government is made of people. I'm certainly not saying that some magical government fairy
I mean the victims.
isn't.
Are you saying the victim, like people are victimized by crime and then they aren't reporting it, or are you saying the government isn't reporting the crimes that are being?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand your question. So what's not happening is local jurisdictions are not properly reporting a large degree of crimes to the federal government, and a lot of our crime statistics come from federal data that's aggregated from all the municipalities, all the cities, etc. And those cities and municipalities just aren't reporting.
And what's your source for that?
I put it in the chat. It's nsff.org. America has a crime reporting problem. This has been widely talked about by multiple sources. It's a well understood phenomenon.
Okay, I mean, I've heard conservatives talk about this, but I haven't seen anything to actually back it up, so I'll check out your link when I can find it. Anyways, all right, so we'll just like take that for granted, even though I'm not going to grant that. Do you think people... All right, so you think it's the government hiding the crime, right?
The word hiding assigns motive. It's not getting accurately reported regardless of motive. Even if you want to give them the benefit of the doubt, the truth is it's just not being accurately tracked.
All right, so do you think this is a new phenomenon from today, or do you think this happened in the past too?
It's possible that there's always been some degree of improper reporting, but the phenomenon has definitely gotten worse. The switching of the database system that the FBI was using is the commonly reported culprit of the issue. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that, but currently I don't have any evidence to back up anything deeper than the database switch.
So
All right, so real quick, we're going to roll into the to the open forum. I do want to let you know though that I did just do a quick fact check on the screen. Everybody could see. It looks like this comes from information from the Marshall Project. I did verify the Marshall Project's funding and bias, and it looks like they are generally funded by individuals and philanthropic organizations, and it looks like they're generally considered unbiased. So that said, if you click through in the original thing that he posted, where it says reported, it'll take you to the actual source information from the Marshall Project. So just wanted to let you know that all of that was fact checked. I'm putting 15 minutes on the clock here. You guys can continue where you left off. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, can you send that directly to me? For some reason, it's like, because I'm streaming, it's kind of difficult.
Yep. Nope. You're not on Twitch, so you didn't get to see it. So what I will do is I'm going to send it directly to you in Discord.
Perfect.
And I'm going to send you the link to the source material from the Marshall Project rather than the link that he posted. So there you go.
All right.
And you know what I'm going to do while you review that real quick? I'm going to go ahead and pause the time so we're not spending time. Y'all can, he's introducing source material. I'm going to bring it back up for the chat again one more time. This is the reporting rate according to the study done by the Marshall Project. And they go through by state, showing the reporting rate based on what the FBI shows of the crimes versus what is documented at the local or state level.
Okay, so it says participation has improved since 2021. 126 out of 3 law enforcement agencies in Pennsylvania successfully. So even if even if we are to grant this, it's still a small percentage of everything. Agencies reporting rate. I don't know. I still don't think this disputes overall, like, say there was a small issue in 2020 where or for a couple years where not all crime wasn't being reported in the data. I still don't think that disputes the overall statistics of, like, because if you look at the charts, there is a huge drop from the 1960s and 70s and the 1980s to today. So even if we were to add on a third of extra crime, I don't even know what kind of crime, like, again, I would have to go through all this. But
This is where the wording of the prompt gets really important now, doesn't it? So America is safer now than it ever has been. That's
Yes.
the prompt.
Yep.
So literally, if the statistical crime at this moment in time is 0.0001% higher than it was at any time prior to our history, you have lost the debate. That is the fact. And the fact that we go
Wait, how so?
underreported. What do you mean, how so? By what the prompt says. The prompt is America is safer now than it ever has been. That means for you to win this, you need to demonstrate that we are at an all-time statistical low in violent crime.
Yeah.
That's what it would mean to be safer than ever.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So even if we were to add on like a couple extra percentages of crime, of the already reported crime, it would still be lower than any other time in history in America.
Really, do you have a source to back that up, or am I supposed to take your word for
Well,
it?
if you look at the FBI statistics, here I can send it, and you look at the chart.
Yep. If you drop those in the link as well, yes, ma'am.
I don't know if this one's from the FBI directly. Hold on, I can get the FBI, but this is from the government. Sorry, I should have had all the links are literally on my other computer, but
Yeah, no worries. And for what it's worth, everybody, you guys are able, I've stopped the clock while we're doing this. You guys are able to submit to me any source material. I'd love it. We are set up so that I can bring these sources up on screen live. But again, you just got to send them to me so that I can have them ready. And if you want to, send them to your opponent so that way the opponent knows what you're doing. That's up to you. But at the very least, sending them to me does make things a little smoother when we're live.
okay. Let's see. FBI releases historic early look at annual crime data. So here's the one. Do you have any other points you want to talk about while I'm sending these? Or
Yeah, there you go. I can start the clock back up.
here's
Well, sure. I mean, we could
Multi-year.
it's also probably best to get this out before we get too in the weeds on the crime data. There's also the issue of the so far uncontested point that our government is not trustworthy. You know, the elephant in the room of this debate is all of this is relying on government data. And for you to rely on government data for the entire crux of your argument necessitates that the government be trustworthy. But the government isn't trustworthy. They lie to us all the time, verifiably. So how do you know we're safer than ever? You're relying on data from people that couldn't give a fuck about you if they had to, and have been known to lie to you over unimportant things, let alone important things.
okay. Well, again, I also looked at, and they spoke to like, it was like 250,000. No, maybe that was. Oh God, fuck! I wish I had this, but I also relied on data that talked to actual individuals. That they're not a government program, but they actually went out and talked and asked individuals. And what they found is that most people feel that the country isn't safe because they see it on TV, but they themselves haven't been a victim of a crime, and they feel in their current location is safe, but other locations aren't safe. So this is really just comes down to propaganda is how I see it, right? Specifically on the right, they want people to feel unsafe. They've been using these fear tactics for years. You mentioned the immigrants. Illegal immigrants commit less crime than regular American citizens. So I don't know. There's that. You acted as if they, are posing some enormous threat to our country as far as safety. But that's just not true again. So like, if you're just going to sit here and be like, oh, well, you can't rely on stats, then like, what are you going to rely on? You can't rely on stats either then. You can't rely on any information either then. So then you can't prove your point either. I could just say, everything that you're sending to me is fake. Oh, it's fake. They made it up. Like, it's disingenuous.
Okay, yeah, so let's explore that rabbit hole for a second. Let's say both of our sources are 100% unverifiable and untrustworthy. Then we are left with basic logical faculties to decide which person is more likely to be correct. Now, let's ask ourselves honestly, okay, am I safer when I have a bunch of people from other parts of the world, many of which hate us, flooding into my country completely uncontested and unaccounted for? Or am I safer with fewer humans, all of whom have been vetted by the legal system by virtue of the fact that they're not in prison, and who the government has some level of accounting for? Which one am I logically safer with? There's an obvious, clear answer here. So either we rely on the stats that Big Daddy Government provided to you, which, again, Big Daddy Government is not a reliable source, kind of an unreliable narrator. You know what, with all the lying, hey, how are those UFOs? Or we use basic logical deduction, which tells us, oh yeah, no, we're definitely less safe now because we have an entire horde of unaccounted for people going around our country doing fuck all. Fuck knows who.
Or we could use the logic that I proposed in the beginning that says that getting away with crime today is insanely difficult to do, especially with all of our DNA forensics. There are cameras literally everywhere in everyone's hands. Do you think if you're in a dark alley alone without a cell phone and there's no DNA technology and less police officers and less technology in general, you're more likely to be a victim of a crime? Or you're going to be more likely to be a victim of a crime when there's cameras everywhere, there's DNA forensics, and
okay, everything you're talking, here's the problem. You're creating a bridge where there isn't one. Just because there's more surveillance apparatus and investigatory technology and apparatus does not prevent the crime. Okay, we had a very famous instance. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. We had a very famous instance of a young man just walking up to another young man in a tent and stabbing him in the heart recently. People being around to see and surveil a crime does not deter the hardened criminal elements in this country.
So why don't...
That's thing one. No, hang on. I let you talk. Let me finish. That is thing one. Thing two, on the other end of all of that investigatory technology, we have to actually have the manpower to investigate it. And there is undeniably more criminals and more potential criminals roaming around than there are police, than there are investigators, than there are dollars to fund investigations. So it is a losing war of attrition. You cannot say, oh, we have more technology, therefore safer, because it's the actual manpower behind that technology that gives it any teeth, and that's a losing war of attrition.
Well, no, okay. So for your first point, why? So it's not being caught isn't a preventative of crime. So why don't robbers just go in the middle of the day, in bright daylight, in very populated areas committing crime? Why is it usually at night? Why is it usually when there's nobody around, when nobody is looking?
What are you talking about? There's thousands of videos online of crowds of people running into stores and stealing everything they can fucking get their hands on. What are you talking about? They don't.
I'm talking specifically about violent crime because we're talking about safety, right? I mean, also, even in that case, most people are doing that secretly. They're trying to do that secretly. Correct? Most people aren't just out here being like, "Hey, I'm gonna kill this person."
You are referring to a criminal status quo from yesteryear. Criminals have become very brazen, especially in big cities, because crime goes unprosecuted. This is what I was talking about with the activist judge issue. A lot of violent crime, and especially property crime, take it from a guy from Tacoma, Washington. The cops and judges in certain cities don't give a fuck about property crime anymore. I literally couldn't even get a police officer to come take a report from me when my mom's car got broken into
Okay,
and
and
my
how
shit got
about in
took.
the 1900s when police officers were literally bought off by mobs?
What about it? The 1900s were more dangerous than now. Okay, I can grant you that, and it still doesn't win you the prompt. You have to prove we're safer now than we ever have been.
Well, you just didn't you kind of just say that we're not safer?
Yeah, we aren't safer now
No,
than
that
we ever have
that
been.
we
That's
weren't
exactly right.
safer back then. You said, sorry, you just said there was
No,
more
that's-
crime in the 1900s, right?
Okay. You can
How-
have a U shape,
More
right?
crime
There can be a
makes you
lot of
less
crime.
safe,
There can be a lot of
correct?
crime in the 1900s, and then it can dip or undulate and do whatever. And if at any point there's a time prior to now where it was lower than it is now, you've lost the debate. Was that clear?
There is literally no time where it's lower than, at least within.
Okay, well, the graph you just had up on screen disproves that, so I guess you've lost the debate.
Was it within the past 10, 15, 20 years?
It was within the 2000s, yes.
Yeah, so I mean that's modern history. That's today.
Right. Oh, just oh, okay. So now we're gonna
I mean,
start
are
mincing
we
what
literally
the
talking
definition
about
of now
June
is.
13th,
Now we're gonna start playing with the
2026?
definition of now. Okay. No, for you,
Like,
I'm
sure,
sorry. I reject that.
yesterday there might have been more crime that
5 years
happened than
ago
today.
is not
Like,
now. 5 years ago is not now. Like, for the purpose of this debate, I would grant you like a time frame of 6 months, maybe a year.
6
Now can maybe mean like the rolling 12-month period, not 5 years ago. And your chart had a clear dip, like I think it was 2003, 2004. The dip was that it's lower than now.
I'm sorry, but that's just silly. Sorry, like within a 6-month period.
That's just silly. So
If-
5 years ago is now, according to you. That's silly. 5 years ago is a very long time. Empires fall in less time.
It looks like the lowest spike is in like 2010. So like what, 15 years ago?
Even longer ago. You gonna tell me 2010?
2010 and
is
2015 look like. Oh wait, no, hold on. 2019 also. 2019 is lower than 2015, and then when you look at today, I don't know. When I'm talking about this debate, I'm talking about like modern history versus any other decade. We could even go by decades. If like 6 months, I think is kind of
Well,
ridiculous.
I absolutely reject that. Now is not modern history. Now is like what's happening on the ground right now. If the prompt said
Okay, well-
America is safer this decade, then maybe you would have an argument. But the prompt says America is safer now. And 5 years ago, 10 years ago is not right now. A lot can happen
So
in
is
a
your
day,
argument that
let alone 5 years.
America was safer in 2015 than any other time in history. Would you concede that?
I would have to look at the data again because I was
But
looking
you don't
at,
even
you know,
believe in the data.
or more so right now. Well, we have to use something, and again, if we're gonna have a debate, I gotta stop somewhere. Zach, stop. Sorry, I saw something in my chat that was really funny. Anyways, yeah, we have to use something as a metric, whether we use logic, whether we use stats. Would I say that we were safer? If I had to guesstimate it, absent stats, would I say we were safer in 2015? No. I remember 2015 being a very turbulent year. My neighborhood was definitely getting less safe around that time. My neighborhood was definitely safer when I was a young kid versus when I was going to high school. So,
Well,
no, I don't think
don't you think
2015
you have
was
some?
particularly safe.
Don't you think you have some bias as like a child? Like you're not really exposed to the dangers of the world when you're a kid, so of course the world's gonna feel safer in general.
I rode around my neighborhood completely unattended, going miles away from my house with absolutely zero supervision. I was pretty
That's not what I'm
fucking
talking
exposed.
about. Like you're still.
I
you're-
was pretty exposed to the dangers of the world.
You're not dealing like on average with everyday adult life. Like I don't know. I feel like
Everyday adult life
using your
doesn't include
childhood is
violent
like
crime,
a
even now.
little bit. You're gonna be a little bit biased as a kid, but
Well, again, you're asking me for what metrics I would use absent stats. Like that was specifically your question.
So
You
what
said
do
you
you-
don't believe in stats. What would you use?
What
Well,
do
I
you
would
think
have
is
to
the
use personal
safest-
experience and logic.
What do you think is the safest period in America then?
What do I think is the safest period in America? That's a damn good
Or
question.
I guess you have to pick a specific
And-
year
and
since you only go by like a 6-month
then-
period, right?
Then I would also have to consider, well, what do I truly consider safe? Because, well, this period crime is low, but we're at war. Well, this period we're at peace, but there's a lot of crime. So safe is honestly kind of a nebulous word to use, in my opinion. I actually really don't like how vaguely worded some of the prompts in the DMZ are, but it is what it is.
All right. Well, on that note, insulting the debate is the perfect time to go straight into the closings, where we get to judge you, asshole. No, but for what it's worth, I do want to say, everybody who doesn't know this, the debates are the prompts come primarily from suggestions in the Discord channel. So if you don't like the debate prompts or you think you can do better, join the Discord server. Come on in, put them into the links, or I'm sorry, put them into the channel. And what we do is we go through the judges. We got a pool of judges who review the prompts, and they decide what the best wording for them is. So don't blame me. Blame their asses. All right, everybody. So we're going to go ahead and give it over to Ghosty for 3 minutes to put her closing arguments in uninterrupted time. Go ahead and start it up when you're ready, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm not really sure what my opponent's argument was. I'm not sure when he thinks a safer time in America was. He doesn't believe in the data or statistics, so I'm not sure what. And I knew that was going to happen because I've heard this from conservatives all the time, like, oh, you can't believe the FBI data, they're liars, blah blah blah. But I bet they believe the data that says that crime has gone down under Trump within the past 6 months, right? Okay, but anyways, I don't know. He didn't say that, so to be fair, but this is what I always hear. Anyways, so if you don't want to rely on data and you want to rely on common sense, I think my common sense and logic makes a lot of sense that if you are less likely to get away with crime, you are less likely to do crime. What causes people to do crime? Disparities, desperations, inequalities, all of which today we have less of than ever before. We have more programs to help people so that they don't have to commit crime. Of course, it's not perfect, so crime is, I'm not saying there's no crime, right? But there's less crime. We had the Civil War, we had Prohibition, we had insanely high homicide rates in the 60s and 70s. In the 80s, there was a lot of crime. We had all the drugs coming over, right? Like from Miami and shit like that in the 80s. The drug wars and stuff. So today, relatively to any other time, there's just not as much crime, and it shows it in the statistics, specifically violent crime. I think the only violent crime that shows has gone up is rape, and that is largely argued because it is actually being reported today, and it was rarely reported in the past. So that would make sense why the rates of rape show to have gone up. Let's see, other than that, oh right, so yeah, if you just want to use logic, then yeah, we have cameras everywhere, there's amazing forensics, it's much harder to get away with crime. Like, most people try to hide their crimes. They're not doing it out in the open. Of course, they're like sociopaths that don't care about that, but those are exceptions, and the rule is that most people try to hide their crime. So if you don't want to go by statistics and you just want to use logic, I feel like mine makes a lot more sense. So, nope, that's it. Thank you.
All right. Very cool. Now we're going to go over to you, Zach. 3 minutes uninterrupted closing time for you. Start the clock when you start to talk.
My opponent said she isn't sure what my argument even was, even though I stated it very clearly. So I'll restate it just so everyone has a nice little snippet to take to the voting booth. Incomplete data and bad reporting means we literally cannot know whether we are safe or not. She is relying on government data, but the government lies to us all the time. Epstein, UFOs, Kennedy assassination, etc., etc., etc. My opponent simply cannot provide a valid reason to trust the incomplete data or the government, nor can she demonstrate that crime is at an all-time low, because it's not. And with that, I see the rest of my time.
All right. That may actually be the shortest closing we've ever had. So we're going to go ahead and go over to our Q&A section here. I have questions already cooked up and ready. If you guys steal them, I'm going to be so sad, and I'm never going to invite you to play with us again. I'm just kidding. Ancom, do you have a question ready for Ghosty? Ancom, you are muted.
Can you go to Mida first for me? I'm still...
Absolutely. Mida, I assume you are ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead when you're ready.
Yeah, so my question for Ghosty would be, how do you determine a time frame for now, and how do you make that relevant when we're talking about such expansive amounts of years?
I'd say my time frame for now is probably like a good way to look at crime would probably be by decades. So like this past decade, so 2016 to now.
Okay. All right. There was a second half to your question there. What was the other half to your question, Mida?
Oh, how do you make it relevant?
Relevant?
Yes.
Like to the debate as it...
So why is that your criteria? I think you see.
Oh, I just think that's probably a good way to look at crime statistics because I don't know, usually the reasons for crime happen because of what's going on in the country at the time, and I don't know, I feel like cutting it into like 6 months period would be kind of hard to do, and second, it doesn't encapsulate like everything that's going on like historically. So like all the things that like lead someone to do crime, I guess would have to do with like the past couple of years. So does that make sense?
Yep. All right. Cheers. Ancom, are you ready with a question, sir?
Yeah. So, one of the things I didn't really hear either of you talk about was how you define safety. There were some allusions to it here and there, but could I just get you to define how you understand the term safety in this prompt? As in, like, what does that mean for the U.S. to be more or less safe than another time period?
So, mostly it would be the likeliness of having a violent crime committed against you. So, how safe do you feel, like your autonomy? Other people violating your autonomy? This even includes like police and the government violating your rights. I would include that in safety, which I feel like there is more police corruption in the past America than today. And yeah, just the likelihood of having a violent crime committed against you.
Cool. So now it's going to be my turn, and they didn't actually steal mine this time because I'm asking a really weird niche question. But you mentioned something about the crime drop in the 90s. I don't know if you're familiar with Freakonomics, the book, but they had a very interesting take and correlation that they drew in that book. And I'm curious if you've ever heard it and or how you respond to it. So the idea was that if you do the math, you were talking about the crime rates in the 60s and 70s versus the crime rates in the 90s and how they dropped sharply. Yeah. Everybody thought that the 90s were going to be absolute anarchy and bedlam based on the statistical arc, but that didn't happen. Whenever they looked, they couldn't actually figure out a solid excuse or explanation because things like the war on crime and DARE didn't show any direct impact. But what they did figure out was that was roughly 14 to 16 years, or 14 to 18 years after the implementation of Roe v. Wade, which is to say that abortion rates were directly tied to the decline in crime. I don't know if you've ever heard that thought, but what are your thoughts on that? And have you ever heard that as an explanation?
I haven't heard that specifically. I obviously believe that abortion accessibility would impact crime. Just not very long ago, I think like 10 years ago, the highest murder was the number one cause of death for pregnant women. So yeah, I think access to abortion would definitely impact crime rates.
Cheers. And now for questions for Zach. Are you ready with one for him, Ancom, or you want me to go with Mida first again?
Yeah, no, actually, in this case, I'm really just going to give the same question. How do you define safety in the context of this prompt?
That's to you,
So
Zach.
when I think of the word safety, I think about it from a kind of a two-factor understanding. So there's physical safety, and then there's psychological safety, a sense of well-being, a sense of safety, right? So my physical safety, that's obvious and well understood. People aren't beating the shit out of me. People aren't killing me. People aren't taking my stuff, breaking into my house, et cetera, et cetera. And then my psychological safety, my sense of well-being is a belief that the status quo of my physical safety will be maintained. So that's how I would define it, as having both the physical safety and a sense of psychological safety.
Right. And Mida, question for Zach, please.
Yes, sir. So, my question for Zach would be, if we can't trust institutions for crime reporting, how can we trust them for anything? And if that is the case, what's our alternative?
Yeah, man, I'd love the answer to that question. When you find it, let me know, will you? Yeah, no, I don't think the institutions are trustworthy. Activist judges and various other corrupting elements have made our legal system a mockery of justice at multiple levels. Legislators are putting bills through that make people objectively unsafe. The institutions aren't trustworthy. I absolutely maintain that position and will die on that hill. What's the alternative? I think the best alternative we have is to aggressively make our voice heard via voting and peaceful demonstration. And if that fails, 1776 is always the final option.
All right. Now, I'm going to sort of build off of Ancom's question. He did sort of steal the idea behind my question, but he didn't quite execute it the way that I would. So it's kind of more of a follow-up question to what he asked. So is less crime the only form of safer, or can lowered consequences also be considered safer? And what I mean by that is, if I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, I'm not less likely to get shot, but I am definitely safer from the consequences of being shot. So in other words, in the debate, it was brought up that the current forensic and prosecution technology, ability, et cetera, system is improved. So if that is making us safer through the impact of the crime, would you agree that that would be some form of safer, at least? Does that make sense? Are you safer from being from being shot
So
by wearing a bulletproof vest?
remember my definition. Psychological safety is
Yep.
just as important. When people feel less psychologically safe, they actually become more prone to engage in violence as a way of reasserting control over their immediate environment. So, no, getting shot, even if I'm wearing a bulletproof vest, getting shot definitely rapidly deteriorates my sense of safety, both at an individual and societal level. The bulletproof vest saves my life, but it does not preserve a sense of safety at all.
All right. Good answer there. All right. So, y'all know what it is. It's time for you guys to vote. I'm going to drop the link into the chat for everybody. Boom. Ghosty, you are streaming over on YouTube, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm going to give you the link so your viewers can also vote. Everybody who's on Twitch, though, you guys should see it in the shared chat. I'm going to drop it into my own YouTube and Kick real quick so that everybody can vote over there as well. It costs you nothing, so go ahead and click that. Tell us who you think made the most compelling case tonight. Do you think that it was Ghosty on the affirmative, or do you think that it was Zach on the negative? While you guys are voting, we're going to go over to the judges, see what they thought. Ancom, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
I
Vote
am.
for me,
All right,
guys.
let me hear it.
I'm going to lead with saying I'm honestly a little disappointed in this debate because I feel like both sides, and I confirmed this in my question, both sides only took safety to refer to interpersonal violence. They focused on crime statistics and police reporting and all those kinds of things. They did not account for what is, I think, the majority of the threats to safety in this country, which are things like accidents, disasters, disease, etc. Unfortunately, neither of them touched anywhere near any of these topics, which I think is a grave disservice to the prompt itself. But having said all that, I will point out that Ghosty at the very least alluded to tangential things when she was talking about the advancements in technology. She didn't specifically mention things, but advancements in medical technology, in rescue and rescue and public safety technology, things of this nature. So at the very least, for having brought that up in a tangential sense, I'm definitely giving her bonus points for that. That said, I really think in this conversation, Zach had the most conversational control across it. Unfortunately, Ghosty wasn't always ready with statistics. And although I think Zach made a number of arguments that I don't believe were logically sound, he was very good at taking the control of the discussion. Overall, I would say I think Ghosty did a little bit better in defending the position than Zach did at tearing it down, but it was a very, very close decision for me. If I could give fractional points, I would, but I can't, so I'm giving it 6-4 to Ghosty.
6-4 for the affirmative. Now, Maida, you are up, sir. Just so you know, everybody, I did miss a question from the chat. We will actually get to that in the after party. I will save that one up. I'm sorry I missed that one, Testes. But I do think that the question sort of got answered in the course of the debate. But we will get back to it. Maida, are you ready to render judgment?
Yep.
Let me hear it, sir.
So I'm going to start off by saying I'm going to go ahead and apologize because I'm not known for being the nice guy, but this was the lowest scoring debate that I've scored in my history of judging. So we're going to start off with the affirmative. I thought that the strong arguments made were advances in technology make it easier to incarcerate offenders, or the logical conclusion of that. You advocated along the lines of having more surveillance allows us to be able to better create preventative measures, which were both very strong arguments. However, per capita crime data not associated with an institution, I wouldn't argue is reliable. So things like surveys that you brought up are things that I wouldn't necessarily give credence to, as these are just the plural form of a simple anecdote. Per capita crime being higher in previous years was a strong line of argumentation. You acknowledged a spike in crime, but it doesn't disprove the rule, which I thought was a good line of argumentation as well. There were certain times where things were looked up and it was only the lowest crime since X years or X placement, which I felt like detracts from your side of the argument when the prompt is that it is the lowest crime rate ever. The usage of immigration statistics in regards to like per crime capita, I feel like is an outlier because immigrants still make up a minority in the country. So we're not necessarily looking at the majority when we're making these claims, even though it was a rhetorical tactic against Zach. I gave you a double plus here, which is very rare, where you called into question the stats. If we can't trust the government, then how do you cite them and make a rhetorical argument against that? Which it's very rare for me to give a double plus, but I did give you one here. You made another strong argument of criminals still taking measures to avoid capture, despite all of the preemptive measures and the new systems that are put in place. And by the end, you had deviated slightly away from the prompts and for your line of argumentation, which I detracted points for. And then on the negative side for Zach, you argued that crime isn't reduced by the preventative measures multiple times, which I thought was a very strong line of argumentation. You brought up the compromised judges and criminal system, which I thought was a very good line of argumentation, very strong rhetorically and logically, considering the current administration and the political climate within the United States. However, you injected political ideology rather than acknowledging the failed reformations of the current system, which I reduced points for, and the institutions that can turn a blind eye to crime, but you also used a politically motivated idea for this rather than acknowledging it flat on its face. So that was another reduction, just as a result of the fact that you then stated that the acknowledgement of these can be independent of a motive, which undermines your previous claim. And I gave you additional points as well for the underreporting of crimes that created a false narrative in regards to crime reduction in certain areas, which I believe is another very strong rhetorical line of argumentation. You called into question the government honesty, which I think is a good in this specific case because the government does have a history of lying. You tried to make an argument for deduction based on foreign propaganda, which doesn't really do anything because foreigners wouldn't know anything about our system. And if we can't trust the government, they have no basis for their claims. You brought up underfunded systems leading to poorer crime enforcement, which is a very strong claim. You called out the opposition's claim of exceptions, which I think was very, very strong as well. You made an incalculable amount of strong prompt appeals, which I thought controlled the conversation rhetorically very well. But you finished on appealing to anecdotes, which I deducted points for. Overall, I actually had it scored 2 to 3 for Zach, but I can't score that low, so I actually give it, rounded up 6 to 4 in favor of Zach.
All right. So we have a 6-4 for Ghosty and a 4-6 for Zach. And y'all know what that means. That means that it is in your hands, audience. You guys are the jury. You guys are the ones who are actually going to decide who gets to take home this win. But I do want to say, both of you judges, I enjoy when either of y'all shows up to judge. Y'all are definitely top shelf judges, and I appreciate y'all. Okay, so we're going to give it a couple more minutes here to, no, not minutes. We're going to give it a couple more seconds to let everybody lock in their votes while I get over there to the next one. But yeah, we've got, okay, we got a pretty decent turnout. If you guys have just a couple more seconds before I look at the results, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For all the marbles, kids, it looks like 12-6. That is a 7-3 in favor of Ghosty. According to the audience says the negative wins with a 3-7. So, great job, Ghosty. I think did you win your first debate here? Do you remember?
I think I did, yeah.
I feel like yeah, you did. So that's 2-0. All right, and you beat Zach, who is not an easy opponent, and it was a close win, Zach. Great job. I appreciate both of y'all. Once again, as you heard me say to the last debaters, stick around if you can. If you can't, I appreciate it. I appreciate y'all showing up, and I completely understand. But with that, we're going to go ahead and say thank you both, and we're going to roll on to our last debate of the night. Loodle, are you still there? Because your camera is gone. You're muted, buddy. Oh my God. I'm telling you, people. I'm telling you.
Let me hide this so I can.
Hang on one second, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm going to assume he just walked away to the bathroom or something. Okay. Lord have mercy. There we go. Loodle, where'd you go? Loodle has now completely left the building, kids.
He is down in the tavern. He is still.
Yep. Did somebody else move him? Yeah, Loodle done skadoodled. You got it. All right, so we've lost Z.
I got the boot.
Wait, he's there.
Zach.
He's undeafened. He's here.
Yay! So why is he down there? I am so confused.
I'm moving him. Give me a sec.
I got it.
Okay.
Welcome back, Loodle. All right.
Loodle's been here.
Ludo's been here, but you were muted, and your camera has gone off again, sir. So if you can turn
Yeah,
that back
you
on.
were deafened, so you couldn't hear us talking in
Yep.
the Discord.
It's all good. If you, like I said, if you would turn your camera back on for us, because we're going to go ahead and get to your debate now. Our third and final debate of the night, gentlemen. This is
My God. Okay.
almost. Hey, appreciate the follow there.
I've been here. I've seen the whole catastrophe.
Yep. So
Son of a
we
monkey.
just
Turn your
need to
camera
see
on
you, my
and-
friend.
Yep.
Turn
no,
your
not
camera
on
on for us.
Discord. On Video
you
Ninja.
You gotta turn the camera on in Video Ninja, not Discord.
We're good?
Nope.
You see me.
Not
You
yet.
see me.
Nope.
I see you.
Okay,
we see
my
you in Discord.
to Jerry,
Turn your
my
camera off in
Discord link
Discord.
should now be in the
wait,
description
wait,
under this
yeah.
video as well.
Alright, so the camera's off in
you go.
Discord.
Now go to the screen where you see
You see me? I can
Horseradish's
just
face, big screen,
Post
and
it
turn
here.
your camera
oh,
on.
I can post it in the chat. Okay, cool.
Hang on. I'm so sorry. Hey, everybody.
Sorry, man. It's not. You're
Okay.
not the first person to experience tech difficulties.
No, and Cap has helped me out, so I appreciate him. But I hear a bunch of monkeys talking in the background.
I do not hear monkeys. So you should mute that website immediately.
Oh, I mean, that's
Yeah, I get called NCAP a lot, Rufus.
Yep. And again, that website that you are looking at, you just need to make sure and mute it and deafen it. If you haven't already, I did put that in the instructions. Unfortunately, it is the nature of the beast when it comes to
oh my God.
that website.
Oh, okay.
It's also why we have it set up so that you.
So I'm not gonna lie, I barely prepared for that debate at all. Also, I was running late, so I wasn't able to. My computers like used to be linked, like my Microsoft accounts, but now they're not. So I always forget that my notes on my main computer don't automatically go to this one. So I had to like rewrite my entire opening, and I didn't have any of my sources ready, which was embarrassing. That was probably the worst part of it. Also, because I'm streaming, I'm like trying to open up his shit, but it like, yeah, it was the sources was kind of a mess part, but yeah, overall, I think it went okay. I knew that my opponent was going to be like, well, I just don't believe the statistics. Like, it's so hard to argue against that. What the fuck are you supposed to say? Like, I don't know, it's just fucking annoying. They always do that. Well, I don't believe the data. Okay, then why are we even like having this debate? Like, we're supposed to use common sense. There's a bunch of immigrants in the country. Like, I don't know. It was fucking weird. Thank you.
In these debates, there's a whole channel where you go to where you see the prompts get posted. Just click on the link in there that gets posted every time we have new debates come out, new lists come out, new prompts. And what I do is I collate all of those responses, find the fairest and most interesting debate pairings, and I get those scheduled. So if you're interested in playing along with us or trying this out, let us know, and we will definitely get you out here. Also, coming at the end of this month, we're still waiting on the camera, Little. Coming at the end of this month.
We now make it
There
work.
you are, brother. We can see that fine sport coat you're rocking. All right. So
I'm
at the
sorry.
end of this
I've
month,
been
no
trying all
worries.
night
We
to
got
make it
you.
work.
We're good.
I apologize.
Oh, good. No worries. At the end of this month, our last two debate nights of the week or of the month. Is that a frog? You just showed us a frog, Ghosty? Is that what that was?
Oh, sorry. Can you see me?
Yeah.
No, Ghosty's doing something on camera.
Oh my god, I'm
It's
so
okay, Ghosty.
sorry.
No worries.
I thought only
it's
my
all
chat
right.
could see
we
me.
like the frog.
He's
Yes,
better
it's
than
a
I
frog.
am. I mean, The only
Yeah.
frog I
So
have is my-
last weekend of the month, we're gonna have a nerd night on a Friday night, and I'm gonna actually get into the ring, and I'm gonna be debating on Saturday night against anybody who wants to come up against me. I'm gonna be doing short form debates. All of them are gonna be about 15 minutes long. We're gonna do about 8 of them in a night for both the nerd night and for the debate the radish night. So
Let's
that's
effing
it.
go.
We've got everything set up, kids. Let's effing go indeed. Our final debate of the night. Video game addiction is a serious health problem for society. This is between Loodle Miss on the affirmative and Vigilante TV on the negative. This is Loodle's first time here. So Loodle, please tell everybody who you are, what you're about, and where they can find you. I'm going to drop your link in the chat.
I appreciate you. So I guess I am Little Miss. Little Miss is actually my daughter, but that's all good. So yeah, I do a podcast called This Podcast Will Become Your
Alright, they
Tune. We do
can't see me
Sleep Token.
anymore.
If you're a fan
Free
of
to
Sleep
smoke.
Token, we do that. If not, I do more debate and philosophical stuff on the Little Miss side of the. That's where you can find me. That's who I am.
Am I new to online debating? I don't think so. At this point, probably not. I have like no debate background or anything like that, but I've debated on the internet for probably like a year or two now.
With that said, your fellow Ohesian, Vigilante TV, go ahead and tell the folks who you are, what you're about, and where to find you, sir.
Yep, you can find me at the Vigilante TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I do mostly politics content.
I'm
I
interested
also
in this
game.
debate.
I'm going to be on the World War debate. My debate has already been recorded. It's going to be very interesting. Very interesting.
Good for you, brother. That's a huge accomplishment, actually. Good for you, brother.
Very, very excited to see that shit happen. All right, so we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock, Loodle. This is your uninterrupted time for an opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
All right, sounds good. So basically, what we're debating here today is whether or not that the addiction to video games is a problem or a serious health problem for democratic society. So, in a democratic society, right, any knowing detriment to individual agency inherently undermines the interest of that society. So democracy depends upon informed, autonomous citizens exercising their civic responsibilities, right? Voting, participating, and then in the debate or in an election, and then holding power in that, right? When that addiction erodes those problems, right? We have society as a whole which suffers, right? This is not just an individualistic harm, right? It's structural. The resolution of the prompt grant that video game addiction is a real phenomenon, right? Compared with controlled or proprietized definitions, right? So the WHO CDC IDC 11 guess that there are between 7.5 and 10% of population worldwide who are affected by this. And if you go by the DSM-5, we get to be between 11.5 and 13.5%. So we can just kind of grant the fact that this is a problem. The only question we're having to answer is like, what problem is it for a society as a whole? And that's kind of where we're at today, right? And so I'm happy to answer any of my opponent's counter arguments. If you want a practical example, if you want like an actual like a court case in Ohio where this plays out, I'm happy to give that to you too. It's CDC 2025-11 McCollum versus Ohio, or Ohio versus McCollum. I'm also happy to talk about in a more societal structure. Like, okay, is this a bigger problem for society as a whole? Or if you want to go to the and say, is there an ethical problem here about video game addiction being an ethical problem for society as a whole, and that society expands beyond America, I'm happy to do that as well. So I stand open for cross-examination. I would like my opponent to clarify exactly which of these three manners, or all of them, I'm happy to go, which he wants me to impact them out.
All right. It sounded like you were ending your time there, so we'll go over to 3 minute cross-examination rebuttal from you, Vigilante. I'll start the clock when you start to talk. You know what to do, sir.
Yeah. So, does your case distinguish between somebody who has who games because they enjoy it, and somebody who games to avoid depression or loneliness?
So video game addiction is defined by both the CDIC-2 as well as the DMZ-4, right? Or sorry, the DMV-4, right? As something that impacts their ability to function in real life, right? Like their ability to actually function and participate in a meaningful way in society. So we already granted that video game addiction is a problem, and now we have a subclass of people who fall into that, which is between 7% of the population or 13% of the population. So, like, I mean, if you want to argue about what the actual definition of addiction is, it's the same thing for alcoholism, same thing for drug addiction. It's if it impacts your life that you can't functionally perform in society, and those are the statistics currently available. Does that answer your question? I'm
So-
sorry, I wasn't trying to defray.
So no, then it doesn't make a distinction between people who are gaming a lot.
Oh,
because they
so-
enjoy is
So
gaming
yeah,
a lot
sorry.
for-
So my point is only
avoid
trying to
depression.
capture though. My point is only trying to capture those who are actually functionally addicted. So all
Yeah,
the
but
people you're talking
the,
about who like it a lot
So the actual
would fall outside.
No, the actual definition does include people who just play it a lot because they like it.
No, it doesn't. The functional definition actually includes people who have deferments from their actual functional roles in society based upon their loving for gaming. So that would fundamentally exclude the people you're trying to include.
No, because I'm asking specifically about avoiding depression, like if they're doing it because they enjoy it, or if
That's
they're doing it
irrelevant.
because they
That's
want to
irrelevant to the
avoid depression.
that's irrelevant to the diagnostic criteria.
It's not irrelevant. But anyways,
The diagnostic
we-
criteria it is.
I'll
Because,
explain
look,
why
even,
it's not
even,
irrelevant.
even
in
if
my opinion.
even if somebody really loves to do it, right? The question that makes it diagnostically significant is whether or not their love of it actually prevents them from functioning with relationships with their other worldly, like their other like life functions, right? And that's what's diagnostically significant to get them actually to be diagnosed with video game addiction. So, like, explain to me how it's not relevant.
I'll get to that in my opening statement. Is
I'm sorry.
binge watching a serious health problem for society?
It's irrelevant to the topic.
It's not, and I will explain why in my opening statement.
I would appreciate that.
So if we treated underlying depression and social anxiety of heavy gamers, would you expect their gaming to decrease?
That has nothing to do with the topic.
It does.
The topic. Okay,
How
so
does
you're
that
you're
not
trying
have
to
to do with the topic?
backdoor. Like if we could like treat people so again we can in a sense to alcoholism or drug addiction, right? It's like, oh, if we could like tell people who are going to be drug addicted when they were like 15 and we could like help them out beforehand, well, maybe that would work. But the point is that the topic specifically relates to there are people who are addicted to online gaming. Now, is that actual addiction a problem for society? That's the prompt.
All right. And it is now your time to open, Vigi. 3 minutes on the clock. Start it up when you start to talk.
Okay, the classification of gaming as an addiction or disorder rather than the symptom of an underlying disorder purely reflects a cultural discomfort with gaming as a medium, more than it reflects a clinical science. We do not classify binge watching, doom scrolling, or workaholics as having formal disorders, despite the fact they have identical behavioral signatures and are just as prevalent, if not more prevalent, than the supposed gaming disorder. Gaming got classified as because it's visible and associated with young people. Gaming disorder is escapism rebranded as an addiction because it makes people feel uncomfy. Peer-reviewed psychology has established two clear dimensional models of escapism. Gaming disorder classification ignores this distinction and pathologizes
Pathologically.
all heavy gaming, including the majority that psychologically is healthy, as a psychological disorder. Self-expansion or positive escapism is motivated by curiosity, enjoyment, mastery, correlated with well-being and life satisfaction, promotes autonomy and competence, they remain functional in other domains associated with intrinsic motivation, and most gaming falls under this criteria. Self-suppression or negative escapism is motivated by avoidance of real-world distress, correlated with depression and social anxiety, suppresses rather than resolves problems, shows impairment in other life domains, caused by pre-existing psychological need frustration. This is a small minority and gaming is a symptom, not the cause. When escapism becomes excessive, it functions as compensatory coping for pre-existing psychological issues. This reaction to negative life circumstances makes the social health problem an issue of society not meeting psychosocial needs of people, driving them towards extreme escapism. The problem is our societal structure, not the gaming itself. If anything, we should be focusing on treating the underlying causes: anxiety, depression, social isolation, and their causes within society, whether that's the loneliness epidemic or the failure of society to provide for people's basic needs. The current estimate of people suffering from gaming disorder is widely contested, and at the least generous numbers is roughly around 1% globally. What that makes this as about as prevalent as a third trimester abortion. Blowing up non-issues with underlying health reasons out of proportion is just like mainstream reactionary politics and is terminally online coded at its finest. We need to focus on treating the disease, not the symptom.
All right.
Cool.
3 minutes is now on the clock for you, Little. Same thing as earlier. You saw how he used it. You can use it that way, or you can use it as a rebuttal time. 3 minutes is yours to control, so go ahead and jump in, ask any questions, or rebut as you see fit, sir.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. So, do you disagree that there is actually a diagnostic criterion on the WHO ICD-11 and the DSM-5? It's a yes or no question.
I do not disagree that there is diagnostic criteria.
You
on the
don't
DSM-5
disagree, so the
or
answer is yes, then, right? So you don't disagree, so the answer is yes, then, right?
I agree that diagnostic criteria exist. Yes.
Oh, okay, good, great. So what you're saying then, basically your argument is that like those people might not be included properly in that criteria is basically the thrust of your argument, right?
So with the criteria, in order to meet the criteria, you only have to meet 5 of those, criteria points.
My question is the thrust of your argument is that there are, you're saying that there's a lot of people who escape the diagnostic criteria, right? But you would agree that those who meet the diagnostic criteria meet the diagnostic criteria, right?
I think you're misunderstanding my argument. I'm saying that
I'm not asking about your argument. I'm asking a very specific question. The people who meet the diagnostic criteria meet the diagnostic criteria, right?
Too many people can meet the diagnostic criteria, yes.
My floof.
Because the diagnostic criteria
okay,
is
but that's
broad.
my question. All right, okay, fair enough.
He's
All
actually
right, so the next question is that
my boyfriend's, but so I'm his stepmom.
Actually, I'll go to rebuttal at this point in time then. So the point is that he's saying that
He's
people
my
can't.
stepson.
So we already have 0.7% of people, if you are the low end, like in the statistics he cited himself, right? On the WHO.
I'm currently in his
ICD-11
room,
or
so that's why I brought up
DSM-5,
this
right?
picture. 'Cause
Or
he's
between
staring at
0.17
me.
and 0.7%, right? That we already get that, right? Well, if we have looked to like what the actual like real world scenario is, right? We look and see like, oh well, that was be enough votes to shift the entire election in the United States of America. So to say it's not societally significant is kind of irrelevant at that point in time, because like
We wanna get
obviously
him a friend,
if those people are the numbers, even on the low end, then it obviously can make the entire society change. So that kind of like gives the game away at that point. The next question I would ask you then is so what's the point? So if people are hiding themselves and they get a lot of good social validation, right? From this, right? How does that exclude them from being diagnosed significantly as having video game addiction? Like
are you familiar with the actual diagnostic?
I am. So separate those out from me.
So with the diagnostic criteria, there's a list of at least like 10 different things that you
He doesn't even look real. He's so cute.
could possibly be diagnosed with, and then you only have to meet 5.
What makes it addictive? The key point is what makes it addictive as opposed to a personally preferred behavior.
It's not an addiction.
It is, but it influences your. Would you agree with me that it influences your actual ability to function in life? That's what makes it an addiction as opposed to a preference, right?
And gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and put the 15 minutes on for the open forum. Just go ahead and keep rolling. But it is no longer controlled. It is between the two of y'all, as you wish.
No, go ahead, brother.
I
I talked
don't
a lot,
dis-
so you go ahead.
I don't agree that it can always meet that
No, I
criteria.
said
where
always.
it's, hold on. Yeah, no,
Okay.
it doesn't always meet that criteria, right? So so I pulled up the criteria so we can read it real quick. The
Go ahead.
criteria is preoccupation with gaming, withdrawal symptoms when gaming is taken away, tolerance, the need to spend more time gaming to satisfy the urge, the inability to reduce playing, unsuccessfully attempts to quit gaming, giving up other activities, loss of interest in previously enjoyed activities due to gaming, continue to game despite problems, deceiving family members or others about the amount of time spent gaming, the use of gaming to relieve negative moods such as guilt or hopelessness, the risk having, jeopardizing, or losing a job or relationships due to gaming. Not
Yeah,
in,
but
in
like
order
the
to
whole thing
in-
is. Oh,
hold
sorry, I'm
on.
sorry. Go
In
ahead, go
order
ahead.
to actually be diagnosed with this, you only have to meet 5 points of this criteria, which is why in the cross-examination, I brought up whether or not your case that you're making, when you're making the case based off of the actual diagnostic criteria, does it distinguish between someone who games a lot because they enjoy it or somebody who games to avoid depression and loneliness? Because the fact is the diagnostic criteria does not do
Because
that.
it clinically does. No, it.
No,
that's-
it literally does not.
All right. Well,
you
explain to
can
me.
be you can be preoccupied with gaming, and you can
My definition of gaming addiction was that which makes it so you are not able to function in society properly. That's my definition I give you from square one.
Oh, I love cats.
So
yeah, that's
Um,
your proprietary
my
definition. But when
current
we're talking
cat
about
Proprietary
gaming
my
disorder as a
butt.
be
whole,
very upset if I brought another
it is
cat
proprietary because I
into the
literally just
house.
read you
She's
the actual
just a-
diagnostic criteria from the DSM-5.
She's just like a single
right,
cat.
but
girly,
you're not arguing
you know?
the DSM-5. You're arguing
She
whether or not
gets
it's bad
very
for
stressed
society.
and upset
So
around
I'm
other
telling you, if
cats.
anybody meets these criterion, which is the fact that they are disengaged, that they are unable to fulfill their basic functional society metrics, right?
She
Then that
almost
makes them
blinded
negative for
my
society. That's
old
the
roommate's
prompt.
Cat.
Yeah, in order to meet that you're adding on parts of the criteria. Gaming
No, I'm not
disorder
at
as a
all.
whole,
But we wanna get him another
don't
bunny
have
friend.
Nobody
and-
said gaming
the-
disorder
my
is not
boyfriend
part of the
first-
prompt.
Gaming disorder is what you're calling
No,
video game
gaming
addiction,
addiction
right?
is.
Because
When my
I
fir-
use
when
the
my
gaming
boyfriend
addiction
first brought
definition.
gaming addiction doesn't
his rabbit
exist.
home,
Gaming addiction
he
as
had a
a
sister,
Well, then why is
diagno-
it
but the
prompt?
sister
as a
died of
as a diagnostic criteria,
some kind of
gaming
medical
addiction doesn't
issue
exist.
within
It's
like a
gaming
year
disorder.
you're-
for
so
life.
you're-
That's the
so you're-
diagnostic
Denver's
criteria.
been
So
alone ever
you're
since
critiquing
then.
the prompt, not my argument. You're critiquing the prompt. You're running like a fundamental K on the prompt.
My cat
Right? That's
doesn't
what- that's
know
your position,
that
then?
the rabbit exists.
My position is that
Masking.
gaming addiction doesn't
I'm in the
exist. And
rabbit's
gaming
room
disorder
right
well,
now.
is a
there you go. Okay, fair enough,
miscategorization.
fair enough.
His
The
room-
problem is
He has basically the whole
prompt
room,
assumed
and
it
then
does.
my
The prompt
streaming
assumes
desk
gaming
is
addiction
right
is a
next to
thing.
it. Like you
Yes,
can
but
see
that
the-
defined
doesn't
it, and I
mean
defined. No,
gaming
hang on.
exists.
Let me finish.
That doesn't grant that gaming
his little
addiction
castles.
exists. I don't have to
No,
grant
so
that
your
gaming
cat- so
addiction
I don't-
exists. So what I am
and
saying
the
is that
cat
gaming
stays
addiction
over there, so-
is a miscategorization of escapism.
so you're
to call
so
it
you're arguing
escapism and
with the
addiction.
prompt.
I have seen
You're
videos on
arguing the
Instagram
prompt,
of
not with
cats
me,
and
which is fine.
rabbits
I can handle
being
that.
friends.
But you just have to be fucking honest and say, like, okay, I'm arguing against the prompt. I don't think the prompt is, because I think the prompt is saying something that's not a real thing. If you want to say that and state
Oh
your
yeah, I
claim,
feel
go
like I've
ahead
never
and do
seen
that
an
right now.
aggressive
I'll argue with on
ragdoll
that ground.
cat.
Is that where you're going? Do it now.
That is my argument that
Right, great.
gaming addiction does not exist, and that
All right, cool.
gaming addiction or gaming disorder which is what it's actually called, is a
No, it's called gaming addiction in the
of
prompt. It's called gaming addiction in the prompt.
I'm talking about gaming
I'm
addiction
talking about
as a
what are your
diagnostic
bones with the
criteria.
prompt. My God.
I'm talking about gaming
What?
addiction as a diagnostic criteria is actually called gaming disorder.
I'm talking about
And
the prompt we're
gaming
supposed to debate.
disorder.
Gaming is just like anything else.
Are you
Like,
quibbling with the
realize
prompt?
this.
Are you quibbling with my
Is gaming
analysis?
itself a detriment? No. Can people use it detrimentally to
Your
themselves? Sure, but you can do that with
analysis is
literally
also
anything.
flawed
So
because it
But
assumes
that's
that gaming addiction
that's
exists.
gaming
not answering my
can be-
fucking question though, bro.
super beneficial.
Are you quibbling
Brother,
with the
we're-
prompt? Are you saying the prompt is fundamentally flawed because
All right,
gaming
so real
addiction is
quick-
not a thing?
Gentlemen, I'm going to just jump in real quick just to clarify. According to what I'm looking online, gaming addiction is officially recognized as internet
Yes.
gaming disorder, as Vigilante was. So the two words we will consider are functionally synonymous, so that way, moving forward, we'll consider them one and the same, as you were.
But he says they don't exist, though. That's the whole problem. Is he says they don't exist at all.
Yes, I'm saying it is a reclassification of standard escapism as a disorder. That is my entire argument.
So are you saying that the way the prompt is categorized and the way that Horseradish was nice enough to bring us into the actual fact checking, you're saying that that's not a thing? That's your premise, yeah?
I am saying that gaming addiction is not a thing, yes, that it is a miscategorization
And the way that
of
Horseradish defined
escapism.
it is not a thing either, right? Is that what you're saying or not?
The way that it is defined as gaming disorder is a legal classification. I'm saying the
The
classification
way that
is wrong.
Horseradish just put it out there, are you disagreeing with that or not?
No, the terms gaming addiction and gaming disorder are synonymous. That's why I was using them interchangeably in my opening statement.
But you're saying neither of them exist, though.
Yes, I'm saying it's a
How many times are we
miscategorization
gonna
of
go through this?
escapism as a disorder.
I hope everybody can see what's going on here, right? It's like we're just like deferring against all the definitions. Doesn't matter if it's the prompt. Doesn't matter if it's Horseradish popping in and reading the definition. It's like
Well,
he
this is his
disagrees that
argument.
these things exist. So I'll grant that. Okay, that these things don't. I'll grant you for the sake of argument that you don't exist. But whatever you can call it a purple turnip. A purple turnip is causing people to be disengaged from society, right? Ultimately, that
Well,
and
gaming
again, I can
is
cite the
a part of
cases
society.
before.
Escapism in general.
Actually,
Look,
like
look,
Like,
lots of people have social relationships
You are
through gaming.
supplanting escapism into a diagnostic malady. That's not fair,
Because
and it's not genuine.
gaming disorder is a miscategorization of a form of escapism.
yeah, it's
That
like,
is what
it's
I
like
am
saying
saying.
you
That
have
is what
cell
my
phone
argumentation
disorder
is.
for
So
scrolling
you're saying
on
that all
your
forms
cell
of
phone
gaming
all day.
disorder are
We all have
miscategorization.
YouTube disorder.
That's what you're saying,
for,
right?
It is a
like, watching
miscategorization of
YouTube.
escapism. I will reread the part of my opening statement where I went into the two different types of escapism
I
for
don't
you.
really care about
if you
your
want me
opening
to.
statement. I care about you actually answering the question. Are you saying that all forms of video game addiction are a miscategorization of escapism?
Yes, because even at its most,
Okay, great. Well, great,
its
great.
most
No, thank you. Great.
at its worst form, it still falls into self-suppression escapism and is a negative form of escapism.
Oh, okay, that's
Therefore,
great.
it is still
Where
escapism.
did you? Oh, that's great. Where did you get that definition from? The same definition you're rejecting the other parts of, right?
Wait, so you think?
I am comparative analysis.
Do you mean he's
the
wrong
comparing
here,
the
or you
definition
disagree
of
with
The
his
question is, where
argument?
did you get where did
Or-
you get that definition from?
the definition of escapism from
and
the
prompt is
hold on.
video game addiction
It
is a
comes from
serious
the,
health problem for
Sta-
society.
Steinberg dualistic escapism model.
I don't know if
from
that's-
Son of
2012.
a bitch! It's the same thing that you said you rejected on the freaking state that was a addiction. So you can't use it for. You can't use
serious health
escapism as a
problem?
caveat. At the same
I don't
time,
know.
you're using it to reject the
I'm
premise,
kind of on the fence.
bro.
Like my
I am saying that
My instincts tell me to
gaming
lean towards
disorder
no, it's
as
not.
as a whole
It's kinda
is
just
a
like
miscategorization
anything else,
of
but,
a
like,
type of escapism.
I don't
We
know, it
have
might be
other
causing
types of
people to be
escapism that are
less
just as
Yeah, but
prevalent,
that's
if
not
more
relevant to
prevalent.
anything. I don't care. That's not relevant.
It is relevant. It is relevant.
Other types of escapism.
Because we don't classify other versions of we don't classify other versions of escapism that have the same
because
ideological
this
signature,
escapism has
behavioral
a
signatures.
diagnostic criteria that actually is fundamental, and it actually falls. On the
It has a
same way.
diagnostic criteria because gaming makes people uncomfy.
That's the hill you're dying on, really?
Yeah, because workaholic is just as
Well, great.
prevalent and
Okay,
has
okay.
the same.
Right,
It
you're
has
dying
the
on the hill,
same
great.
ideological.
It
has the same behavioral signatures, and
say your piece. Say your piece. I'll go. Go ahead.
being a workaholic, for example, can have the same behavioral signatures. You can get consumed with working to the same extent as to where you become you lose out on fucking your ability to vote.
Why does
So
that
video
matter?
game addiction, not just video games.
Because
yeah,
it's
so-
the
Addicted
same
to
fucking
methamphetamine.
thing.
It doesn't matter. The fact that you're saying
Yeah,
that there's
at
a
that
lot
point,
of
if
things
we're
people can be
already
addicted
talking about someone
to
who's
just proves
addicted,
the fact that there's a lot of things people can get addicted
Probably.
to that detriment society. So you've already proved my point. You've conceded the whole premise by the fact you're arguing this point. Jesus.
No, I'm arguing that escapism.
I don't
I'm not
know
even.
what you
I'm
guys
not
mean
even
by
arguing that escapism is a
escapism.
problem. Escapism is a
Escapism's
symptom
right
of
then.
other.
So it's great then, right?
Escape-
So you're saying it's good.
Oh, like you're trying to escape the world. Or
It's a
something?
symptom of
I
other
offered,
problems.
I offered you 3 ways out. I offered you arguing a policy implication, arguing a moral implication,
Like
and arguing a
escaping
case-by-case
reality
implication.
through
And you're saying,
video
well,
games?
escapism might be good sometimes. Have fun with
Escapism
that.
is good sometimes. There are
there you
there
go.
is such thing as positive
Unless it
escapism.
rises
There's
to the
also such
level
thing
of
as
being
negative
societally
escapism.
detrimental. If it rises to the level of being societally detrimental because it consumes your entire life, i.e., the definition of addiction,
I would
it's
say-
not good. You said
yeah,
the
I
same
would
thing for
say
alcohol.
almost
Oh, yeah,
any
it's a drink,
addiction
it's great,
is-
but if the fucking guy's in the gutter crying himself out and dying,
Not
it's not good for society. That's the
usually healthy.
prompt. Moses.
So if you're just talking
Escapism
about video
in
games in
can
general,
be positive or negative.
no, but once
Yeah,
you're
whether
like,
it can be
Now, if
negative,
you want to
you
say,
lose.
if you want to say, if you
A
want to
legit
say that
addiction?
negative escapism is
It just-
a
I'm
societal
curious
health
how
problem,
this
first of
guy
all, you have to
defines
prove that it
addiction.
is a
Define-
societal.
define
guy
negative
who play
escapism as opposed to positive escapism. for
video
me, please,
games
then.
for a few
So-
hours a day, is
So-
that an addiction?
So I defined it in my opening statement. I'll define it again real quick. Self-expansion escapism or positive escapism is motivated by curiosity, enjoyment, or mastery, correlated with well-being and life satisfaction, promotes autonomy and competence, they remain functional in other domains. So it's associated with intrinsic motivation.
i.e.,
Self-suppression
not
escapism,
addiction.
or
So all the things that aren't
it is
addiction
still a form of
is positive.
escapism. It is still a
Right.
form of escapism, and self-suppression escapism.
Nobody's talking
or
about
negative-
escapism though. You have shoehorned escapism into the discussion because all the
Yeah,
things
they
that you're
are.
saying are positive escapism categorically deny them from being the addictive form of video game addiction. So you're like, oh yeah, everything that's great is not addiction. Yeah, no shit. That's why addiction means a negative thing.
Oh,
Self-suppression
Isn't
escapism or
DSM
negative escapism
5
is
on video
motivated
game addiction?
being by avoiding real-world distress, correlated with depression and social anxiety, suppresses rather than resolves problems, showing impairment in other life domains, and caused by pre-existing psychological frustration.
Yes.
Basic.
So
Meaning
it's negative. So
that
as
the
long
problem
as it's good, it's good. If it's bad, it's bad. And this entire prompt is about if it's
Then-
bad. Because the only thing that fits the prompt is the fact it's negative. All the things that fits the prompt is the negative thing. The positive
The
thing is
fact
great.
is,
I'm
the
good for them.
diagnostic criteria
You
for
don't even know what the fuck that is. though.
gaming disorder. Yes, I do. I fucking read
read
it at
it.
the beginning of this conversation.
No, you
I'll read it
didn't.
again. Yes, I did. The DSM-5 TR diagnostic criteria for gaming disorder. I'll read it again.
Yes,
Preoccupation
please
with gaming, withdrawal symptoms, when gaming is taken away, tolerance and need to spend more time gaming
Yeah.
to satisfy the urge,
Yes.
the inability to reduce
Yes.
playing or unsuccessful attempts to quit gaming,
Yes.
giving
So
up
is
other
that
activities
bad for
or
society?
giving up
Is
other.
that bad for society?
Hold on.
If those
Fucking
things
let me
happen,
finish.
is that
Let me
bad for
finish reading the.
Yeah,
Some of them can be bad, but not all of the diagnostic criteria is bad. That's why I'm going to continue reading. Giving up other activities, continuing to game despite problems, deceiving family members or others about the amount of time spent gaming, the use of gaming to relieve negative moods, the risk having or jeopardizing a lost job or relationship issues due to gaming. So the criteria matches
That's on
both
the-
forms of escapism.
And that's on the DSM-5, not the WHO ICD-11. You understand that, right? You're quoting
That is the
DSM-5. which is
DSM-5.
not-
That is
Yeah, not the
I
WHO
literally
no.
said that there's a DSM-5.
That's good. Which is
DSM-5 is that the
Okay,
DSM-5
whatever.
is what is
Great.
actually used by psychologists, so it's the one that matters more.
in America, not in the world.
Yes.
what?
Does the prompt say America?
The DSM-5 is what is actually used as a diagnostic
In
criteria.
America,
The WHO.
the WHO ICD-11 is used in every other 213 countries other than America. By the way, it's neither
Okay.
here nor there. It's neither here nor there. The point is, so you're saying like, okay, yeah, all these bad things are the negative side. Yeah, that's the signs of addiction, right? And all
Not
the things
all
are
of
on
them.
the positive side. Oh. Okay, I let you talk.
Do you want me to go into
No,
the
I
ones that
don't.
aren't signs of addiction?
So, okay, the basic point here, right? And let's just break it down really, really basic fundamentally, right? is like in the individual case, right? Because we're not talking about the entire. We're talking about, is this person addicted? Are they suffering negative consequences for their addiction? That's the only way the courts handle it. That's the only way it can be ascertained, right? You have a fucking like a stonewall of scientists in a bunker in DC that are gonna fucking figure this out.
When we treat addiction legally speaking, the only way it can be
That's
handled
not
is by
the
the courts.
question. Answer the question.
Repeat the question.
You have a fucking bunker of very scientific scientists who hold this definition in somehow away from the rest of society, that they're going to render these verdicts. Is that how you're planning to make this happen?
No, I'm pointing out escapism as a symptom of
and escapism can be good or
underlying-
bad depending upon the level, right?
yes. and it
Escapism
also admits
escapism goes for it could be not addiction or it could be addiction, right?
Gentlemen,
It goes
gentlemen,
both ways.
gentlemen,
And so
the
does
chat,
that
the
diagnostic
chat has
criteria.
asked for 5 more minutes. The clock is going to keep going. Go ahead and finish up, sirs.
All right. Hey, thank you, brother. So my question is like, so escapism, right, could be good and could be very helpful to people, or it could be bad, right? Yes
that is
or no?
correct. Yes.
Right. And so how do we decide whether it's good or bad? The answer is, and I'll proffer this to you, and you can contradict me if you want to, is like, it depends upon whether or not that interacts with the individual's ability to inculcate themselves into society, right? So you can't say that them isolating is bad unless it means they isolate themselves from society, from the workplace, from voting, from all the other things, which we have data. I've said it to you and you have not refuted, so I guess we all agree it's true, which it is, which whatever. But even the point is like 1.7% of the population can change an entire election. So you're saying, oh, it could be good or it could be bad. The point is not if it's not good or bad. The point is like the prompt says, video game addiction, right? So meaning it's the bad side is bad for society. If it's on the good side, great. Hoochie coochie, God bless America. Go play Madden until your fucking thumbs bleed. Nobody cares. But if it rises to the level of addiction, it is bad for society. That's the prompt. That's why I win. Have your heart out.
Like I said, so there's a reason I actually used the diagnostic criteria. It was to point out the fact that the diagnostic criteria, which I'm looking through the WHO's thing right now, and it does not have actual diagnostic criteria, by the way, which is funny. But the actual diagnostic criteria for the DSM-5,
a substantial deficit in their ability to interact with society is the co-substantial criteria. It's right there. Paragraph 2. It's right there.
I've got the PDF pulled up. Hold on.
Wikipedia. Well, I actually have the fucking report, so I mean, good. But the whole point is,
Yeah,
I'm just taking everything you say as true, right? I don't have a problem with what you're saying is true. I'm just saying, like, at the point in time in which it rises to the level of interfering with their daily life practices, i.e., promoting their response in a democratic society, then it becomes an addiction problem.
You're talking about a very specific subset of people who can qualify for gaming disorder, right? Because you can
No,
meet
I'm not talking about gaming disorder. I'm talking about video game addiction. You made that term
a
up.
video
not
game
me.
addiction. No, I'm literally not. That's literally even what the IDC
my
IDC or
God. They're gonna
ICD-11
go over it
calls
again,
It's
that they-
gaming disorder.
it's
It
the
doesn't
same
call it gaming
word.
addiction. The DSM-5 and the ICD-11 both call it gaming disorder.
It's called
It's the same thing.
multi-spectrum gaming disorder.
Yeah. So gaming disorder, when we actually look at the
problem-
diagnostic
but- okay,
criteria,
but the problem
it-
is, like,
it can-
when
it
does
can-
it become a disorder? It becomes a disorder when you can't participate in functional society. So you are set to argue that that's not a problem for society. That's the prompt, bro.
the criteria is not all negative, and all you need to do to get diagnosed with it is meet 5 of those things in the criteria. That's part of the problem.
So the problem. So if you meet all those criteria, let's just say that half of them are false. If you meet all those 5 criteria, is that not a net negative for society? Argue that.
So let's say So let's
Oh,
say
yeah.
you
PC?
preoccupation with gaming. The
You don't get to pick. You don't get
let's
to pick and
see.
choose. You don't get to pick and choose. You don't get to pick and choose.
I don't know if you can see.
You just say
No,
like,
because
like,
there's a bunch of
you
different.
pick the best ones. So, only the best ones are good, and then the
that's
other
all-
ones don't
that's
matter.
the fucking point. That's the whole fucking point. Is like it's
Because you discovered the
don't
prompt.
ha-
The
you
prompt
don't you
admits-
don't have no. It's the fact that you don't have to meet the negative criteria in order to get classified as having gaming disorder.
What
Disorder.
are you even talking?
You
You
only
don't have to meet a negative criteria. What does that even mean? It's okay. Just okay. Well, stop. Let's take a whole breath. Let's take a breath and put our listening ears on. What does "you don't meet the negative criteria" mean? Like, explain to me what that means in the English language, please.
In order to meet
You don't meet the negative
gaming
criteria.
disorder.
No, you need to explain to me. You don't meet the negative criteria. Explain to me what that means. You don't meet the negative criteria. That was your words.
Within the definition of gaming disorder, right?
What
the
does
diagnostic-
"you do not meet the negative criteria" mean?
Because there are
What does that
are
mean?
criteria
Oh, what does
in
that
the
sentence
gaming in the criteria of gaming disorder.
Which are?
There are
Oh my
things
God.
that are
No,
not.
no. Stop.
Do you want me to
You
read it for a
don't
third
need-
fucking time?
Oh my God. Well, yeah, okay. Well, go
You
ahead.
don't, because of the fact that there are 5, you only have to meet 5 aspects of the diagnostic criteria in order to get categorized as having gaming disorder. You can meet 5 of the positive aspects that just meet
Which are what?
self-expansion.
Which are what?
The positive aspects, or neutral aspects, I would say more so, are
No, you
preoccupation
said they were
with
neg-
game,
you said they were
preoccupation
negative.
with gaming.
You said they were negative, so you tell me.
So I'm saying you don't have to meet the negative diagnostic criteria.
What
You
are the
can-
negative diagnostic criteria? What does that even
The-
mean? What is
There
a
are
negative?
things in-
Okay, what is a negative?
Okay.
Okay, just carte blanche. What is a negative diagnostic criterion? Riddle me that. What the hell is a negative diagnostic criterion?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and jump in there, gentlemen.
I mean, I think anybody can become addicted to anything, like literally anything. So, like, in the way that, like, is addiction in general a health problem for society? Typically, like, anything you're seriously addicted to is going to be a problem, but, like, I know they listed the criteria for gaming addiction in the thing that they read. But I feel like most people, when they think of video game addiction, it's like people who play like a lot of video games. So it's, I don't know. Because that's the thing. It's like people probably watch TV or YouTube or just go on the computer and or go on their phones to do other things just as much as people play video games. But yeah, I think it makes a turning point once you're at that point where you're like lying to your friends and family, or like prioritizing video games over your hygiene or health, or you're unable to maintain your relationships or your job or your like personal life duties outside of video games because of video games. Like, once you start getting to that level, like, yeah, obviously that's going to be unhealthy for you in society. But
No, you can't throw
disingenuous fuck.
Yeah. What do you mean when you say there is a negative diagnostic criterion? If you mean that those people who are diagnosing people think it's negative, that's fine. Just say
feminists every
that,
time.
but just own up to it.
No, I am saying the
Then what do you
diagnostic
say?
criteria that have. I'm saying the diagnostic criteria that actually have negative impacts. There are parts of the
who
diagnostic criteria.
Who determines that?
They're part
Who
of the-
determines the negative impact? Jesus. It's not objectively negative. It's up to the person who's determining that. It's up to the psychologist, right? So there is no objectively negative diagnostic criteria. Again, point Aaron. Jesus Christ. Not hard. It's not hard.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead and jump in. It looks like Ancom threw fucking 5 gifted subs to end their misery. So absolutely great debate, gentlemen. I know both of y'all got frustrated there, but
Yeah.
I tell you what, the audience was enjoying the fuck out of it. And the
Hey,
back and
buddy, I
forth-
love you. But I'll give you the reach around,
Yeah.
brother.
So
got
I
you.
actually
Yeah, that
saw
was-
something
that was
the other day where some artists did a study of, they called it the death of color in our society, and they studied how things slowly over time became less colorful and less like detailed, like more minimalistic, and they documented how that happened. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But yes, it's communism. I don't know, but I think it probably comes down to businesses trying to make things as cheap as possible and being able to mass produce them as easily as possible. It's probably where the minimalism starts. It's the communist feminists. I was into minimalism and brutalistic architecture before school. Femininity at scale becomes socialist? I don't know, I'm confused. I'm gonna listen. Oh, sorry, you guys can't hear the desktop audio. My god, my bad.
With doom scrolling, we don't do it with workaholics. They all have the same identical behavioral signatures and are just as, if not more prevalent in society than gaming as escapism. When we talk about a workaholic, right? They're using work to isolate themselves from society. They're using work to escape from reality. This is the same fucking thing as using gaming as escapism. Gaming disorder or gaming addiction is just a rebrand of using gaming as escapism because people are fucking uncomfy with it. It's not a fucking real thing, and it doesn't treat the actual problem, which is going to be depression, it's going to be social isolation, it's going to be social anxiety, it's going to be and the
Yeah, and
causes
I actually think video games
being
can
depression and social
um,
anxiety. Sure, we can say that those are a bad thing.
I
They're
feel like
not
video
a
games can
fucking
give people
public
who
health
are
crisis, though.
socially isolated and depressed and
They're
have like social anxiety and stuff a way to
and
socialize with
we
their peers
but I think we would all agree that
without going like
we
too far out of their
actually
comfort
need
zone.
to address depression and social anxiety and actually work through these things and address them as society and address the actual causes of them as a society. The highest cause specifically, like in men, right, is the loneliness epidemic. There's the fact that we cannot provide for society. Like people have a hard time providing for themselves as a society because of the fact that the fucking economic system that we live under is absolutely fucking terrible. Like these are the actual problems. Gaming disorder as a diagnostic criteria is a symptom of the problem. It's not the actual problem.
Right. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
So, thank you, gentlemen, for those closings. We're going to go ahead and kick it over to the judges for questions. So, we will start with you one more time, Ancom. Do you have a question ready for Loodle?
Yeah. So, in your closing, you mentioned that an addiction is a problem when someone is focusing on it over society. So, wouldn't that mean that things that people need, like food, water, medical care, housing, these are things that people focus on for themselves over society, would also qualify under that definition? Or what am I missing here?
I think you get it, but you get the egg in the cart or the egg in the chicken backwards, right? The issue is that people who have the addiction, right, will focus upon their need to fill the addiction before they care about those other societal needs. You're not wrong. I'm just saying like that's the definition of addiction.
Okay. And Maida, a question.
Does that answer it? I'm sorry.
Yep. No, that was good. Maida, question for Loodle, please.
Yeah, my question for you, Loodle, would be how do you determine if someone's form of escapism is intrinsically negative or not?
I mean, that's irrelevant to the prompt, right? The prompt only cares about those that are intrinsically negative. So, like, we already have an indice, right? And we're already only indexing those that are negative because it says those who have addiction, and the qualitative definition of addiction is those that have negative societal implications, right? So at that point in time, we're only dealing with the negative ones, and the only prompt we're answering is whether or not the negative things are actually bad for society.
Okay.
Other than the way I just did, right?
So I'm gonna my question. So and I'm still trying to kind of form the way that I want to word this, but so if I sort of stumble a little, forgive me. So Vigi sort of touched on the idea that at the very least, even getting away from the what is and isn't, is it real, is it not? There are also positive benefits from video game immersion. I'm going to say immersion instead of addiction in this context because
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's okay. But again, because outside of the legal and or psychological context, being involved in video games gives a lot of people socialization opportunities. Do you think that there is some merit to the fact that
see through the
balances out
lies.
with the negative impact that you were outlining in your debate?
I mean, but the whole problem is, right, is like there's a very fine line you have to cross, right? The problem is like there are very fundamental social benefits to being involved in a gaming community, to being less isolated. That's great. I grant that from square one in my opening, right? The problem is that when you cross the level to being addicted onto if we can quibble it, addicted or super like whatever, it only becomes an addiction when it becomes negative to your other societal outputs, right? And so the point being is that, like, I'm glad to give any credence to, like, I play Madden. I have a Cincinnati Reds team. I have 7 kids. They're all Cincinnati Reds players. They're the best in home runs. It's great, right? But like that doesn't somehow make it so I'm not involved in my social situation. I'm
I
not part
just
of
know
PTA.
I want
right, which
Cheez-Its
is
now.
what the definition of addiction
Or
is.
cheese in
Since the
general.
prompt says the problem is addiction
Like
a
a
problem,
charcuterie
then that's what
board,
we're going with.
a nice
And
little
so,
cheese
like,
plate.
I could love to
Fuck
say,
yeah,
like,
some crackers.
well, maybe video games are a good
Sounds
thing,
so
but that's
good.
not the prompt.
Right, fair enough.
Some bread.
All right,
too,
gentlemen.
with oil.
Question for
Oh my God.
Vigilante. Go ahead, Ancom, if you're ready, sir. I'll listen to yours
Yep.
first.
So your main contention here was that video game addiction or internet gaming disorder, as defined by the DSM, were miscategorizations of escapism. So what I want to ask you is, do you think that escapism of the various kinds you mentioned, whether it be doom scrolling or
Sell me the cheese.
workaholism, or you mentioned a couple others I can't remember now, do you think
I will
that
fucking
these
buy it.
are serious health problems for society? Also, before you answered that, Horseradish, you have the title wrong on the stream. And yes, I did see your reaction that I just took your question.
Vigi, go ahead and answer his my question.
It's super safer now.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Vigi.
So, no, escapism is not intrinsically negative. Escapism can be both negative and positive. It depends on how you use escapism. Escapism is a coping mechanism. The underlying issues that cause the escapism can be negative, depending on what they are. But the escapism itself is more of a symptom and not something that is a net negative.
All right, I'm going to use my prerogative as a judge here to just
nope.
re-ask the question because I
clarify,
don't
because
feel
that,
like
that was going to be my question, was to
question.
re-clarify. Go ahead.
So I asked if you believed escapism was a serious health problem for society. Not necessarily that it was inherently positive or negative, but whether you thought in the present day, in the present circumstances, that the levels of escapism that we are seeing in our society is a serious health problem. That's what I want you to answer.
No, I do not believe that that escapism is a serious health problem for society.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Yep. I feel like that was a straight answer. Maida, go ahead and hit Vigi with a question, please, sir.
Yeah, so I have a similar question. If someone's escapism inhibits their abilities to be socially active within a society, do you believe that to be a personal hindrance or a health problem?
That would be a personal hindrance. That would actually fall under self-suppression or negative escapism, which I outlined in my opening statement and multiple times through the debate.
All right. Was that satisfying, Maida?
I don't get to debate the debaters.
Fair enough.
And get
All right,
no
well, I'll tell you what,
satisfaction.
I will go ahead and help hopefully follow up with a question that you would have. Okay. So we have to keep arguing or questioning you based on your interpretation of the prompt, which was the escapism versus video game addiction, or that video game addiction is a misclassification of a form of escapism. But I'm not completely sure that I understand. Are you all addiction is some form of escapism? So do you have any distinction between, like, is addiction real at all to you? Like, where does escapism become addiction? If I'm escapisming, if I'm using beer to escape, or if I'm using weed to escape, or if I'm using heroin to escape, or I'm using video games to escape, or I'm using Netflix to escape, or whatever, when does it become an addiction to you? Or do you believe that addiction in general doesn't exist?
So addiction in general does exist, but the distinction here between escapism and addiction, right, is the fact that there is an underlying neurological or neuropsychological issue that causes the addiction. Even like addiction, when we're talking about like alcoholism and stuff like that, it's caused by an underlying health issue, like, or mental health issue most of the time, like depression. It's the problem is the fact that sometimes you have to treat, like with like alcoholism or drug addiction, right? You still have to treat the addiction first for them to get better. However, with even if you treat the addiction itself and then don't treat the underlying mental health condition first afterward, it still does not fix the problem. They're just going to get re-addicted or get addicted to something else.
All right. So we do have one question coming in from chat, but it was almost exactly what I just asked. So I'm not going to necessarily make him answer it yet again. But the question is asked once again: what is the difference between video game addiction and video game disorder? If you are saying that addiction
Can I
is a
answer?
real thing, no, you know what? Sure, fuck it. Why not? If you are saying that that addiction is a real thing, escapism can become a level that is addiction, and video games are a form of escapism, then why would there not be a point where video game obsession becomes an addiction, at which point we have video game addiction? Not all video game addiction being escapism, but rather that it escalates to the criteria you just outlined, Vigi. But I'll go ahead and give this question to Loodle instead. Loodle, go ahead and answer that.
It doesn't matter. You can call it a tuna sandwich. It doesn't really matter what you call it, right? As soon as it crosses the line, well, it impinges upon your ability to be a productive member of society, whether that's going to a job or being a known, educated member of an electorate, right? That impinges upon society. So it's a health problem for society. So as long as we admit, which it seems like we all do, like everybody admits, there is a line that can be crossed, right? The question is, once that line is crossed, is that a problem? So if we're going to quibble about whether or not this specific level of engagement, if your World of Warcraft fucking player is only level 47 and not level 57, well, that's not addiction then, right? Then you're missing the point. The point is that once we cross that point where it is addiction and it's classified as that, is that addiction detrimental to society? That's the prompt. That's the answer. The answer is obviously yes. If it falls short of that, then obviously not, because it doesn't fucking fall in the prompt.
So we had another question come in for you, Loodle, but I'm going to come back to you. I actually do want to kick this over to Vigi, since the chatter asked the question as well. I will repose that question to you one last time. If there is an addiction line and video games are an escapism that can eventually graduate to addiction, is there not a level of video game escapism that would rise to your criteria of addiction?
Okay, so this is a fundamental misunderstanding of what addiction is classified when inside of psychological materials. So like when we talk about like alcohol disorder, right, or alcoholism, it's classified as a disorder. It's not classified as an addiction. Addiction is more of a legal term. As a psychological term, it's called a disorder, right? So video game addiction and video game disorder are the same thing. So my problem, the whole reason why I was stating using the escapism route, right, is because when we actually look at the diagnostic criteria, for video game disorder, it blurs the line between positive escapism and negative escapism. You can say that negative, like whenever it only falls under the line for negative escapism, then it is a bad thing. And I would agree with you. But the problem is the experimental criteria for gaming disorder, which by the way, it is experimental. It's not even an accepted thing yet in psychological circles.
What?
It is an experimental thing. It is not. It is literally classified in the DSM as it needs more study. We don't have an actual criteria, fully accepted criteria for what is gaming addiction or gaming disorder yet.
All right, cheers. So we got more questions coming in. First of all, I also need to say that whenever people saw what this prompt was going to be, including the debaters, if I'm not mistaken, there was a small groan. But this has been an absolutely amazing debate, and I think that everybody has enjoyed the hell out of this. So I appreciate you both for this. But
Hey, love you,
next
Vidge.
question is
boy,
coming
Vidge.
to you from Razor. Okay, what health issues? And I know you sort of addressed this in your opening, but I don't know if Razor caught it. What health issues specifically would an addiction to video games cause?
Is this to me or to?
Yes, that is to you, Loodle. You're on the affirmative.
So the whole point is like
It's all
it doesn't
good.
like it doesn't deal with like necessarily like a health outcome because the whole prompt is, does it have a negative health impact on society? And so we're talking about the health of society. We never got into that semantic debate, but whatever. The point being is like, does it negatively impact society? So you can be a total giga chad, right? And you like, I mean, I've been doing this with my kiddo who you thought was a puppy, but anyways, we play Madden, and every time it's like quarter's over, we do 30 push-ups and do 20 sit-ups, right? So like the fact that we play the shit out of video games doesn't mean it's negative to our overall health, right? The problem is when it crosses the line, and this is the whole line of addiction. This is really where the prompt needs to focus. Is the prompt says, is video game addiction a problem for health of the society, right? So we're granting that video game addiction is a thing. When do we cross that line? We cross that line when the actual playing of video games impacts one's ability to function in the rest of society, right? So you could be the most cut Giga Chad guy who stays in his house and just like does push-ups and plays video games with his daughter, and it's great. But like you're not a functional member of society, right? And that's what the prompt gets at. So like I don't want to see any like to prove my affirmative case, I don't need to see that somebody's got a saggy bunch of abs like I have or whatever, right? Like that's not relevant. What's relevant is whether or not that they're having a video game addiction, which is decided by them having a loss of agency.
Listen, I understand that there are some women out there who criticize men for being video gamers, but if you think that doesn't also largely come from other men, like how many times do you hear other men or men making fun of other men for playing video games or using like gamer as a derogatory term? This is not just a woman thing. And anytime women do put down guys for just liking like playing video games, like, you know, a healthy amount or even like maybe a little bit more than normal, but they still get everything in their life they need to be done, and they just like gaming is literally their hobby, what they love to do. I always disagree with those women, but there are plenty of men who also put down other men for playing video games. So I don't think it's just a feminist thing. I don't think it has anything to do with feminism, really. But feminism want women to feel more included or like safer, like in video game spaces. I think that's like the main argument from the feminist side of this, but I don't think that's relevant to this particular debate.
Change any election in modern American history. 0.7% of the population is 120 million votes. That would change any election, right? And so, like, what's the actual like play out? Nobody will know. The point is, the point about addiction is that you are neglecting every other societal well-being. Your participation in democracy, your participation in the workforce, your participation in as being a father, as a husband, as a wife, right? That's what addiction means, is you are foregoing all those to play the video game, right? And so the point in time where you're doing that, so that qualifies you as being addicted, right? We already have the harm. The harm and the impact are already entailed in. So, I mean, the metric is like, if you are neglecting entirety of your other civic duties to play video games, which is the definition of addiction, right, which my opponent has agreed to, at that point in time, it doesn't really matter how bad it gets. It's already bad enough.
Cheers. All right, good stuff. So, everybody, we are going to go ahead and drop the link into the chat. That is all of the questions I think we have time for. Our other debaters have been sitting here very patiently, and I'm sure they want to fucking get some voice time in. And while we did enjoy the hell out of that, I think that the two of them are probably
my boyfriend
a
is
little tired
cooking
of talking
something.
at
It
this
smells
point.
so fucking good.
I don't know.
I'm
We're
never
all
tired.
debaters
Hey,
here.
brother,
You guys never
I
get tired.
appreciate you, man. It was a great time debating with you. I really do appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, absolutely. I agreed there, Vigi. Both of y'all did a great job, and it's awesome that even after all of that, that there's still fist bumps around. So, judges.
I'll still
Y'all
give you a
listen
reach
to-
round, Vigi. I'll give you a reach round.
Y'all listen to all of that, including the reach around offers. So let's see. Ancom, where did you land on this, my dude? I know it's
debate
it's
was
going to be a hell of a thing.
exhausting.
Yeah.
Honestly, that debate was exhausting. I felt like both debaters were going around in circles. I think I said it in the chat. Y'all could have circumnavigated the Death Star with how much you were going in circles there.
Without Han Solo.
At the end of the debate, I'm just going to give a summary because going over my notes would be exhausting. The way I saw it, it seemed to me like arguing
I have my
the prompt
fidgets too.
that video game addiction was a serious health problem
And I
for
have-
society. The AF definitely, I think, demonstrated that however you want to define it, as Vigi was going around with definitions, there is obviously
button.
a health problem, but I don't feel that the AF sufficiently demonstrated that it was a serious health problem akin to something like heroin or opiate addiction or, alcoholism,
cues.
etc. The
That's fair.
scale, I don't feel like it was demonstrated in that way. And so because of that, I'm giving it to the neg 4.6.
4.6 to the negative from Ancom. Maida, where'd you come down on this, sir? I'm sure you got 3 pages of notes.
I do. I'll start off with the affirmative. Yeah, you made a strong appeal to the percentage of the population that was addicted to video games. I thought that was a strong opening. You were talking about how video games can distract people from their societal duties or functions. I thought that was another strong line of argumentation. You brought up the difference between functional addiction and heavy lovers of gaming, which was another strong appeal to the claim. You made another strong appeal to the diagnostic criteria. However, I did deduct a point for what was seemingly some level of cherry picking on that diagnostic criteria.
That's fair.
But
Sure.
you looped it back into the prompt claim. You guys met along mutual ground at one point, which I thought was refreshing from getting away from the looping. You made a strong appeal to certain types of escapism being disorders, which I thought was good. I gave you a double plus here for calling out the fallacious appeal to establishment argumentations for definitions under the WHO versus the DSM-5. I thought that there was a strong appeal to healthy versus unhealthy escapism. You made a strong rebuttal in the establishment appeal that was attempted to be made by the WHO, as well as a strong rebuttal to the vague criteria claim and a strong appeal to social negatives that could happen as a result of things that are even undiagnosed disorders. And then I gave you negative 1 billion points for offering more reach arounds. You said you have 7 kids. It's time to stop, bro. We can't be giving out this much sexual favors over a
Can't
debate.
stop, won't stop.
And then as for the negative side, Vigi, preemptive measures to stop online gaming addiction was a strong line of argumentation. However, you followed it up with talking about things like doom scrolling and addiction to social media, which is classified as nomophobia, something I recently learned about, actually. So I did reduce a point there. You made a good claim to the diagnostic criteria being too broad,
I'm
as
gonna
well as the
grab,
criteria
a
claim
plate
for
of
the
food.
point system that may have problems. The diagnostic criteria disagreeing with your established definitions or disagreeing with your opposition's established definitions was a good line of argumentation. However, you did, I guess, in some level concede that some forms of escapism can be disorders, even if they're not diagnosed as such. You made a good appeal to types of healthy escapism under the underlying criteria and an appeal to the problematic culture of gaming being independent of gaming itself. A strong appeal to the fact that different disorders and addictions have similar expressions, which I thought was another line of very strong argumentation. You made an appeal to authority within how we diagnose addictions in the United States in certain conditions versus the WHO having like a governing system over the world. As well as you made an appeal to the vagueness of the substantial criteria necessary to meet like that diagnosis claim. You made a strong appeal to negative versus positive criteria and arguments for social negatives being potential positives under certain diagnoses. But in the end, I ended up giving it 6 to Loodle and 4 to Vigi. So it does go to the affirmative in this case.
There you go, kids. Once again, it is falling in the chat's hands. So
Come on,
please,
chat.
everybody, click that
Come
link,
on,
lock
chat.
it in, tell us who you think made the most compelling case. Was
Veggie gonna
it
win. I ain't got people. I ain't got peeps like that.
Little Miss on the half, or was it Vigilante on the negative?
I
Who
got
do we
peeps like
think won this debate? We're gonna give you guys just a couple more seconds to get it locked in, and we're
Hey,
gonna
everybody
into
who
the
doesn't know me
results.
become knowing me all of a sudden.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody who doesn't know him become knowing him. All right.
Not in the biblical sense. Not in the biblical sense.
Because he's all out of reach arounds apparently. Because
I know. I only
Mida
got
took
two.
both away.
I only got two hands.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Let's lock it in and see. It comes down very close. 6-4 for affirmative on Loodle Miss. So Loodle Miss actually takes the win here. That I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know how this was gonna go. So that
Veggie,
is
the
a
reach around. The
close
reach around
win.
is still out there. You let me know. Well, you're an Ohioan. I'm an Ohioan. We can work it out.
Again, 6-4, 6-4, 4-6. That's as close as it gets without ties. So that just shows how great of a fucking debate this was back and forth. And I'm gonna look forward to us getting to this in the after party. But that said, anybody who does have to go, thank you guys. Everybody who has been here so far, everybody who's come in the chat. The debates are over. The lights are going out, and the
reach arounds will begin.
The cameras are gonna stay on, and basically what we're gonna do is we're gonna go through 30 minutes on each of these prompts as an open panel. I'm gonna do my best to moderate and make sure that everybody gets the chance to speak. And we're gonna focus on the people who weren't actually involved in the debates. As you see, one of the people, both of the losers from the previous two debates, have already taken off for the night, but we're still going to go ahead and go through those debates and give the people who weren't in that debate the chance to sort of put in their 2 cents and some extra.
Veggie wants the reach around. That's why he's here, right?
I
got it.
Yeah. No. Vigi is a regular here. Vigi loves this part because this is where Vigi gets to get a little spicier. But that said, this is only going to be available if you're live here or if you are a subscriber.
I'm gonna drain the main vein.
Fantastic. You're also gonna keep walking over my closing, buddy. All right, go ahead.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, you're golden. Showers. So, once again, anybody who wants to watch this part, you have to stick around live, or you have to be a subscriber on Twitch. That VOD only exists for 2 weeks. If you're watching this in the actual long VOD, you should have been here when we did it. I appreciate all of the debaters. I appreciate all of the audience. I appreciate all of the tips, and I appreciate the opportunity to fucking host you guys. So, without further ado, good night, everybody, and hello, everybody. All right, so you guys know I need whiskey after that fucking debate. So we're gonna put 30 minutes.
I'd drink
on
a
the
glass
clock.
of crack if I could.
I wasn't sure if people were being serious about wanting to add time or not the first time, and then the money came and I'm like, well, fuck, okay, I guess. And then somebody else again, but I thought it was awesome that ANCOM came through and said no, put us out of our fucking misery. Yeah, if ANCOM did just step away for a second, I'm assuming as well, we got somebody else shaking the dew off the lily. If anybody needs to go get a drink, do whatever, please by all means do, but talk amongst yourselves while I go get my own beverage. Please be civil.
All right. It was lovely. I thought all the debates tonight were good except for one of them, unfortunately. I apologize for that. But I do have to take off, so y'all have a good one.
Don't leave us, Mida.
Sorry, I gotta
At least
go.
share the crack.
I got obligation. It's a glass. I can't share it.
So now we just need oh, actually no, we have one person missing from each of the 3 categories. 1 AF missing, 1 neg missing, and 1 judge missing. We're good.
We get to close the ninja now.
You can if you want. I'm gonna
Did
leave
you
it
have
open
fun,
because I know
Vigi?
Bisky wants to continue seeing this lovely face on screen.
That is brutal. Straight up had a marathon. Just keep adding 10 minutes to it.
God, that was torture.
You know you
People
loved
wanted to
it.
keep at it. People wanted to keep adding time.
you two were saying the same things over and over.
It was very
I'm
frustrating.
gonna tell you
man.
all how stupid that last debate was. You're missing people, so I'm gonna petition Radish to let me in.
Who let you in here?
I have
Let's
all
help
of the
him.
permissions in Discord, dude.
Oh,
I am
Is that why you
everywhere.
sacrificed the Easter Bunny?
fuck that guy.
We don't need to talk about the Easter Bunny.
Fuck that
tonight.
guy. Sacrifice him.
Y'all,
Oh,
you guys are
he's
making my
bad.
wife ask questions about the Easter Bunny, okay? We need to stop.
Yeah. Wife
You
question.
shouldn't have murdered the Easter Bunny if you didn't want questions about it.
I plead the fifth about what happened, what a mystery someone did to the Easter Bunny, okay?
You
know,
All
let's
I
be
know
real here.
is he won't be back.
If your wife isn't right or die
One
enough
shot in
that
the heart,
her
right?
question, if your wife isn't right or die enough that her questions about the Easter Bunny are causing you concern, that's the
Then
real problem.
I would reevaluate.
Oh, it's not causing me concern. I just don't want to relive that night. All right, it was a bad
Oh,
time
the
for
Easter,
everybody.
the Easter Bunny came in under the tent, and your wife stabbed him in the heart, and then he got found guilty. So fuck the Easter Bunny, right?
There has been no finding of guilt and no admission of guilt.
Of course not. Why would we say that? That
It
sounds
was a
insane.
I'll be right
ritualistic
back. I'm
slang,
checking
but I
out
won't
the
give any
lounge
more
actually Once
details.
up here, so I can let Horse Rider
Yeah,
shoot him.
Lethe, the only way you know that is because you were there too and you were involved.
Nah, there were snitches.
I do not study psych.
So
Everybody
No.
died
you
in
can't
the
actually argue because you're a
Bro,
witness.
I have pictures of you there, Lethe.
Bro, I got pictures too.
Show 'em where it never happened.
No, because it shows everybody else that was there. All right, I'm trying to
Yeah.
expose you, not the
Yeah.
people who actually
Arnold
committed the
Schwarzenegger
act.
was totally there. Yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger totally did it, right?
It's actually Gavin Newsom.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but he was wearing an Arnold Schwarzenegger like pregnancy suit, right, from that Danny DeVito movie, right?
Yeah,
Twins?
for sure.
Yeah. Got him on the same page. We're good.
Gorps
Chat,
couldn't make
why-
it to judge tonight, but
No, I
but
couldn't,
did
but
want
I could rage
to
in your
come
chat.
in to to troll everybody. I
All
didn't
right.
even hear what you were saying. I just came in. I was like, oh, I forgot. Gorps is a
just
mod.
I just went up to the lounge to see if anyone wanted in. Game Boy said he did, so when you're ready to bring people in, he is in the queue behind.
So we usually
Night
only
Kelsey.
do that on the 3v3 night immediately after. Right now, this is just going to stay us, the debaters. And since we had 3 people leave, I'm all right with Gorps jumping in because, I mean, Gorps was going to be
yeah.
the judge, so he can just kind of fill in for Maida. But this portion, I don't want necessarily guests. Once we're done going through our 30 minutes for each debate prompt, then I'm going to start bringing in guests. Actually, anybody who wants in can come in.
I really
I
like
rate us
the
out to
first-
somebody else's channel. I rate us
Yeah.
out to somebody else's channel, and then we just kind of keep on the conversation wherever we end up. So that's kind of the way the format for the 1v1s goes. So
the first 2
that's
debate
it.
prompts were great, though. I thought they were really
Yeah,
great.
no,
I thought they were
exactly. So
argued very well.
The reason we do this again is because the people who are sitting here hanging out listening to the prompt or the other debaters, they didn't get to say
Right.
shit. And I know Vigi has something to say about this first prompt, which is why I know he's tired probably of talking. But I'm going to actually let him go against Lethe since Z disappeared.
I don't think Vigi ever gets tired of talking. Come on now, give the man some
We'll
credit.
see. All right, so former military should be employed as school security. I had a lot of notes on this one. This was a great debate as well. But I also feel like you guys sort of said it. Z was rusty. Z asked for this debate. Z is not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to critique him too much. But Lethe, Lethe did what Lethe does. So, Vigi, do you think there was anything that Z did not say in favor of this prompt? Do you agree with the prompt? I assume you were an AF.
I'm like, so I actually like conclusion wise, I probably come closer to like what Lethe it said, but like in our current system without like completely revamping the system, I actually do support using military veterans over the fucking school resource officers. And I'll just basically say the whole line of argumentation that I used with Lethe whenever I was talking to him about his debate. And that's so with school resource officers, right? They meet one of 2 criteria. They're either put there because they're too fucking old to be on the streets, or B, because they
molested kids, yeah.
they molested some. They were like fucking
Yeah.
raping people or beating the fuck out of people. And either way, I don't want that person protecting my fucking kids. Like,
Right.
there's no fucking reason that we should have fucking cops who couldn't stop beating the fuck out of people long enough to stay on the goddamn streets in order to
Protect our
fucking
children.
protect kids
Absolutely.
versus somebody who is a fucking veteran who, yeah, maybe they have a little bit of PTSD, but like literally, I would rather have fucking Grumple Stiltskin protecting my fucking kids than a fucking school resource officer that couldn't stop beating people.
Can I just
Well,
say
so
it's not
you want-
true
you
that
want-
every
So,
resource officer is that. All right, there
Right.
are
Well, I was about to
some
say, what,
districts that are
you would
run
rather
left.
Grumple be the resource officer. That is the affirmative of this prompt, is it not? Yeah, hang on,
point.
Little. I was actually going to go to Ghosty next, and then I was going to go to you. Everybody's
go,
going to get we got
sorry.
plenty of time.
Ghosty,
so-
go Ghosty,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
Ghosty.
But Vigi, real quick, you say you would rather have Grumple as the
Yeah,
as
in our current
the
system,
resource officer.
I would rather have people like Grumple or Samantha being the school resource officers, the fucking veterans, than cops who couldn't stop beating people long enough to get kicked off the streets.
Okay, and Lethe, of course, ran away, so doesn't have the opportunity to defend
No, I'm still here.
the fact. Oh no, you're still there. All right, cool. Then
I just
Lethe-
turned off the ninja.
Gotcha. So we don't get to see your face no more. That's fine. Cool.
Yeah,
be like
blend,
that.
blend that ninja, make the
Um,
smoothie.
So okay, Lethe, do you agree with what Vigi is saying? Like, do you trust the police to protect your kids more than you trust veterans?
Technically, yes. Mostly in the sense that veterans have different issues. So, like, cops can also be veterans, and I also don't think veterans make the best police from most of the results that we've seen.
Gotcha. And Ghosty,
this
where
court-
did you come
or-
down on this one? Or do you agree or disagree that military should be school resource officers
I was-
primarily focused on?
Yeah, I would say probably no. Veterans typically aren't the most stable of people.
That's such bullshit.
Hold on, Lulu.
You-
Let her
I-
finish.
Like,
All right.
of course, you can find some people, I'm sure, that are plenty stable, but just with even just PTSD in general, like a weird noise could trigger an episode or something like that. And I'm not saying that's like every, again, like veteran or something, but I just don't know if they're really the best like candidate to use for this.
I mean, is it not safe to assume that they would have some sort of a screening? Like, I mean, you would expect a background check. Why would you not also expect a psych eval on the person before they get this job?
Yeah, and that would be fine, I guess. But like, what is there a reason we're specifically choosing military vets, or?
Called the
Well,
prompt.
his argument was, and this prompt was offered by Z, the person who requested the debate, and his argument was that they come pre-trained. He was specifically calling out the Uvalde incident, where the police showed up and didn't know what to do because the only people who are actually trained to deal with that situation is SWAT, whereas military is also trained in those situations, and having them already on the scene would have made it so that the Uvalde incident would have been over much quicker and probably less loss of life. That was his argument, or where he was trying to go with it. So that's why he was saying military specifically, because generally they're already trained, and even if you're not in an infantry position during basic training, you're still taught a general like how to slice a room and stuff like that. So
Yeah, I don't know if they like. I personally really wouldn't want them on the school grounds at all times. If anything, I would just say we have to better train the police to understand how to handle these situations, or send SWAT to a call where there's a shooter at a school, and not just your daily police who have never even dealt with a murder in their town or something like that.
for sure. And that's the argument, is then we have to wait for the SWAT to get there. All right, Lulu, what were you going to say now, sir?
This is very problematic, and I think this is I don't think anybody's doing it like intentionally, but I'm just saying like since we're so like very aware now of like racism and ageism and like ableism, right? That we can like somehow like put veterans in a different bucket and like, oh, they all have PTSD. They all, like 98% of veterans who are currently even disabled from the VA, right, have never seen combat. So it's very problematic and offensive to me. And again, not you personally, but I'm just saying like people in general, right? Like, so let me tell you a story, right? Let me tell you a story. So my first daughter was gonna be born, right? We had and we were gonna do a home birth, right? And so the day before the birth was scheduled, right, when my wife was, she was 6 centimeters, and the baby was coming, right? This woman comes up and like slides a note under the door with a check for $3,000 saying like, we're not doing your home birth because I'm worried that because you were in Iraq that if you see blood you might kill me, right? And that was actually a thing that happened. But like the whole point is like even the people who were in Iraq, right, who actually saw combat, who actually saw like people dying, it's about the same percentage as the people who identify as transgender. Like it's such a small percentage of a minority. And so to impute that to all veterans is just such an insane thing. Because people who are
definitely did
veterans.
not.
Yeah, no, and I was just about to say, I don't think
Also-
that anybody thinks that every veteran does.
I'm not saying,
Well, also-
I'm not saying anybody said that. I'm not saying anybody said
Right,
that.
no,
I'm
I know,
just
I
saying-
understand a little, but real quick, just because I want to parse something out. I've got a counter story for you because
Go ahead.
I've known people who have experienced PTSD, even though they were not in direct infantry or even frontline positions. Even though they weren't slicing rooms, they were in a place that was under threat. And just being in a tent, I was reading an article just the other day of an account of a guy who was stationed for 4 like 4 months,
4 months, yeah.
waiting for his time to go to the front lines, never actually saw combat, but sitting in the tent waiting, knowing that at any
Yeah.
moment a fucking bomb could take him out. Like
It's
he
hard.
still had that PTSD despite not being direct line infantry. Secondly,
I'm
though,
not.
every single major conflict we have had since World War II, the instances of PTSD have increased significantly from 3% during World War II and Korean War, 10% during Vietnam War, 21% during Gulf War, 29% during Iraq and Afghanistan.
But
Do you think that it's
10%
because
that
people are
10%
less?
10% 's a
Hang on,
lie.
brother.
That
Let me
10% 's
finish.
a lie.
Do you
Okay,
th-
real
do you
quick,
think do you think that that is because people are less able to deal with the consequences or the stresses, or do you think it's because we are slowly but surely getting more and more people coming forth and admitting what they're experiencing? And is there still not a large portion that is probably not reporting their PTSD? That's my question to you.
Both and, right? So the answer is like that there, because it's becoming more acceptable to not be completely doxxed and be a horrible person if you actually admit you have problems, right? So that is true, right? The question is like, are we ever going to actually get close to the real number? No, because there still is a culture that is inhibiting people from reporting themselves. So I agree with your premises across the board, right? So I think that the 10% in Vietnam is probably closer to 59%, right? Especially if you're talking about conscription, right? Like, how could somebody who's conscripted to go fight not have PTSD? If you're there against your will, like, I mean, it takes a very special individual to not have PTSD if you're across the seas fighting against your will for a war you don't believe in, right?
Yep.
So I just think the
So
numbers
going back,
are-
let's real quick give it right back to you. But to go back to your original claim, which was that people are implying that every veteran has it. No, even by your own claims, more than half of them likely do experience it. And as such, do you not see that if more than half of them experience it, it's a concern?
I think it's a concern, but I think it needs to be ameliorated the same way as any other concern is, like you're saying, by background checks, by actual like psychological evaluations, right? I think it's very inappropriate to have somebody who's like, "Oh, you're a veteran, so X, Y, and Z," right?
Sure.
Oh, you're black,
course.
so X, Y, and Z. It's the same freaking line of logic, which is
No group is a
we don't-
monolith. We get it. Yeah, agreed.
But we don't tolerate that in any other realm except veterans, and we're still dealing with that, and that's fine. We're
Sure.
society's working on it. It's fine, but it's just very problematic. Like, yeah, if there's a guy who's like, Charlie in the trees, get down, pop, 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 pop. Yeah, that guy should not be protecting school. Duh, right?
Sometimes you don't know that they are that guy
Okay,
until it's
so
too late.
real
right?
quick-
That needs to be,
Yeah,
but
go
that
ahead,
needs to be part of the regimen of testing
Yep,
before
yep,
you can
agreed,
appoint
Lulu.
them to that. Like that has to be
let
like.
Vigi go.
we-
Let Vigi
since-
go.
since
Let
we-
Vigi go,
sorry,
buddy.
bitch,
Let
sorry,
Vigi go.
bitch, sorry,
Let Vigi
bitch,
go.
Sorry, bitch. I remember.
No, you're good. So, as a veteran, Samantha really wants to clear up misinformation on this conversation.
I understand, but again, like I said, we're keeping this to the debaters right now. Have Samantha stick around. I would love to have her opinion. It's literally going to be an hour longer. So, again,
if Samantha wants to talk, I'm a fellow
Right.
veteran. I'd love to talk to her too, just in general.
Primarily,
I'd love
my
to- I'd love to.
argumentation was the increased level of background checks and evaluations that are going to be necessary to make sure that the vets are cool to have in, which I think the police should also do if they're bringing veterans into the ranks. So this is an issue that has to be handled with more money. And I don't think the school system should have that burden placed on them.
So it's a pragmatic problem that the system as it has can't hold the burden, right?
That's essentially what I'm saying. And so he's
Oh,
arguing.
no, I agree. I
well,
agree.
What Mind of Z was arguing was like, well, businesses and other institutions are going to put up the money to have the veterans be in the school, and it's not going to come from the school board. And I'm like, then why not just train cops better?
Right.
Well,
Or
right,
train school resource officers better.
Also, this happens 0 times ever that the public businesses are putting up money to fund veterans. That and unicorns both happen.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, I got distracted. Gorps, where did you land on this? If you're still here, are you even still here, Gorps? You've been very politely quiet, and I appreciate that.
No, I was
I'm
trying not to be politely quiet, but then I got overtalked, and I let you guys talk.
I'm sorry.
Where'd you land on this, and why?
I sided with Lethe on this one. I think that I wish Lethe brought up things like war crimes a little more. I think that would have made it more fun and spicy. I was trying to butt in, and I let you guys just talk instead. But I was gonna say the same thing you did, Radish, which is that so many veterans have PTSD when they have never seen combat. So many veterans have disability when they've never seen combat. Veterans as a class, we cannot say that they all have PTSD or that they all will have PTSD, but I do think it is a fair assumption to say that there is a very heightened risk of PTSD, specifically in terms of, like, for example, a mass shooting when it comes to this class, and we should be very careful about that if we are selecting people for a police force or for an SRO, both of which largely I don't think we should have veterans in.
I mean, anecdotally, like, I love my uncle. He was a military vet, I believe, from Korean War. And as great as he was all the way around, there was a very clear rule. If you stayed at his house, don't wake him up or you may have a problem, because the PTSD would have him lash out if you were to wake him up abruptly. So these are things that are just a reality when dealing with certain veterans. And we have to sit there and weed this out.
So Samantha just posted the statistics in chat, right? So among all veterans, about 4.8% currently have PTSD, and about 8% have had PTSD at some point in their life. Based on
Those are averages, though, according to what I was reading. I'm going based on the Veterans Health Library.gov. And yes, the overall average of veterans is between 3 and 7%.
This all requires the veteran to come forward and talk about it.
Exactly,
well.
And that's
like
the
most
other
of the
issue,
homeless vets that are, I mean, let's be real, completely fucking losing it on the streets of American cities. Those people are probably not counted in this because they're probably not going to the VA, and they're probably not reporting PTSD because they have not gotten the mental health care that they need.
Yeah, so Samantha said the honest number is probably around 5%.
Once again, that is taking into account the veterans that are still alive from World War II, from from the Korean War, and from the Vietnam War, all of which were underreported and underdiagnosed. So again, yes, spreading out over that time, the averages, how many veterans didn't have a PTSD diagnosis? Yeah, of course, when you spread it out over all of the wars, it drops to below 7%. But if you go to each individual war and their reporting and diagnosis, you'll see that it has gotten incrementally more every single conflict. Now, either people are becoming softer and cannot deal with the consequences of it, or it was underreported earlier.
I have a question that I don't know if
I will say that
Talking about the
In
PTSD
my
point,
opinion.
in World War II, it was like a big thing, a big like well-known thing of like
Shell
people
shock.
got shell shock.
Yep.
That, I mean, my intuition would say that
Oh,
you know
but it
most of
wasn't
that was probably
PTSD.
no, but most of it turned into PTSD, but likely was never counted.
Correct. So
So Samantha's
again,
just coping in the chat, but
no. Again, like
She'll
I said,
talk to you about it later.
Yeah, exactly. Like
I'm
I said,
sure.
yeah, I already
I'm
reached out
here
to her.
to
Yeah, I
stir
already reached
shit,
out to her in
okay?
the after. Again, this 30 minutes is my way of saying thank you to all of the debaters who stick around and listen
You're
to other
welcome.
people debate. I know that's a huge ask, you know what I'm saying? And so kind of the trade-off is that now you guys get the mic on all of the prompts that you sat there patiently. I assume you're raging to your own chat, but you're patiently waiting to get your fucking 2 cents in.
I don't have a chat.
Well, yeah, you don't, but you should, man. You should start
What?
streaming. So,
Someday I'll have a chat. One
all right.
one day, my ancient ancestors said, one day, son will have a chat.
So, Ancom, you didn't actually get the chance to weigh in, other than your judging capacity. What is your actual belief when it comes to military doing police work, military doing resource work? What do you think is the best solution to the crime in the schools today?
Actually, give me a sec, because the way you said something reminded me of a quote, and I want to get the quote, so give me just a sec.
Yep, no worries. Did you have a sock puppet just talking into your ear, or was that your cat's tail? I couldn't tell for
That
sure.
was my cat's tail.
Okay, looked like a sock puppet.
Here it is. There's a reason you separate the military and the police. One fights the enemies of the state, the other serves and protects the people. When the military become both, the enemies of the state tend to become the people.
Who said that?
Oh,
That was a character named William Adama from Battlestar Galactica.
yep. And guess what happened to him?
Modern day sage.
Yeah, Guy Spaltar did away with him, right?
I
anyway.
mean, yes, but
Yeah, but no. The point.
I
the
don't,
point being,
I don't
is
see
like,
that as a reason to disregard what he
No,
said
but-
there.
Well, the point being is,
Yes,
my
some
favorite
commie
quote from
shit,
Battlestar Galactica is
Samantha.
there's the whole thing from Battlestar Galactica, right? Is like, when the machine has become so perverse, you must throw your body against the machine to grind against its gears, and if it takes your flesh, that's Chief, right? And when Guy Spaltar has the government, that's the Chief, right? It's a very Communist Manifesto thing, but I agree with him, right?
Well, so okay, so I've actually
sorry,
talked about
I don't
this.
know what you were saying there. I was just reminded of a particular quote. Anyways,
I was talking
Yeah,
about
yeah,
Chief's quote from Battlestar Galactica, same thing.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't watch
I
Battlestar
know who-
Galactica, so this
it's
one's
been a
outside
very
of my realm
long
of
time
wisdom.
since I watched it, so I don't remember the characters. I just remember that quote.
Shame on all of you.
So I have had a problem in the past with the idea of veterans being recruited into the police force. Not because I have a problem with veterans. I have a lot of family who are veterans. I have nothing but respect for veterans. However, the idea that in general we are training people to see everything as a potentially lethal threat. Even if you are working if you're gassing up trucks on the base, you are still trained to perceive everything as a potentially lethal threat and to be on guard for your life at all times. And if that is the case, when you bring that training back home to the States and are expected to protect and serve, if your inclination is to view see everything as a potential life-ending threat, you're going to react the way you were trained. By whom? The military. And that's a perfectly normal and natural action, but it's still not an action that is conducive to law enforcement.
Let's run this through a real
keeping
world
the
scenario,
peace.
right? So, okay, so if we take, for example, Mike Brown, okay? Situation Mike Brown.
Do I have
right?
to?
No, I mean, you don't have to, but if you would allow me to.
I'm just being a smartass. Go on, sir.
I know. I knew you were. That's why I said what thing I said. Is so if you take a Marine, right? And they were in the position of the officer who was dealing with Mike Brown in 2014 in I guess South Chicago or Northwest St. Louis, whatever you want to call it, right? Anybody who was in the Marine Corps or the Army who did the same actions as the officer did been brought up on war crimes and been charged and convicted in The Hague. Okay, so police have a much more broad-ranging authority to do a bunch of bullshit that's not actually legal than any military force does.
So what you're saying is you're suggesting we take the bridle off of the trained killers. You're saying that those people who are used to having to answer to tighter constrictions are now going to be let loose on the public without those oversights? And you think that's a good idea?
No, I think it's a terrible idea.
Okay, I agree.
I think the proof is in the pudding. Is that we have people who are police officers who don't have to obey by the rules of law or the rules of war, right? And they still do heinous shit to people, right? If you were to put Marines in that same place, the Marines wouldn't have done that. Or if they would have been brought up on criminal charges in international crime. They've been
The
locked
U.S.
away.
military did Abu Ghraib and never faced the fucking Hague. What are you talking about?
But that's different. That's different. We can talk about that.
That's different. Thing. That's different. My bad.
No, because I don't think you're understanding the way I'm trying to inculpate all of the U.S. military in their fuckeries. So I think you're like throwing some shade, like somehow I don't agree that they should all be in the fucking hole. So I just don't respect the way you phrased it all flippantly, because I think at the same time that both the officer who did it to Michael Brown should be also convicted, but also at the same time, the people who are doing the same shit to people in Iraq should be similarly convicted. So I think it's very disingenuous how you're saying, like, I'm not trying to drop the hammer about I'm dropping the hammer on all of them even harder.
You insinuated in your statement that the hammer is dropped. That's
no, I didn't
insinuate.
No, come on, I didn't insinuate shit. I insinuate the hammer is dropped. No, I said it should be. Don't misquote me, please.
I didn't quote you.
I just want to point out that, like, when we talk about this and we talk about PTSD being a reason why people shouldn't be like school resource officers or whatever, I got curious and decided to look up the rate of PTSD in other professions, right? The rate of PTSD in other professions, like even like standard professions like journalism, right, is significantly higher than what we have for the military. So, like,
I think
first
responders, right? First responders is the highest.
Well, I'm not even.
I was going to say, what are the highest?
First responders.
What are the highest ones?
This is an article, so I'll have to scroll through and figure it out.
I'm not sure.
But I'm curious.
War journalists as a comparative, war journalists as a comparative example, right?
They're a military person without a gun, so yeah, checks out.
Yeah,
they're not a military person.
But you know what I'm saying. They're in the same situation as
they're in the
they're
in the same
themselves.
situation.
Yeah,
but they don't have
they're fucked from get-go. Yeah.
So it makes sense. Who else?
The reported rate of having PTSD as a war journalist is currently 28.6%.
Great.
Victim
it's not
support
great.
workers.
I agree.
I don't want them to be resource officers either, Vigi. Go on.
Victim support workers, right? It's 34%. Let's see. Where's
what does that mean? Does that
mean you mean like CPS response to like
is that CPS or EMT?
How is it? How is it defining that?
I mean, it doesn't make really bad. I'll agree with the premise. I'll agree with the premise.
Basically the people that help the victims work through.
Who go to a
social
situations
services,
they have to respond to it, right?
So social services, therapists, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Medical and healthcare workers, 44% have diagnosed PTSD.
Sure.
Yeah, can I point out in this conversation that there's a difference between like just PTSD in general and specifically combat-related PTSD, which is I think what's actually relevant here.
Right.
When we're talking about,
the first
for
one I
example,
brought up was
responding
war
to a mass
journalists.
shooting. I know, but like the healthcare and stuff,
make the distinction. Make the distinction make sense. Then what is the delineating?
Sure. No, I will, Little, because it's my argument. I did not talk about PTSD when I was talking about mine. I was talking about training and temperament. I'm talking about the fact that you are trained to perceive everything as a life-ending threat and to respond in kind. regardless of where you are in the military. That is trained and ingrained. That's what they, especially you talk about the Marines as an example. Marines are one of the most lethal fucking people. Every person who is doing anything in the Marines is a lethal and terrifying force on themselves.
Our boom sweepers can kill a
as
motherfucker.
such, yes, that's what I'm saying. As such, even the guy who's gassing up the trucks is still trained to react in a lethal manner to any potential threat. Taking that training and disposition and then putting it into a situation where you're supposed to de-escalate as opposed to end it with impunity, that's a bad fit.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'll
here's
take
the
it
thing.
a step further, though. It's like it's not even like that's like something they could do. That is the first instinct. Your first.
That's what I'm
instinct
saying.
is
So we should
escalate.
have people who are trained the other
Hold on.
direction.
Hold on.
Yeah, no, I
Hold on.
agree. But these people
So
are
we
a
have-
bad fit.
We have
hang on,
multiple
Lou, what were you
examples
saying?
of this happening, right? We have
Say again?
multiple examples of this happening, right? So we have it is very common for former military police officers to end up getting fired because they refuse to shoot people and they want to de-escalate the situation instead. Because the fact is, the military gets better de-escalation training than the police does. So they turn around and utilize that de-escalation training as cops. And we like Samantha sent me an example in chat. You can look at it in chat where from 2017, where a cop got fired for trying to de-escalate a situation instead of shooting them. There's another more famous example that I was thinking of earlier. That was a bit farther back than that, right?
The whole
Where
problem is like you're assuming a level of intent.
Hang on, Little. Let him finish. Let him
Right.
finish, Little. Jesus, man.
I'm just
Hold
saying,
on.
like, we
Take notes.
intent.
Take
Actually,
notes.
no, this
Open up
might-
notepad. Let a man finish.
Actually, this one might be the one that Samantha sent might actually be the one that I'm thinking of now that I read the article a little bit more. But it was the R.J. Williams situation, right? Where it was a dude basically trying to commit suicide by cop, and the first cop that showed up was a former Marine, if I remember correctly. Trying
Army.
not to read
Army.
while I scroll
Army.
through.
He's an
Or
Army, but
it was
yeah.
former Army. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Which
It
is
was
a
an
different thing.
armed black man. It was an armed black man with a gun. It was an unloaded gun specifically, and
was.
instead of shooting him like most cops would because he was waving the gun around, the cop tried to de-escalate the situation, get him to put his gun down, and then when other cops showed up, and the guy was still waving his gun around and pointing it at the cops, they ended up shooting him instead, and then the cop that tried to de-escalate the situation got fired.
What is the point you're trying to make with that? Because that is shitty. But what does that prove? Just out of curiosity.
The point I'm
Pull it
making is the point I'm making is that that like when we look at military to the police pipeline, right? A lot of the time, the former military cops are better at de-escalation than the cops that were just trained straight off the street. And to such a degree that it is fairly common for former military cops to get fired for disobeying the rules of when to shoot people because they actually know how to de-escalate situations.
Not only that, but and now I'm going to flip the script and go the other direction. Every person who I've ever known who was military holds honor above just about anything else. And so again, every person who I've ever known who has been military does their best to act in what they perceive to be an honorable way. I'm not saying anybody's perfect, and I'm not saying that again, there are no monoliths, but every person that I have met has fallen into that category. And as such, you're right. They're going to always be the ones who are going to look for the way to not have it end the way that they have seen. And it makes sense logically that the people who have seen the worst side of humans would do everything in their power to fight against it escalating to that point. But it still doesn't change the fact that people who oftentimes are the ones who go into that as a job are going to be the ones who have a particular proclivity towards violence, and as such there's a, I'm sure, above 0 percentile that is going to go into these situations with the desire for it to escalate. I have seen plenty of bad camera footage, what do you call it, chest cam, what do you call it? Body cam.
Body
Cam footage. Yeah. Body cam footage of officers who were clearly hoping or trying to make a situation escalate. I would be interested if there's ever been a study of a correlation to military service with those types of officers. I don't know if there is one, but I would love to see those numbers.
Can I also make a quick
Yep,
point?
last thought, and then we're going to move on to the next prompt. Go ahead.
Okay, so for context, before I make this, Uvalde was cited by the person who's
Repeatedly.
no longer here, right?
Repeatedly, yeah.
I think did actually as well.
Yeah, it
Okay.
came up multiple times. So what about it?
Well, in the context of this prompt, in Uvalde, when that shooting happened, the police lieutenant as well as the police chief were both veterans who were both on the scene when it happened, and they did fuck all. So it doesn't really make me trust vets to do this
Were they both?
anymore.
Thank you,
What?
Gorps. I was actually going to say, and I wrote down in my notes, I was wondering, were those particular officers ex-military or not, and do we know? So you
Yep.
do know for a fact that they were ex-military?
Lieutenant Javier Martinez was a veteran and a Uvalde police lieutenant who was initially rushed to the scene. Former Uvalde police chief Pete Orredondo was law enforcement and was a veteran.
Okay.
From what I'm
real
looking
quick,
at right
I'll let
now.
you respond to that because it looked like you had something you wanted to say, Ludo. What's your last thought there? Go ahead. Make it quick for me, though, Brad. You're muted. We've lost your audio somehow. Oh, yeah, you're not even
are
in the Discord.
muted?
Room. Oh, yeah, there you are. There you go. Go ahead. Nope, still can't hear you. I think your microphone is muted. Yeah, turn your microphone
Yeah, your
back on.
microphone's
All right,
muted,
we're good.
buddy. It's
We're
not
good
light
now.
up.
Got me?
Yep.
We good? All right, cool.
Yep.
My whole point. Sorry, I was like freaking out and I hit my microphone. My bad.
Yep, no,
the
I
whole point
appreciate
is,
that.
Like, so the whole thing is you will never find somebody who is more in a line with holding people who are prior military to a higher standard than normal police officers. Like I'm with that because I was there, I did the shit, and you have to deal with people on a whole different level, and so the level of humanity you're respecting, right? And this is the whole point: is like if you are in a position where you can take the rights and the legitimacy and the freedom away from an individual, right? You have a very special fucking ability that no one else has, right? And that's very limited in the foreign war sense for a Marine or an Army man or whoever, right? But to take that
For
back
sure.
to American soil, and now you're doing that to American citizens, like that's even heightened. And so I don't think there is a good answer regardless. I think the people who are military prone or have military are much likely to de-escalate the situation, but you have the same people who are like they got picked second team for fucking football, so now they're fucking law enforcement officers, and they're just fucking like look at the Civil Rights Lawyers channel on YouTube, right? It just says body cam footage of people just abusing the shit out of people who are deaf, blind, dumb, mentally retarded, right? Because they can. Like, and that just happens every day in America. So I don't.
We do prefer the term mentally handicapped for what it's worth. Mentally retarded. If you use the term mentally retarded, it means that you are using a slur whenever you're using retarded outside of that term. But with that said, closing. Yeah, closing that out with that was appropriate. So, again, great topic, loved it. But we're going to move on to the next one because we do have people who want to get in here, and we do have a hard out. So,
sorry if I said
America
bad words,
is
I
now
apologize.
safer. America is now safer than it ever has been. So, of course, once again, the person who did not win the debate has already left. So I'm going to be in the position where I have to try to steel man them as much as possible. That said, Ghosty won this. Is there anybody else who disagrees? Does anybody else here think that America is safer now or that disagrees that America is safer now than it ever has been? Loodle.
I think it depends
Well,
on which
hang on, Loodle, you just got a
category
whole bunch.
you're
So hang on. Yeah.
targeting.
What was that, Gorps?
It depends on which category we're talking about. I think that Ghosty should have talked more about other metrics other than crime. But anyways, it depends on what we're talking about. If we're talking about crime, no. If we're talking about other things included, yes.
Like what other things?
Oh.
I mean, when was the last
Oh,
time we had a nuclear drill in a school? Like, this is literally biometric.
true,
safer
that makes
we're
us
not.
safer. Oh, I didn't even think about that line of argumentation. That would have been fucking brilliant. No offense there, Ghosty, but yeah, I would have tried to take it that way. That I was saying the thing about the bulletproof vest makes you safer,
Ghosty,
right?
Ghosty, I
But if
think you
you'd have
did it in
taken
your
that all the
closing,
way to, if you'd have
but
taken that
I
all
would
the
like to
way
hear
to,
more.
look, man, our cars are fucking safer because we got airbags. Like, how many people were
Bullshit.
dying from that? This
Yeah.
does not just say criminally safer. It is America in
That's-
general is safer.
That
I
is
didn't
the
even think
point
about
that I
that.
was making when I
I had
gave
my
my
hand in the
judgment.
air.
I
No
did
one
bring-
was.
Nobody said it in a way that made it sink in for my dumbass.
I did
Oh,
bring
that's
up like the
why I-
Like,
medical.
this is the point I was
Yeah.
making.
Hold on,
is,
hold on.
like,
Let Ghosty go.
no
Let
one-
Ghosty go. Her
Oh, no.
debate. Go ahead.
I was just saying I did bring up that if you like medical technology, we're safer than ever today. But I did relate that to crime stuff. So, but
And
yeah,
you talked about the forensics, and you talked about the efficacy of the criminal system in general. But
Can I get
talking
one
about
more
the fact
thing?
that our roller coasters
So,
are
like-
safer.
Like,
Yeah.
all of our we
Our
have
lead
like safety
paint is gone.
regulations. We have
Yeah,
safety
regulation.
regulations and
Exactly. This
stuff.
could have turned into a
But
regulation.
also, like, even separate from that, I think that compared now, for the most part, to any time in history, you are safer to practice your religion publicly. You are
True.
safer to be LGBT publicly. You are
True.
safer to be, as much as I may disagree with it, you're more safe to be a furry in public. Like, there's so many different aspects. There's so many different aspects of safety, and I wish more of them were touched on. But I also know it was a short
Yeah.
debate, so there's only so
Yeah,
much.
it
you can
it
hit.
was. It
police
was.
corruption
Lu-
too.
Operation Epic Furry.
Loodle, I know you said you had your hands up, but I talked across Ancom. I want to give him the chance first. What were you going to say there, sir? What did I interrupt?
Oh, I was just saying the same, like exactly what Gorp said. There are all kinds of different forms of safety, and the fact that this debate centered so much around crime statistics, like, we could have gone over so many things. The fact that fewer people are dying from diseases, the fact that, like, as just a really big example that I feel like people seem to forget, HIV when I was in high school was
Truth.
basically considered a death sentence.
It was a death sentence. 100% when I was in high school too, bro. Fuck,
Yeah,
before I
and
was even in
now-
high school.
And now it is effectively no big deal. Sure, we haven't cured it, but like we have gotten so good at treating it that HIV positive people are below detection levels, and we know that if you are below detection level, you are non-transmissible. We've gotten that good at treating it in 20 years. Now,
Also,
imagine that
separate-
across the board
separately-
for all sorts of different illnesses, not to mention the fact that our surgical and emergency techniques have improved. So now fewer people die as a result of horrific accidents. We've got
Hold on. Before you go, Gorps, it sounds, and because Noodle's going next anyway, it sounds to me, Ancom, like you're saying that we have a swell medical system here in America. Is that what you're saying, buddy?
really. Is that the straw man you're going to
Well,
make?
it sounds like you're saying we're safer now because of our current medical system and medical technology. That fewer people are dying nowadays than they used to. Isn't that what you're saying? I told you I got to be Zach here, bro. This isn't
Okay,
easy
I'm
for me.
saying that then yes, I'm saying that we have better medical technology, that we have the potential to save more lives, and in fact, we do save more lives. Now, the fact that our current medical system in the United States is a for-profit shit show, and that we are actually seeing a decrease in life expectancy over the last 5 years, largely as a result of that, notwithstanding the total deaths as a result of accident, injury, illness, has gone down, has been consistently going down for the last 30 years, with the exception of a slight bump as we saw in the data that Ghosty showed. And sure, maybe if you are going to take the absolute ridiculous position that now means the last 6 months to a year, instead of looking at the trend line and seeing that we are clearly doing better over time at not letting people die, as a result of any number of things, then sure, go ahead, do that bullshit straw man. But looking at trend lines is what we care about, and no one is going to take the position that when you're looking at a large 250-year trend line, that stopping at the last 6 months to a year is really the best idea in analyzing those statistics.
Put the ball on the tee for you and let you. I just got out of your way and let you swing at it.
Thank you.
But yeah, no worries. Loodle, go ahead. It sounds to me like you were on the opposite end of this. So direct whatever you're about to say towards Ghosty. What was your thought there?
Well, the whole problem is I don't agree with I don't disagree with any of the analysis that Ghosty has put out there, right? The whole problem is what the prompt is, right? Is like what do we mean by health? What do we mean by security, right? Like if we can define that term, then we can then coagulate everything else.
That's the job of the debaters.
Right? I know it is, but that's the whole problem is that since we're swinging from the fucking fences now after the fact, and like I agree with everything. Like yeah, it's in all the areas that
is
are
objectively
being
safer
brought up.
in America.
Well, yeah, but the problem is none of the debaters actually defined that term.
Yeah, no, again, well, and to her credit, Ghosty said that she did talk about some other aspects,
Right.
like in
sure.
the forensic
the
and
whole
medical,
point,
but
the whole
yeah,
thing, like,
everything
okay,
across
yeah.
the board is
So,
fucking
like,
safer.
yeah.
When most
Exactly,
people
but,
talk
like,
about
yeah,
this
what is
debate,
that?
like
okay,
when
sorry,
most people
I'll shut
talk
up.
about this debate, they're talking about crime in America. So that's kind of why I
But who are
focused
these
on
people
that.
though? The
Yeah.
problem is like you have to like focus on the thing. It's like okay, so it's fine, but
I mean, either
like,
way, it still works.
I
in
can
my
agree.
arguments.
I can agree with your argument in a very limited circumstance, right? If you expand beyond the terms which you're actually defining it as, then you lose on whole, right? And so my whole point is like let's talk about what we're actually talking about. If we're talking about the healthcare system, yeah, there's a problem. If we're talking about the AIDS epidemic or whatever we want to call it, right? How we got more medical advancements to solve that, then yeah. But you have to like ground your terms. We're not talking about like, oh yeah, well AIDS is we doing way better with AIDS, but also we're like having people their heads cut off in the subways in North Carolina. Well, like, but these are apples and oranges, and they shouldn't be comparisons. So the debaters need to like segment off what we're actually talking about a lot better, in my opinion.
All right, so real quick, Lethe, first of all, we lost your video. With that said, as a melatonin enhanced male in modern America, do you feel that
Melanin?
America is safer now than it ever has been?
Hey, I love y'all, but I'm gonna go to bed. No, I'm sorry. I love y'all.
Nope, no worries, Little. We appreciate you, buddy. We
No, I
will
appreciate
definitely
y'all
have you on
too.
again.
God bless.
Great job tonight.
Hey, hit me up for that reach around, brother.
All right, have a great night, bud. And I'm actually going to go ahead and just in case he forgets to turn off his camera, I don't want to see any further reach arounds. So I will go ahead and kill the camera for him. F3, there we go. And it looks like he didn't even leave the room. So we'll just drop him elsewhere. All right, there we go. So where were we? Lethe, I asked you a question. Sorry, sir. Do you feel that America is safer now than it ever has been? Are you still there, Mr. Lethe? Nope. Gorps, is America safer now than it ever has been?
I already answered this.
I'll do it again until Lethe gets back.
I think, as I said before, I think a more of a conversation during the debate about healthcare, about social safety. I mean, fuck, we can even talk about like black people being at least somewhat allowed to exist now. Yes, we are the safest we have ever been, but I think that all of these things should have been brought up in the debate, though they are a lot.
All right, so let me throw something out there.
I did bring up the
How
Civil
do
War
you factor?
and slavery.
I liked
Sure.
that in your closing. As far as what I heard, I was doing chores while I was listening, so I may have missed some stuff, but I believe I heard in your closing the healthcare argument. I liked that. I just wish I had heard it earlier. Maybe it was said.
I actually,
but
to be
missed
honest,
it.
I don't
Yeah.
think I brought up healthcare. I brought it in my opening. I brought up
I guess it was life expectancy. you
medical
said, right?
advances that
Yeah.
that can save your life. So even if something does happen
Yeah.
to you, you're more likely to survive it. But
So not specifically healthcare, but more just the life-saving technologies.
Life-saving technology is what I said. Yeah, those were my words.
All right, so real quick then, let me push back again, since as I said, I got to be Zach, and I got to be the opposition until Lethe gets back and can weigh in. Ghosty, how do you feel? Do you feel that the political division and polarization that has happened in America and the rise of political violence makes us safer or less safe? Do you think that that is do you think that that has made us less safe over time?
I don't know if there is a rise in political violence. I mean, like, again, within modern history, right, within the past like 5 or 10 years,
to 15
there might
years.
be.
That was your criteria, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess like right now, but even then, like right now, compared to like political violence of the past, like Vietnam War, like I mentioned, the Civil War, there were just during slavery and the civil rights movement, there was just so much civil unrest in our country. If we look at it compared to today, I feel like, and I could be wrong, but I feel like there would probably be more political violence back then. Obviously, any violence is going to make you a little bit less unsafe, right? But
well, sure, but using your criteria, you used a decade, which if we look at a decade, that means since Donald Trump took office for the first time,
right,
2016. So again, do you think that in that last decade we have been on a more safe trend or a less safe trend within that decade?
Specifically in political violence, or like in all categories?
Just in general, but incorporating and factoring in political violence.
I honestly
people
don't...
chasing somebody down because of a hat they're wearing and shooting them in the streets.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, somebody with a hat chasing somebody down and shooting them in the streets.
I don't think it's been that significant. I really don't. I don't know. I mean, obviously, if there's more violence, you're going to be less safe. But and I haven't really looked into this, so maybe I'm wrong, but I really haven't seen much reporting about like how political violence specifically has been the cause of like a lot of unsafety for people.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, Lethe, are you back yet? Still no Lethe. Then Gorps, how do you think, Gorps, do you think the political polarity has increased the safety concerns of Americans in the last 10 years?
Yeah, I think last 10, 11 years.
I ask because Gorps attends more protests than anybody else I know. So that's the reason that I'm going to Gorps on this.
I also organize a lot of them, so I work with safety teams for them.
Exactly.
Yes, I guess you could call it polarity. Radicalization is more so what I would say of both sides.
I was trying to say polarization, but yeah, go ahead.
But yes, I think that increases security risks and has for the last 10 to 12 years, probably, I would say. It like basically every month that goes on right now, for example, we are planning for a more and more extreme response from the opposition whenever we plan a protest. We also have things reversing that. We have assassination attempts on Trump. Going back and reversing that again, we have assassination of Democrats in, like Michigan? And these things seem like they're occurring more and more often, and they're more and more of a concern. We have, specifically on the Palestine issue, right? On either side of that, there's been a shit ton of assaults of either protesters assaulting other people or other people assaulting protesters in the last primarily like 2.5 years, right? So this stuff is growing, and it's getting more and more common, and it's being something that people have to plan for more and more. Is that, like, if you go to a protest, you kind of have to assume you might get assaulted. So it's definitely an increased violence on that front.
How many
least an
presidents have been
increase-
like shot in the past, though? You know what I mean? Like America has a very long history of president assassinations.
You want me to answer that? Fuck it. I believe Kennedy was the last one that was shot, and he died.
Right,
Like-
that's what I'm saying.
no,
like,
that's a
No,
great
Reagan,
example.
Reagan got
Spider-Man.
shot too.
Wait, what wasn't
Reagan got shot like
I
3
was remembering,
times.
or wasn't Reagan shot and he survived?
He was.
Yeah, Reagan.
So
got, like,
assassination
got shot, like,
attempts,
3
whether they're
times.
successful or not, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, but either way, even if the last one before Trump was Reagan, like this is still a long time that we're talking about. There's
Yeah,
a
so-
very obvious uptick in the last 10 years of this.
I don't know. George Bush had to dodge a
Somebody,
shoe.
He did have to dodge a
well,
shoe.
I know a couple of
God, I
Mexicans
love
that
that
would have
clip so
thrown one
much.
at him too. Okay, that's fine. That's not assassination.
All right, so real quick, Lethe's finally back from shaking the dew off the lily. Lethe, do you, as a melanin-enhanced human being, feel safer today than you used to, or do you think that it is safer in America than it ever has been?
I would say, yeah, definitely safer. I don't feel like I'm going to get lynched because I look at somebody that I shouldn't be looking at. So definitely a lot better. But also, I don't think the cops are going to be very kind to me under most circumstances.
So safer, but still not safe.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Body cams probably help.
Okay.
Out. Like, imagine all of the shit that police used to do to people, even like lying about like false allegations against people. They used to beat the shit out of people. They used to rape women sometimes. Like now with body cams and stuff, it helps these situations.
I have to push back on that point because there's been a couple studies that I've read that have been done on that basically show that there's no difference in behavior. There's also
There's
couple
just
studies that
accountability
there
for it is all.
Well,
That's
no,
significant.
and that's why there's not a difference in behavior is because still they have police unions. Still, most police departments within the country have an accountability system that requires cops to police each other, which they refuse to do writ large.
Some do, and we get to see them on YouTube, but they are few and far between. That's true.
Yeah, exactly. It's the body
so-
cams don't make that much of a difference. It's nice to have the evidence, and if a civilian has enough money to look into it and sue, they are more successful on that front. But that is very few and far between because that shit gets expensive so fast.
Sure. So real quick, in Lethe's defense, I just want to say, Ghosty, that Lethe, and I'm not trying to dox you, my friend, but Lethe is of an age where he remembers a time where it was not uncommon for all of the things that you were talking about they used to do to be still them doing.
Yeah.
So, and given the fact that he comes from the land of Rodney King, I feel like that he is probably uniquely able to speak on this specific topic.
I mean, we just recently had Rick Chow get off on chasing down and shooting in the back a kid that ran from his store. So, like, I don't think we're entirely safe from these kinds of things. It's just far less frequent than it used to be.
Yeah, no. Of
So
course not.
safer.
There are still.
Well, hold on. That is safer, though, right, Lethe, than it used to
It
be?
absolutely is.
So, again, he is still conceding and agreeing with Ghosty. Not saying safe, but safer.
Like, I'm thinking about, like, when they used to, like, hose down people and do all these really terrible... I mean, I obviously know there are still corrupt police that are doing horrible things to people, including protesters and stuff like that. But I would suspect it's less than it used to be.
So
It probably
so
is, yes,
nothing-
but they also hosed people down before they had things like CS gas. And
Yeah,
like
yeah.
3 days ago in Portland, they literally ran over a protester. The cop,
Exactly.
the feds did.
They just
So
have
it's
have
like-
better things. They got pepper balls now. So real quick, nothing but love for Zach, but I did actually write down in my notes, funny, that he was going through all of the things that the government has done, like, for instance, UAP disclosure and the JFK assassination for reasons we shouldn't trust the government. I noticed that the MLK assassination was strangely absent from that little diatribe. I'm
Yeah,
not
because
saying nothing for nothing. I'm just saying that I
Because
noticed
he's
it's
probably
absent.
among the cohort that believe that the MLK assassination had nothing to do with the government, despite the reams of evidence to the contrary.
Or he
Weird
agrees with
coinky
it.
dink, but JFK definitely an inside job.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm just saying that that we've seen the documentation on that one as well.
I also just don't see really the incentive for especially police departments or the FBI to lie about America being safer today than ever before. I feel like the incentive would be to lie to the people and telling them they don't feel safe so that they feel more needs for more law enforcement and more FBI and more all of, you know what I mean? So I just like...
They do both. Can I...
You can, but I'm going to go next. Go ahead, Corpse.
Okay, I'm going to take, if it's okay, take Seattle Police Department, because that's where I live and where I know the most about. As an example, SPOG is our police union. SPOG does this really fun thing where they advertise how certain crime rates are lower because of how great the Seattle Police Department has done. And then simultaneously, they get really political and they say this other issue is causing SPD to not be able to do their job or not able to do their job as well. And because of that, first of all, the city needs to allocate funds to that other thing. And secondarily, to respond to that, the city needs to allocate funds to the police department. A big issue in Seattle for this right now is traffic cameras and flock cameras, as it is kind of everywhere. But like, they play this 1-2 where it's like, we're doing so good and the city is stopping us, so we need the city to stop stopping us and also to help us react to the fact that the city stopped us, and that is where they advocate for their money.
I just want to point out, I realize it's probably completely tangential, but I heard you mention flock cameras, and the number of security experts that I've seen not only talking about, but actually going in and fucking hacking these things, and the company being like, no, there's no security holes, just blows my fucking mind.
Well, that's more of a privacy hold, but yeah, sure. So real quick, I just want to say that for those of you who do not realize, Gorps is secretly a conservative. I say secretly because he masks it well in his ability to be reasonable, but it's always fun whenever he brings things back to his ultimately conservative roots. That said, as he was saying, the cops don't want...
You say that, but everybody else calls me a commie. I don't get it.
I know. It's because
Nobody
it
can
depends on the
decide
circle.
me.
Right?
Well, you know what I call you.
In the room we are in right now, you are far right. So
yeah, the only thing I need to know, Gorps, what is the nature of the last protest you organized?
I was literally organized and went to one today against the cameras in Seattle.
Cool.
So libertarian is the answer, but he is a conservative, erring libertarian. So anyways, that said, cops have a benefit to not admitting because it makes them look like they're not doing their job well. But there is a counter motivation there where if they say that they have more crime than they can keep up with, they can get more funding, right? So it's kind of a balancing act there.
Yeah.
But I do want to say, because again, I got to be Zach for a moment. I will say, Ghosty, that looking into while y'all were talking, I did go into the background and I was doing my research, and it looks like, again, from a reliable source, there is definitely proof that especially large, highly left-leaning cities have a tendency to underreport to the FBI, and is the FBI that we take those crime statistics from. So there is actually verifiable, legitimate, unbiased evidence that these police departments have a benefit from underreporting. So we really actually can't trust the FBI statistics when it comes to crime, especially in big cities.
Here's the thing, right? When it comes to reporting statistics...
Hold on, Ancom. Let Vigi go, and then you can go, and then it's all Ghosty to close this because we only got a few minutes left.
When it comes down to reporting statistics, right? Reporting statistics, like being reported to the FBI, has always been a problem, and the number of precincts that are actually reporting to the FBI has been consistently going up. The FBI has even stated this. So the idea that Zach was using to try to combat the validity of the statistics literally counteracted his argument the entire time, because the reporting statistics are going up.
Fair. What were you saying now, Ancom?
big cities are actually far more likely to report their stats to the FBI. If you looked at that table that he had linked, you had it on screen at one
Was it
point.
more rural areas that didn't?
No.
I
Well,
didn't look
it
that
was
deep.
specifically. It was
just
specifically
assumed.
if
Like
you
that.
look at the number of police precincts, or rather the percentage of police precincts and the percentage of population covered, the population covered was always higher, which means more large cities were reporting their stats than small rural areas. And that latter part is probably, I'm guessing, but I think it's a decent educated guess, the reason smaller rural departments don't report as much is they simply don't have the resources to be able to do that administrative work, whereas a large police department does.
Cheers. All right, closing thoughts and everything you heard there, Ghosty. Do you still agree that America is safer now than it ever has been? How do you feel about your performance and all that jazz before we move on to the next prompt?
Yeah, I absolutely do. I do think it would have been cool to talk about all the other ways that America is safer today. But yeah, typically when this conversation is discussed, most people want to argue about crime, so that's kind of why I focused on that. I do wish, because I came to the debate late, so all my sources, and I even had to like rewrite my entire intro during the first debate that was happening. All my sources and everything was on my main computer, and I showed up late. I wasn't able to transfer them over to here, so I felt stupid with the sources and stuff. And because I'm streaming and I'm like trying to read his paper, it was just a mess. I wish I could have like actually looked at his source that he had better, and I wish I had my sources more prepared. But yeah, other than that,
There's definitely
like,
a lot of plates to spin.
I don't know why. I just don't like. I don't know. It's hard to argue with someone who doesn't who won't accept the data, and then who doesn't know when a safer time in America. Like, they're kind of just neutral, because he can't say that America is less safe today. He's just saying, oh, I don't know. So I'm arguing with like a neutral position, which is almost impossible to argue. It's like arguing with an agnostic, right? Like, they're always going to be right because they don't know. But I'm agnostic, but like, I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Well, actually, it's funny. That was an absolutely amazing way to punt it to a segue. We went from won't accept the data versus the follow-up debate, which was won't accept a definition or a prompt or a concept. So it was a great debate, Ghosty, but we're going to go ahead and move on to our 30 minutes for the last prompt, because
Right. And I do not
Vigi-
want to be part of this, so I'm going to bed.
you
y'all.
you had enough of
Don't
this
run,
one? All right.
Ancom.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Ancom.
Good
Yeah,
night.
no, I appreciate you as always, man. Great job. He came in last minute clutch for me, and we appreciate you, brother, as always. We will see you around. Thank you very much, man.
Later.
Yeah, so that last prompt, let's get to that real quick. Put our 30
This
minutes
is
on
the
clock.
entire prompt I hopped into this call for.
This is why
Holy
you're here?
fucking
All right,
shit.
God.
Yeah.
Holy
okay, well,
shit,
good.
dude.
I'm glad to hear it. So last prompt is Vigi, who refused to accept that video game addiction was a serious health problem for society. Loodle has already had to go. Real quick, just my own real quick critique. And I don't mean this to be mean. I was hoping Loodle would be here for me to say this to his face, because I don't want it to seem like I'm saying it behind his back. But I will definitely tell him that I said it, so that I'm not saying it behind his back. I was shocked by the fact that a dude who couldn't figure out how to turn his fucking camera on was able to engage with arguments as efficiently as he did. I was surprised by how well that dude did. I'm gonna
Are
be
you
full honest.
delusional?
Whether
He
you
is a
disagree
lawyer.
with him or not, just the dude knew his way around an argument, and I was impressed. So
He
That's
is
it.
a lawyer, okay?
yeah, no, I know. Again, and when he said that, I was like, okay, cool, right on. But then I saw it right there. Fuck, goddamn, dude can do the thing. So, great job, Vigi, fighting against it. But yeah, you were kind of up against it. That was a hell of a debate.
Bro.
And you did the fucking Game Boy thing. I want you to know, my first thought was Vigi is being Game Boy tonight. I deny your prompt, and I'm going to debate my own whole fucking idea, and fuck you if you don't want to come along for the ride.
So like when I was thinking about it, like there were ways that I could have like debated the actual prompt itself, but like when I was thinking about it, I was just like, I kind of reject the whole premise of gaming disorder, because like gaming is just a form of escapism, and we have like there is negative escapism, like when you are so down that you just like allow whatever your issue is that you use to escape to basically take over your life, which is what gaming disorder is, right? And I just decided to run with that because one, I knew he wasn't gonna fucking expect it, and he obviously didn't. Two,
True story.
It was closer to what I actually believe. Like I reject the whole premise of gaming addiction being a thing, because it's just negative escapism.
I think Candy Crush wants to have a word with you.
Candy Crush. Who's Candy Crush? Oh, Candy Crush the game. Gotcha. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I'm
I
a
think
little drunk and a little stoned. So
Well, they literally
both sides.
one sec, Corpse. So like the marketers of Candy Crush and the people that developed it actually looked into ways to get people more hooked on the game itself,
Yeah.
promoting sounds, visuals, everything to get people addicted to that shit. Go on.
What were
Corpse.
you gonna say now?
Either way, both sides of this argument were retarded, which is why I was so annoyed at the fact that people paid for it to continue on. They were paying
So much
for rage
money.
bait.
And
They
then
were
Ancom
paying
paid money to make it fucking
explicitly.
end.
Yes, and
I don't
thank
get
God
hype
for
trained very
Ancom.
often.
Holy
This
shit!
this debate caused a hype train. I appreciate
But
that.
no,
I don't
that,
even
like-
know what to do with a hype train. But
I
have it.
like- from what I heard, right? And again, as I said earlier, I was doing shit while I was listening to the debates, so I may have missed something. But neither of you really addressed the like true harms to broader society. You addressed harms that what's his face that's no longer here. Addressed the
Yeah, there's a
harms
bunch of
to
what's his
like
faces not here no more.
the one that was arguing this.
The Loodle person.
This was
Noodle.
Loodlemiss.
Noodle.
Loodlemiss.
Loodle. He addressed the harm to somebody's individual life, right? Which is one thing. You, Vigi, said, no broader problem, just like maybe they're pulling back effectively. But neither of you addressed the harm to larger society. Vigi, I sided with you and I voted for you because I think you did do a better job. I liked your point about the actual DSM definition. But also, you did not address the societal harm. You addressed the individual harm. All of this was somehow turned into individual harm or like close family harm more than anything, which had me raging while I was watching it.
And that's fair. I think a big part of the reason why it ended up mostly just being that is because he was like rejecting my premise of like basically rejecting the premise, which is kind of a fucking hilarious approach to how I was going about it.
That is exactly what he was doing. He was just saying, "Nuh-uh." True story. Well, and it's funny. I even said it in chat because chat made a comment about the fact that it's like, well, why isn't he engaging with this? Well, because for the affirmative to engage with this means that he has to concede your framing of the prompt. He did literally the only thing he could do in this situation, which is, nuh-uh, I'm going to stick with my
No, he
definition.
could have done so much more. There's so many
Well,
arguments
okay.
that,
Yep,
that I
hold
could
on,
have made
hold on,
for him
Gorps,
that
hold
I
on,
don't
Gorps,
believe.
because I was actually going to say, Vigi, I would like you to contend because the argument that I feel like he left on the table, or the I guess, is this a syllogism? Anyway, the idea that if you agree that a escapism case can escalate to a level of addiction, if alcoholic escapism or heroin escapism can create an addiction, and it's not, we understand that it's not that you're addicted to the substance, you're addicted to the endorphin boost, right? Then why would you not be willing to concede that some levels of video game escapism absolutely escalate to a level of addiction? We're outside of the debate now, so it's no longer like, but do you see my point there?
I do, but the problem is with like there's a stark difference between escapism in the fact of like gaming versus like addiction to substances. Because I think I kind of addressed
You
it.
can still be addicted to the endorphin though, right? It's still a chemical addiction.
Not
Talk about bodybuilders,
uh,
please.
So, like, theoretically speaking, like, if you have ADHD and you're addicted to the fucking dopamine, then sure. But like, generally
Dopamine,
speaking,
endorphins.
like,
I'm sorry if I'm using the wrong word, but
Yeah.
yes, that's the one. The feel good juices that your body naturally makes.
yeah, like if you're like addicted to the dopamine that it gives you, then like, sure, maybe, but like, that's still
Sure, maybe is good
caused
enough
by
for me.
that's like there's still an underlying cause there, and that's the fact that your brain's not producing enough dopamine for you to get it naturally. So you're probably unmedicated, and you still have an underlying problem that's causing the so-called addiction.
Wait, very important question, Vici. Do you think that, let's say, a crack cocaine addiction, do you think that comes out of nowhere, or do you think that there's something underlying that really starts that?
I think the
Great
majority of the time it's an underlying cause, whether it's
Yeah,
a mental
and so
disorder
you
or
would admit that the crack cocaine addiction is something where there is a more core issue that needs to be addressed before the actual drug issue is addressed.
yeah. And when I was asked a similar question,
Is
the other
there
day, I said as much.
is there any addiction that you think is different from that?
I think pretty much all addiction is caused by underlying issues that are more important for it to be addressed, and the addiction itself is more of a symptom than a cause.
Okay, so the addiction itself is more of a symptom than a cause, video game addiction included? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so can we take a step back for a second to say, is addiction a serious health problem for society?
Well done, Garbs.
Uh,
You just out little fuck. I can't even talk.
I wouldn't say addiction as a whole. I would say certain types of addiction.
Okay, what is the exact framework for an addiction that is a problem for society?
I don't really know if I have an exact framework. I mean, I can give you examples. I would say like drug addiction or alcohol
I could
addiction in
give you
general.
examples as well. What I'm trying to get at with you right now, I'm playing devil's advocate here because again, I agree with you on this debate. But I think you're wrong on the point. So, addiction, you have already in this conversation between the two of us agreed is at least somewhat problematic and widespread. So what makes an addiction transfer from just a person's problem to society's problem in your mind?
I would say whenever it causes actual health issues, whenever it causes financial issues, because like with like say gambling addiction or a drug addiction, right? One of the main things that ends up happening with like those kind of addictions is you go out seeking money in different ways that leads to people like fucking stealing and robbing people and shit. Like those are whenever it starts to become not just a personal health issue,
So the other
and more
crimes
of
are
a
the
societal
problem.
issue. Yeah, the crimes that the addiction causes are more of the problem than
So
the
so
addiction
people
itself.
doing crimes that are already illegal are the problem. Where does the addiction become the problem?
When the addiction is the cause for you to be doing those crimes.
Well, who knows what the cause is? Is it because you're broke anyways? Is it because you have underlying issues that are likely mental health issues that
Are
cause
cause
you
and
to not
motivation the
be
same
able...
here?
Well, I mean, like if you look at heroin addiction, it's very obvious. Like you eventually can't do your job anymore, so now you're jobless and you need money
No,
to keep up your addiction.
I get that.
Right?
That's not what I'm trying to get at right now. What I'm trying to get at is the addiction itself is the result of something else, right?
Yeah.
Most normal people don't just like get a heroin or a porn or a video game addiction out of nowhere. It's out of something else, and that something else
Mhm.
is largely a mental health condition. And
Yeah,
whether
I
or
agree.
not it was the video game that they were addicted to, the root mental health condition that caused all of this is what created this condition. So why is the video game addiction the public health concern as opposed to the, for example, depression or OCD or anxiety or whatever it is that led to this?
I agree, and that's kind of what my point was. I don't know. Did you hear my opening statement?
I heard part of it. I did not hear the whole
That
thing.
was basically his argument, Gordon.
Yeah.
for what
That
it's
was effectively my argument. Was that
worth. That we need to
they're
address the
that
root
we're
cause
treating-
as opposed to mislabeling.
yeah, we're treat like when we focus on the addictions themselves, or in the terms that I was using, the form of escapism that people are using, we're addressing the symptoms instead of the cause.
All right, so real quick, I want to jump in there.
And I compared it
Mr.
to
Lethe-
abortion.
Mr. Lethe, I know that you have a tendency to play a lot of video games. I know that PoE is one of them. I know that Magic the Gathering is one of them. Both of those have led to plenty of desk lock. Has there ever been a time that you got up and said, "Fuck, I just feel like shit because I played video games for too goddamn long"?
No, even when I used to play, what's that game? It's kind of like League
Diablo?
of Legends, but not Dota. When I used to play Dota, I would like every time I died, I'd drop down and do push-ups and sit-ups. So there's
Nice.
healthy ways to balance certain addictions or whatever proclivities you have. And so once it starts, screwing up your life, you got to take account. But like literally anything can screw up your life to that point
Yeah.
because apparently you aren't focused enough on life at that point.
All right, fair enough. Ghosty, are you a gamer?
No, not really. My boyfriend is a major gamer though.
Right on. And do you ever get mad at him because of the fact that that he spends as much time at it as he does?
I don't.
Do you think he spends more time than he should? Let me ask it that way.
He video games a lot. I personally don't mind. I've never gotten mad at him for it. It's his hobby, is what he loves to do. He was a semi-professional player at one point. So as long as he's getting done all of his responsibilities, all of the things that we need for our relationship and our life to function well, I personally don't mind. So
Wait, Ghosty,
But
I have
if
a
it became an
non-politics
addiction level,
question.
if it became an addiction level at a point where he is not fulfilling those expectations, then you would have an issue with it.
yeah, I think at that point it would be an unhealthy level. If he wasn't taking care of his hygiene, if he wasn't, focusing on our relationship, or if he wasn't prioritizing his job and just his life duties, at that point, I think it would be a problem and I would address it.
What are you going to say, Corpse?
I was gonna just ask, like, is there an hour number per day that would be like too much?
I mean, it's like
Is that like a body count question, dude?
He is.
I mean, kind of.
How
when it
many
comes to
video games a
gaming.
day can
Yeah.
a guy play before you're like, no?
So my boyfriend works from home. He works on computers as it is. So literally from the time he wakes up till he goes to bed, he's basically on the computer, and in between he is playing video games. So yeah, I don't. I already pretty much am cool with him playing video games literally the entire day as it is right now. So
Well, so I think more what I'm asking is outside of work, right? So let's say theoretically, and just agree with this for the ease, he works a 9 to 5. 9 to 5
Yeah,
on his
basically.
computer, and then he's got the rest of his, bleak time outside of his 9 to 5. Theoretically, maybe that's like 5-6 hours awake, and then he has to go to sleep. How much of that time would be acceptable, or like, in your view, normal to play video games during, as opposed to hanging out with you or hanging out with his family or whatever it is?
Well, when he is playing video games, he is kind of hanging out with his family because he plays with his brother and like their friend group all day. So it's not like he's like completely isolated, right? He's still maintaining social relationships through video gaming, really. And like, I'm kind of confused what you're asking. Like, as long as he makes time for me still, which he does, like on weekends, we have movie nights or, we eat dinner together and stuff like that. As long as that's happening and he's getting sleep, like, okay, so maybe I would have a problem with it if he literally didn't go to bed till like 6 a.m. and he was gaming literally all night and then sleeping for 2 hours and waking up. Like, I don't know. But I don't mind him playing like 5-6 hours a day, honestly. But
Yeah, I mean, my question was mostly just like, if there's a line between like addiction versus not addiction. That's mostly what I was asking.
That was my
without
thing about
saying
this.
those words.
That was my thing about this debate, because I actually think video gaming can be really healthy for particularly like young guys who do feel isolated, and if they have social anxiety or just like social issues in general. I think gaming can be a really good way to give them that socialization without them coming out of their comfort zone. And like, ideally, yes, you would eventually want them coming out of their comfort zone and socializing in real life, but I think that's like a really good in between and step for a lot of young people who don't have like all the socialization today. So this was my thing about the debate, like, because when most people say video game addiction, they're talking about like a guy who plays video games for a couple hours a day every day, versus when I think of an addiction, it's like you're doing something to the point where it's a detriment to your life and you can't maintain relationships or a job or your hygiene and stuff like that. So I guess those things were kind of
like
outlined.
That's an obsession, right? That's an obsession versus an addiction. Addiction just means you can't say no. Obsession means that you can't do anything else.
Okay. Yeah, where you're addicted to the point where it's like you need to do it. That's I guess what the addiction is, right?
But a lot of addicts are able to be like, well, I'm only going to do a little bit and it'll be okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of the addiction, right?
Functioning addicts is a word.
Exactly. So real quick, and this is just as a different argument, as a dude who is way older than y'all people probably think I am, I tried an Oculus for the first time, a VR, the other day for playing Backrooms, and let me tell you that what it did for my fucking cardio, I was like, shit, I gotta give me one of these. My heart rate was higher than it has been since I can remember. So, and it was a fucking blast. So I think that the video game you play can have just as much of an effect on whether or not it is having a negative health impact, right? Like, there are video games. If you're playing Dance Dance Revolution, motherfucker, you are probably able to do more sit-ups than the average American.
So like, the flaw in my strategy right here was the fact that I was going against the social understanding of what addiction is, right? So I think the reason why I lost chat is because not just because I utilized a rage bait strategy, because the fact is that I fucking did.
You did.
But also,
I love that
the
you
fact
acknowledge
that
it, though, brother. Appreciate that.
I knew what the fuck I was doing. All right.
Yep. I know you did.
But like when the whole premise of my argument, whether it was rage bait or not, is the fact that when we look at these things, they are symptoms of an underlying cause, which is what me and Gorps were talking about earlier. And in order to fix the symptoms, we need to actually address the cause of the issue. So, like, take, and I mentioned this to Bella and chat a second ago. Like, take AA for example. Like, if we address the symptoms instead of the cause, we just kick the can down the road and shift the reliance onto something else. AA relies on pushing people towards religion in order to make them feel better, but it's just shifting the addiction from drugs or alcohol or whatever to being addicted to your religious fucking community. It doesn't fix the problem. It kicks the can down the road. And we see this with a lot of things, not just in psychology, but we also see it in the medical field in general, right? A lot of the issues that we have, and this is one of the reasons why I argue against the medical system that we have, is it makes more money for the medical system for us to treat the symptoms instead of the cause, which is why, like, I argued this in Confluence's stream the other day, when they were reviewing Energy's debate with the one chick, Lucy. The reason why we don't get a lot of like cures for more serious diseases like cancers and stuff here in the US, at least, despite the fact that we have actual treatments and preventative treatments in other countries, is because of the fact that curing or preventing these diseases doesn't help the medical system. It actually hurts it, because we have a for-profit system where the money is made in treating the symptoms, not curing the issue. Realistically, what we need to focus on is curing the issue.
Yeah, you see the same thing in rehabs too. It's like, I don't know. It's I have a theory that they don't really want people to get better because rehabs make money off of basically the same customers coming back over and over and over again. And we've been using the same.
Like, isn't that the critique against all capitalism? Like, or
Yeah.
most of capitalism? Like, again, well, prisons probably shouldn't be privatized, because where is their profit initiative or their profit motivation? To have people in prison, right? So
Right.
what are they going to lobby for? Longer terms, more strict, legal more crimes make them money.
I mean, this is
Where,
why.
what do they want to do?
This is why, like, while the most rage baity thing I said in my entire argument was, though, the last paragraph of my opening statement, but it was also the most true paragraph, so I'll reread it. I'm going to skip the current estimate. Or actually, the current estimate of people suffering from gaming disorder is estimated at around 1% globally. That makes it about as prevalent as a third trimester abortion, which is blowing up a non-issue with underlying health reasons out of proportion, just like mainstream reactionary politics. And it's terminally online coded at its finest. We need to focus on treating the disease and not the symptom. Yes, is that rage baity as fuck?
Curious.
But it's also true.
I'm just curious. Do you have the number? You said that was a global number. Do you have a USA number?
There's like no actual numbers. I was looking for it. There's only estimates. The most generous estimate is around like 17%, but the most realistic estimates are like around 1%, which is why I use that. And I specifically use the around 1% estimate because I wanted to rage bait and compare it to third trimester abortions, because third trimester abortions are about 1% of the time.
You
how sad are you? You weren't able to get
proness
there.
piss me off.
Homie was a greased pig throughout that entire debate, and I'm just like, bruh, you are rage baiting this dude so hard. How much is rent in this dude's head right now?
As a member of chat, all right, he won me over. He did a good job, but
He did.
mm,
He really did. Well, and that's the thing is, I go back to the very first thing that I said about this prompt was I was pleasantly surprised. When we were having the technological difficulties, I was worried. I'm like, okay, this might not go well, but because for what it's worth, Vigi is a very talented debater, and the fact that he came in with this nuanced rage baity like trap take is evidence to exactly that fact. As he mentioned earlier, by the way, everybody, shout out to Vigi, is in the Word War debate right now. I don't know if I told you this or not, but I'm pretty sure I looked, Vigi, and it looks like that you and I are on opposite sides of the bracket. So if it is an actual bracket, it could potentially come down to Vigi and I in the final. We'll see if that's the way it goes. But that said, bringing Loodle in for his first debate ever on the DMZ against Vigi, I was a risk. I assumed when he said he had all these letters after his name, I'm like, okay, bro's a litigator. He should be able to hold his own. But we've also seen here that just because somebody's a litigator, or just because somebody's an attorney doesn't mean they're a litigator, right? But he did make that reference that he was a litigator and that he actually stands in front of juries and such. So it's like, okay, let's hear him cook.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Can we stop that? As a paralegal, it is my job to work for attorneys.
Yes.
So many of them are fucking retarded. Can we please stop putting them on a goddamn
I'm not saying they're right.
We've
Hold
all
on.
heard Ryan talk, okay?
Yeah. I'm not
please?
saying that they're right. I'm saying that there is an expectation that a person who is a lawyer or an attorney, specifically an attorney, that if somebody is an attorney,
my
that
main
they
attorney could not argue for the life of her. If she was told she had to argue a point or she would die, she would die instantly.
See if she is interested in participating in a DMZ debate. Because here's the other side to this course.
Kind of
hold on.
Catholic she is.
Hold on.
Yes.
Yes. Sounds great. Please. I reiterate my request. Because here's the thing. Here's the opposite side to the coin you're talking about. I am also platforming attorneys, and if they actually cannot do what we all assume they would be able to do, then that dispels the rumor you're referring to. So you're asking for us to do a thing that I am setting up the opportunity for us all to do naturally and organically.
I will happily debate another attorney.
Well, what you're asking for is for shitty attorneys to come forward and give the opportunity to be shitty.
But I'm doing that for all debaters, ain't I, Gorps? Yes, okay, and that's another thing. Is if a dude who does nothing but taxes all day wants to LARP as a fucking jury attorney, then huzzah, we're here for you. Try it. Let's see what happens, right? Like, what's wrong with that? They missed that opportunity. That's not the direction that their career went. But if they went into law, they probably fancied themselves a debater. They probably had some sort of forensics or debate experience in their high school or sometime in their college or whatever. Whether they did it or they were too nervous to do it until they were actually grown-ups, I still want to give them the opportunity to try it the fuck out. And hopefully, if they suck, they'll get better. And if they don't suck, they'll be able to use this to say, you know what, I can keep doing this. And they can go on to bigger and better things. So,
no, I hope
again,
so. I'm going
to continue inviting attorneys. I'm going to continue inviting attorneys, and they can either prove or disprove those myths that you're talking about. Is that fair?
That is fair. I will give the invite out, and we'll see.
Cheers. That's fucking awesome. Yes.
Hey, right.
Because
I do want to say.
Yep.
Oh, God.
No,
Oh, it's
I was
off
just going to
topic
say,
what you're talking about.
Ryan Mullally, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, whatever, has demonstrated that, hey, look, some trial attorneys know what the fuck they're doing. Again, whether you agree with him or disagree with him, he's really good at it. You know what I mean? And so, again, getting to see him do what he does is kind of a cool thing. And I would like to get him against another attorney. That seems like that would be a really cool bit of fucking interneting. So, what are you going to say, Vigi?
Since we're out of time, I was just gonna say on the whole rage bait thing, I have complained about the use of these rage bait tactics.
And then you did?
But we're clearly not gonna do anything about them, so fuck it. I'm fine with using them. Clearly,
You were never going to stop in the first place.
So
Look,
I defended against your aspersions. Let me defend against yours. Hold on, Vigi, and then you can go. But I just want to say that I allow them because I feel like the same as what I just said about the attorneys, they're either going to prove or disprove the efficacy of the tactic. I don't like the tactics. It's not what I want to happen. But if the jury or the viewers and the judges award it to the person who uses those tricks, ultimately, well, we all need to stop and look and say, well, fuck, maybe that is the tactic that works. Maybe that is a more efficient way of fucking swaying the audience. Like, I don't like it, but we're here to, hopefully, we prove that that's not the case. We prove that our judges and our audience are saying, no, fuck off. We see the trick you're doing. Go home. Right? And
it's slowly starting to get to the point where people realize that it's not as good faith as it is.
Good. Yeah, no, and it's people who are probably newer to the debate sphere or who don't really understand the nuance of debate, but there's a lot of people who have come into the DMZ who've never really watched debate or experienced debate. But once they come in here and they see the clock above people's head, people aren't just talking over each other and being fucking douchebags the whole time. They're like, "Oh, I could watch this." And so again, that's what starts giving them the ability to watch enough of them to say, "Oh, you know what? That fighter did this and this fighter did that. I like that better. That was more effective in that battle." It's just like the UFC. If somebody's never watched MMA before and they sit down to watch some fights, first time they watch, like, ow, ooh, God, this is gross. But then they watch it for a few minutes and they're like, oh, I see what he did there. That was pretty cool. Ooh, watch, he's going to do that again. And that's how they get sucked into it, right? And people are going to form their opinions. And hopefully, what you and I assume, hope, not to put words in your mouth, is that people are going to err towards good faith. People are going to say, you know what? I want you to engage with the fucking ideas. Stop tap dancing and being a little bitch. Like, actually engage with what they're saying. But then again, if people are like, wow, he's really good at being a fucking slimy little bitch, then that, I guess, is what we all need to start being. And I'm wrong. And that'll suck.
Look,
but
it's not like it's the first time I've used these tactics. You all, most of you have seen my fucking debate against fucking Marte. I fucking rage bait the fuck out of people all the time. I just mostly don't do it here as often as I do at other places.
And that's why I'm looking forward to, hopefully, you and I in the finale of the Word War debate to see if what I do versus what you do is better. If the audience is more swayed by what one of us does, I think that would be super duper awesome as like a end arc to the Radish and Vigi movie. Does that sound cool? I'll meet you there.
That would be awesome. Live on stage, buddy.
All right, so real quick, we're going to go ahead and button it up. We're going to rate us out, and we're going to go ahead and go to the after, where we're going to bring in anybody who wants to. It looks like there's a bunch of people hanging out down there in the, actually, a bunch of them went to bed because we talked too long, but that's okay. We're going to rate out. Lethe, how much longer are you going to stay live, sir?
No, I'm ending it right now as well.
You are as well? All right, well, do you want to rate into me, and then I'll rate us out? Or you want me to rate into you, and you do it?
Your settings aren't allowing me to rate into you.
Then
I'm going to dip out right now. Thank you, guys. Love you all.
Good night, Gorps. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, so that's because I had to make it because I got like rage rated or hate rated where a whole bunch of people with like horrible racist names suddenly with one viewer were fucking like I had like 20 raids all at once. So basically just horrible shit was fucking flashing on my screen. So you got to have at least 5. So I'm going to rate into you since I hate this job and I'm going to make you do it.
And then
How
I'll
about
send
that?
out the raid directly after.
Yep, you put us wherever the fuck you want us, sir. So we're going to raid into Lethe. And then we're going to bring everybody in. And everybody stick
Yeah.
around because who knows where Lethe's going to put you, but he has good taste, so I'm sure you will enjoy it. All right. Cheers, everybody. Appreciate you. We'll see you guys next week. We've got some pretty damn solid debates scheduled for next week as well. I will let that into the schedule here in the next couple of days once everybody's confirmed. And as always, we appreciate y'all. Have a great week and see you then.
And I'm going to go ahead and raid out into, let's go with Cosmic Protocol.
Hi, Samantha.
You guys are going to give me a fucking aneurysm, I swear to God.
Mission accomplished.
Every one of
Look,
you that's fucking vets should unironically just never talk about that shit again because you're retarded. You're actually fucking 12 IQ.
I was trying to represent your points the best that I could.
Jesus. Veterans make better cops than cops do because that's why all the veterans get fired from being fucking cops majority of the time. These cops want to shoot first, ask questions later, and veterans have fucking, especially if they were combat ops, right? They have fucking escalation and de-escalation protocols that are hammered into you since day fucking one. Because it's not just treat everything as a threat, like fucking dickhead said. It's literally, you don't know what is a threat and what's not, so wait. Which is why we have ROE and RUF. But people don't know about that because, yeah, it is rough. What it was.
All right, I might just end the stream. I think I'm gonna go, guys, so hold on.
Approach.
I don't know. I was still too just like fucking raging at how retarded everybody was about the fucking veterans and PTSD stats and not knowing fucking dick all what they were like. It's like none of you ever read anything into any of the topic you were discussing.
I'm gonna go, everybody. Good night.
Later, Ghosty.
Okay. I feel like that was awkward. I feel like I was being awkward. Okay, so that's that. I don't feel like there was a lot to talk about after the panel, so I'm just gonna head out and get some sleep because it's like 2:30 here anyway, so it is Saturday, so who knows, maybe I'll watch a movie. Anyways, good night. Thank you for being here. I don't know what the fuck you guys were talking about in my chat. It was kind of funny though at some points, some of the comments, but oh, so he opens the panel, but it looks like he left. So I don't know, like last time I was on his stream, we had an open panel for like hours, but it looks like he left. So I don't know. I think you can join the chat, but most of the people left. So I'm sorry. I hope you weren't just like waiting around for that the whole time. But yeah, that's why I'm leaving, because it looks like most people left, and I don't really give a fuck about the veteran conversation, to be honest. So, but if you're in his Discord, I'm pretty sure it's open if you want to go talk with them. All right, but yeah, good night. I'm sorry about that. All right, peace out, guys. The stream was super long, so I think, yeah, we started the entire panel super late. So that might be why. All right, like the video if you like the video. I'll try to be back. I'm going to be honest, I have not been paying attention to politics or anything. I've been in my own little world, like just doing shit offline recently, so I haven't had much to like talk about or cover, but I'll try to figure out something to stream about. But until then, Good night.